All right. Decided I had to.
Gabe Griffith, if you are in the webinar on the attendee side, kindly raise your hand, please. Yeah.
Ricky.
Gabe Griffith, if you are in the webinar on the attendee side, kindly raise your hand, please. Yeah.
Rick, he's not here.
If you are in the webinar.
Check, check.
Number 20 in very much that one. What I'm like, if you could, just bringing this one with the last minute. Can you kind of refer to our 5 4s and 5 against the bar?
Oh, I didn't bring my notes over. It was charged.
Hey Denise, maybe you have pen and paper? Could you identify? On your I gotta lean forward. So the mic is over this way. Okay. No, yeah.
Oh, really?
Hello. Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in 3 minutes. So everybody, please find a seat. Again, our sections are A, B, and C. A is closest to the door you come in, B is in the middle, and C is at the end. The rows are numbered 1 from the back up to 13 at the front. So please settle and find a seat. We'll get started in 3 minutes. Thank you.
And they're called melt-away. Melt-away. Now, they are different colors. And each color is oh, well, let's see. Oh, okay, no, I just. And coconut. So that says milk. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, but anyway, there's different colors. They're called meltaways, and they said, put it in cereal. Because of the texture, and they said they don't stay in the phone. That's why move the line because it's gonna be of chocolate. Well, I just missed having. Oh, yeah. Chocolate thing next year. So tell them we have a day. All righty. Well, if you need anything today, I'm up on the 3rd row, so I'm not sure, but if I just, I'll be glad to help you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. And you guys have been living next door to us. Yes, I heard you going out this morning. I'm like, Jack, but I wasn't quite stressed to catch you. Yeah, well, last night I was loud because I don't know, maybe I couldn't hear, but it was late when I was trying to talk to my husband. So we were on the river road, and oh yeah, that was, oh really? Oh wow, yeah. Well, at the end we lost somebody, so we kept counting. So it took forever for us to get right. It took so much time, and it took us under the bridge. Yeah, so that was fun. That was fun. But I'm gonna get back up to my place here. And if you need something, though, Mr. Jeffers, let us know. All right. Yeah.
Yes. All right. We're going to take about 4 more minutes. So everybody please settle. We'll get started at 8:35. We're trying to assemble our folks on the stage for our pledge. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And we will call our 2022 annual business meeting back to order. Wow, what an exciting day. It's been 3 years in the making to get back to this point where, as a collective body, we will primarily consider today resolutions that this membership has brought before our organization. And we'll do it with everybody participating both on Zoom and in the ballroom. So as we go through that process today, I'll continue to use the words patience and kindness, and maybe one more word, 2 words actually, less verbose if possible. But it is us. So first, we want to make a couple of announcements before we get started, some exciting announcements. So related to Illume and COVID accessible testing, I want to recognize Clark Rackful, our Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. Is it just me, or does it feel like the last day of conventions kind of snuck up on me? Yeah. Well, we have some great news. The Illume COVID-19 tests have arrived. These are the more accessible tests that, when connected to a smartphone, provides accessible, audible instructions, as well as accessible results. Oh, and Miss Sharon Lovering is in the back left corner of this room behind section C, and everyone can take up to 5 tests with them. So test tonight, test in the morning, test before you leave, test when you get home. And once you are home, there's a bit of news coming from the administration. So initially, when the more accessible tests were made available, and keep in mind, they've only been available for a little over a week or 2 weeks now. And at that time, anyone could order 2 of these tests. And as we all know, two is very good. We're very happy about that, but 2 doesn't get you very far. Now, today, the administration is going to announce that an individual may order up to 12 Illume at-home tests. And you can do this from the administration on community living. You can do this by going to covidtests.gov. You can link to the press release that's available on the acb.org homepage. And if you still need assistance, you can always email advocacy@acb.org, and we'll be happy to share the information, the website and the phone numbers, so that folks can get the tests that are most accessible for them. Thank you, Dan.
All right. Thank you, Clark. Great news, and keep advocating. All right, a few other announcements this morning. Janet wanted me to remind you all that just for informational purposes, the same individuals that are the bellhops are the shuttle drivers at the hotel. There's not a huge staff here, folks. And so if you have lots of luggage in your rooms and you're going to need lots of help getting that luggage down to the lobby, we strongly recommend, if you're checking out and planning on leaving tomorrow on Friday, that you work with the bellhop stand and try to get the majority of your luggage, if you can, downstairs this evening. I know you can't bring it all because you got to put on those new fresh clothes to fly home. But if you can, if you've got extra luggage, if you can bring it down to the bellhop stand and get it checked in so you can hopefully maneuver with your luggage, you will really help the logistics tomorrow. So we apologize that there's not more help, but we are where we are. And so if all the bellhops are up helping people in the rooms, they're not going to be driving the shuttle buses to the airport. So that's going to be their number one priority. So just keep that in mind and plan accordingly. Okay? Wish I had better news there, but I want to inform people so they're not surprised tomorrow. In addition, if you were represented an affiliate or committee team that participated in the walk, Leslie, and you did not pick up your walks when the picture was taken during the RDC report yesterday, some of you who did not have an opportunity to pick those up that represented affiliate teams, those plaques are available in the first row of section A. So that's A13. So please see Leslie on a break and she'd be happy to get your affiliate plaque so you can take it back to your affiliate and recognize them for all their hard work. Comcast is also doing their demo again today until 1 o'clock. So during a break or whatever, if you would like to mosey over to room 211, right around the corner.
Dan, it's 2:15.
I'm sorry, 215. Okay, I apologize. Thank you, Rick. 215, right near the ballroom. So if you'd like to go to 215 and see that demo and put your name in to maybe win a free accessible smart TV, please go see them. They'd love to hear from you. All right. I think that's about it for announcements. I'll say one more time real quickly. If you're interested in joining the monthly monetary support program, please get in touch with Jean Mann. Her number is 888-999-3190. That's 888-999-3190. Or email her at askacbmms@gmail.com. That's askacbmms@gmail.com. This is exciting news. We are down to 5 raffle tickets left for the drawing tonight for the $5,000. So hurry to registration. And I don't know if Alan Peterson's got one still left hidden in his pocket somewhere. But, this is your last chance. I think we'll be sold out by the time we get to the banquet tonight. But, when you get a chance, head to registration and pick up that one of those last remaining raffle tickets. All right. We are now going to do our pledge. So I'd like to introduce our J.P. Morgan Chase Fellow, Danette Dixon from Linwood, Washington, along with Clark Rockfall, our Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs from Alexandria, Virginia, and Nancy Marks Becker, our CFO from Minneapolis, Minnesota, to lead us in the pledge. Danette, Clark, Nancy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Danette, and congratulations, and thank you, Clark and Nancy. Now we are going to hear Kelly Gask present our corporate sponsors for this year's convention.
The American Council of the Blind would like to thank our 2022 conference and convention sponsors. Their continued support is sincerely appreciated. Diamond sponsors: Vanda Pharmaceuticals, JP Morgan Chase, Comcast, Microsoft, Meta, Vispero. Emerald sponsors: Amazon, MGM Resorts, Verizon, Walmart, Spectrum, Johnson & Johnson. Ruby sponsors: AT&T, Google, Waymo, Cruise, Adobe. NCTA, the Internet and Television Association. Onyx sponsors: Mobile Voting, an initiative of Tusk Philanthropies. American Printing House, Election Systems and Software, Democracy Live. Topaz sponsors: ACB Lions. Pearl sponsors: Library Users of America.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Appreciate all our wonderful sponsors for this year's convention. Next, we've had the opportunity, we read the individual convention sponsorships on Sunday morning for those who had contributed during our pre-registration period that ended June 20th. But other folks have registered and participated in our convention since June 20th. And many of those people have recognized the contributions of ACB by signing up as a convention sponsor. So at this point in time, Nancy Marks Becker, our Chief Financial Officer, is going to read the additional individual sponsors who gave so generously to our convention after June 20th. Nancy?
Good morning. Platinum sponsor, Guillermo Robles. Gold sponsor, Margarine Beeman. Silver sponsors, Jane Tolino, Cynthia Hawkins, Cindy Vega, Chris Gray. Bronze sponsorships, Jeannie Fick, and Jay Teagle.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's hear it for our additional individual sponsors. Now I would like to introduce to you our diamond sponsor for today's proceedings. This is exciting. They are now officially known as Meta. Some of you all may recognize their iconic brand, Facebook. But we would like to introduce to you Monica Desai. She is the Vice President of Global Connectivity Policy, and she resides in Washington, D.C. Let's give a big round of applause for Monica.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to ACB, and thank you, Dan, and thank you, Clark, and to Eric Bridges for inviting me here to speak today. I'm really thrilled to be here in person after 2 years of virtual conferences. Yay! And as Dan mentioned, my team covers accessibility, and in addition to the broader connectivity and access portfolio, which includes online messaging, online video, infrastructure, net neutrality, and spectrum, to give you context. Before joining Meta, I spent over a decade in senior positions at the Federal Communications Commission. I served as chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, which develops all of the policies and rules in connection with accessibility issues. And it was during this time that I first met Eric and became acquainted with the great work that ACB does. I remember speaking at an ACB event way back then in that role. I also later served as chief of the Media Bureau, which has oversight over broadcasters and cable companies and oversees captioning policies. I was also previously a law firm, a partner at a law firm where my practice included counseling clients on accessibility matters. And this is all to say that accessibility has been a significant part of my career over the last 2 decades, which is one of the reasons why I'm so happy to work at Meta, a company that is working hard to improve accessibility of our products and diversity and inclusion in our workforce. At Meta, access, inclusion is really fundamental to our mission, which is to give people the power to build community and bring the world closer together. Our products, which include Facebook, Messenger, WhatsApp, Instagram, Portal, Ray-Ban Story Glasses, Workplace, and Quest, are all built in part to bring people together. And we want that to mean everyone. We are well aware of the estimates that more than 1 in 7 people globally have a disability, including more than 39 million people across the world who are blind, and more than 285 million people with other types of visual impairments. So we know it's imperative that we build products and experiences that are inclusive and accessible. And making our products accessible is critical to getting our mission right. We know that assistive technologies and tools, including screen readers, zooming software, automatic alt text, can help people with vision loss connect with their friends and family while using our products. But we also know that they have broader applicability beyond people with visual impairments. And so for context, Meta has a dedicated, centralized accessibility team to define, develop, and distribute user accessibility requirements, training, best practices, tools, technologies, metrics, and other support to advance accessibility work throughout the company. At the same time, accessibility is treated as a horizontal function across the company. So this means that accessibility work is embedded into different departments that touch the product lifecycle, including at the design phase, research, and engineering, as well as in policy and legal, which results in an important cross-functional effort to promote accessibility in our products. We've also been working hard to make visual media more accessible to people who are blind and low vision, whether that means photos and images, stickers, or next generation experiences. Many of you are familiar with one of our most well-known efforts, which was automatic alt text, used to describe photos and images automatically. We know that we learned, oh, thank you. And we understood from research and engagements that screen reader users wanted to engage with and share photos, and also desired more information about a photo's content and context. As many of you are aware, the standard technology for describing photos to people who use screen readers is through alt text. And that's a text-based description of the photo that is manually inputted by the person who uploads the photo. Alt text is compatible with screen readers, obviously, so that the description is available to people using screen readers. But unfortunately, adding that alt text takes time and a little bit of skill. And the vast majority of photos that are posted by individuals who don't know how to use alt text or why it's even needed. So we created an AI-driven photo description technology that automatically describes objects and photos to people with vision loss, and that's called automatic alt text. And that uses object recognition to generate a description of photos so that someone using a screen reader can hear a list of items that the photo might contain. The original version that was launched in 2016 could recognize 100 common concepts and objects like tree, mountain, outdoors, but we knew that it was just rudimentary, and the next logical step was to expand the number of recognizable objects and concepts and refine how these were presented. So last year, in January of 2021, we announced the next generation of automatic alt text, which is now able to recognize over 1,200 objects and concepts, more than 10 times as many as before, including highly requested concepts like landmarks, more types of sports, breeds of dogs, and various types of food. We accomplished this by training the model, the automatic alt text model, on billions of public Instagram images and their hashtags. Most people who use automatic alt text do enjoy it, but we also learned that many wanted more detail than a simple summary statement of images. So on the Facebook app for iOS, we introduced an additional feature where automatic alt text can now provide a deeper and more detailed image description on demand, achieving an industry first by making it possible to provide a count of the recognized objects, positional information, and a comparison of the relative prominence of objects in an image. Automatic alt text descriptions are right now available in 45 different languages, helping to make it more useful to people around the world. And as of March 2022, more than 80% of images displayed on Facebook and Instagram do contain automatic alt text. Stickers, oh, thank you. Stickers are another type of image and a huge part of self-expression on Facebook. They're very popular, but authored by third-party creators who didn't often add alt text description. We recently ran a fix-a-thon internally to try to ensure that every sticker had a description, a useful description, and put in place a new process to ensure that future stickers will have alt text too. So now all stickers on Facebook have a descriptive alt text so that people with vision loss can enjoy them too. We've also thought a lot about how people with vision loss capture and upload pictures themselves, photos and images themselves. We've incorporated a voice-assisted camera feature in WhatsApp that makes it easier for people to take photos. It works with the VoiceOver screen reader on iOS devices. When VoiceOver is running and when you activate the WhatsApp camera, you'll hear verbal cues when a face is in the viewfinder and where it is, so you can frame your picture using that direction. The talking camera works in more than 30 languages. And in keeping with our privacy commitments, we don't log any information about who uses this feature, and we don't know whose face is in the frame. All images taken with WhatsApp cameras are sent end-to-end encrypted so that only the sender and recipient have them. We also developed Ray-Ban story glasses, and we've learned that many people with vision loss struggle finding their smartphone or camera and snapping a photo right in the moment when something memorable is happening. In 2021, we launched smart glasses called Ray-Ban Stories that enable people to capture photos and videos hands-free using voice commands while wearing the glasses. They look and feel just like popular Ray-Ban Wayfarer sunglasses, which is one of Ray-Ban's most popular models. So they are very comfortable, and they can even take, and they have the built-in camera, microphone, and speaker, which it enables you to take photos on command. You just point your head toward what you want to capture and use your voice to take a photo or video. From there, you can import the content to the glasses companion app, which is called Facebook View. And in the app, you can choose to share photos and videos that are taken with the glasses. And you can share them via text or apps like Facebook or Instagram. You can also turn on features on the glasses to hear or send messages and make calls all via Messenger. You can even play music or listen to your favorite podcast using the glasses, and you can use your voice to pause, resume, skip, and adjust the volume. And then you can also adjust these controls using a touchpad. Thank you, Clark. You can also adjust these controls using a touchpad that's built into the right temple of the glasses. So those are sold at Ray-Ban stores. So metaverse, where are all these advances taking us? I'm sure you've heard a lot of discussion about the metaverse. And we all know that technology never stands still. It's continually changing and evolving, but every so often technology takes a giant leap forward. Some of you may remember dialing in using a phone to connect to the internet. And of course, we now have high-speed internet, Wi-Fi, and cellular connections that are available 24/7. When we used to use PCs for most things, now we use smartphones and tablets and wearable computing devices more often. We believe the next big technology shift is happening now, where the things we do on the internet will feel far more immersive and interactive than just using a screen or a keyboard. It's called the metaverse, and it's such a big deal. We even changed our company name to Meta. The metaverse isn't here yet, but it's not far off, and it promises amazing new opportunities to improve access and inclusion. Like many companies, we're already building tools, technologies, and products that are starting to bring the metaverse to life. And as it comes to life, many needed accessibility tools and features are being contemplated, but still have to be invented. Given all the metaverse that it has to offer, we have a lot at stake in making sure its possibilities are open and accessible to everyone. So we know we need to be inclusive by design. We know that this is a challenge within our own company and within many companies that are working on metaverse technologies. The XR, extended reality, is a new and emerging technology, and XR is likewise an evolving area. So we're actively working to understand how to best provide inclusive XR experiences through our work with other organizations and with industry organizations like XR Association and XR Access. There's a working group within that organization that's specifically working on accessibility. We developed, for your information, we developed some of the first accessible virtual reality checks for developers, and that's how. And we work with those VR checks through organizations like XR Association and XR Access to research, document, and distribute public XR accessibility guidelines for developers. This early work offers developers a set of industry-backed best practices for developing accessible XR software that enhances the experience for users with all different types of disabilities. We're also actively participating in working groups to develop the foundational technologies that are going to be needed to create the next generation of screen reader experiences in virtual reality, like an accessibility object model. We're already putting what we're learning into practice. You may be aware that Meta Products produces the Meta Quest VR headset, formerly known as the Oculus line of products. Over the last year, we've released new accessibility features on Meta Quest to try to make the future of computing more inclusive. We've introduced an accessibility tab into the settings menu of the VR headset in addition to enabling you to change the default text size in the headset. There's a new feature called color correction, which is a system level display setting that increases the legibility of colors that are commonly difficult to differentiate. The second much requested feature enables someone with a mobility disability to experience VR from a standing vantage point, even while physically seated. It's an adjust height feature that raises the viewing height by 16 inches in those apps that support it. This is just a start, but with more on the way, and we encourage you to share your feedback to guide and inform our future direction. We meet regularly with ACB and other organizations to gather that type of feedback and to incorporate that into the work that we do. While we're hard at work building at the metaverse, we don't want to leave behind people who are still using the web as we know it today. Meta is leading a project through the W3C, the international standards body for the World Wide Web, to create a long-needed interoperability standard for assistive technologies and web browsers to make those experiences more consistent, complete, and easier for developers to create and test through automation. Standards like this have existed for web developers for decades, which is why the web experience is so consistent no matter what device, operating system, or web browser you use. But if you use a screen reader, you already know the experiences can be very different depending on the combination you use. And I know many of you have had to learn and use multiple different devices, browsers, and screen reader combinations to access all of the websites that you want to visit. We're chairing a project called Accessible Rich Internet Applications and Assistive Technologies Community Group. That's mouthful, ARIA-AT. And we're funding the creation of code samples, testing tools, and documentation to make that experience more consistent. The project is working with platform owners, web developers, and screen reader vendors to determine standards for what needs to be conveyed to users and how to convey that accurately, and then build the infrastructure necessary to test for compliance with those standards. The project's goal is to have as many as 5 commonly used desktop and mobile screen readers well positioned for nearly full compatibility by the end of next year. There are plans to set additional screen readers and other assistive technologies up for compliance testing in the future. Ultimately, to make the web truly equitable and inclusive, screen readers need to work in predictable ways, and Meta is invested in making that a reality. Without screen reader compatibility, it's not possible to have a fully accessible web that includes all users of assistive technologies. I want to close with a few comments on disability inclusion in hiring at Meta. At Meta, disability inclusion is one of our top priorities. Our recruiting and accommodations teams offer support to candidates through the hiring process. And once hired, our accommodations program supports employees with disabilities. Additionally, we recognize that building products that are accessible requires a workforce that can represent and advocate for the diversity of our users. We start by incorporating accessibility training throughout the company. Meta's AX 101 Designing for Accessibility training course was created by Meta's central accessibility team and is mandatory for every new product manager, product designer, and content designer across all of our family of apps. We also have multiple role-specific accessibility training modules available for designers, content designers, mobile and front-end engineers, and test engineers across our family of apps. The e-learning training is also available to anyone who's interested in learning the basics of how to design for accessibility, what are the design guidelines, requirements, and tools used at Facebook. We've even established internal policies and created guidelines for hosting accessible in-person and online events and social media communications and marketing. We also have an active employee resource group and just launched a new AX Champions program across Meta to provide more formal training and recognition for people who are advocates within their teams. Indeed, Meta has been named one of the best places to work for disability inclusion 4 years in a row by the American Association of Persons with Disabilities and Disability In's Disability Equality Index. Thank you. So I want to end by thanking ACB for the opportunity to speak here today and recognize ACB for all its great work and advocacy for improving the lives of people with vision loss. Eric, Clark, and all of ACB staff members have been an incredible partner to Meta for my years at the company, and we are very grateful for your willingness to engage with us regularly, to bring issues to our attention, to work with us constructively to try to resolve issues. And we really appreciate the valuable feedback we've received as we continue our journey, which is not finished, to improve the accessibility of our products. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica, for those wonderful remarks, and thank you to Meta for their support and continued partnership with the American Council of the Blind. I'd also like to let everybody know that Meta is sponsoring our banquet tonight, and Monica will be there sitting at the head table. So feel free to come up and say hi to her before your meal this evening. Huh? Oh. I'm going to let Clark say something.
Monica's colleague, Krista Wittnowski, will be joining us at the banquet this evening, as Meta is the sponsor of tonight's banquet.
All right. Thank you, Clark, for that clarification. Apologies, Krista and Monica. All right. Thank you. Yes. Okay, Margarine would now like to make a quick announcement. Margarine Beeman, our wonderful volunteer.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I want to make sure you're awake. Okay, very important news. If you're leaving early tomorrow, it would be important if you have large bags, you bring them down this evening and check them with the bell person or with the one that drives the shuttle. Because tomorrow morning, I have 2 bus loads leaving out on the 4 o'clock shuttle. There is no bellman to help you down with your luggage. So if you need help from me or from the ones here in the hotel, you'll need to think about that this evening. That's number one. Don't be late. Don't miss that first 4 o'clock shuttle because they also have airline people going out and we need them to fly the airplane. If you're on the 5, 6, 7, whatever shuttle, or 5:30, don't be late because they're going to make continually running the shuttle all day. At the airport, we have people there that will unload at the curbside. I have volunteers to take you to terminal to terminal A or terminal B. So they'll be able to assist you in. Make sure you have all your stuff, get it claimed so that we don't have to go back to the hotel and pick up luggage. That's most important. The other thing is, I just wanted to say thanks to the volunteers at the airport, and I'm not for sure who all arrived at the airport, but they were so excited to work with you. These are the business they were from: Union Pacific, Ameritrade, Charles Schwab, Homestead, Kiwanis, a few lines, and tomorrow morning we'll even have, I think, 6 from Visit Omaha, because I needed them early and they said they could be there at 4 o'clock. So I just wanted you to be aware we have a lot of volunteers and they're to help you and have a great trip home.
Thank you. Thank you, Marjorie. All right, it's time to get started with resolutions, everyone. Okay, here's who we have up at the dais here this morning. We have our supervisor of elections, Nancy Marks Becker. She'll be monitoring hands in both the Zoom room and in the ballroom. We have Denise Erminger, our parliamentarian. We have Deb Cook-Lewis, our first vice president, who's going to try to help me keep our names straight of who's going to speak as people request the floor to speak both for and against resolutions, and anything else that we need a backup on. If I flop over on the podium or something, she's next in line. And then we have Clark Rackful, who will be monitoring our Zoom feed to make sure at all times that not only can we be heard in the ballroom, but we can be heard on our Zoom platform. So that's the team that's up here today. Again, before we get started, let me walk you through the process. We've got 20 resolutions. Oh, and one more person. We have Gabe Griffith, our chair of the resolutions committee, who will be participating on Zoom. Okay. And again, to walk you through the process, we've got 20 resolutions today. We're going to do them in groups of 4, just to kind of allow everybody to kind of, So we're going to do the first 4. Then we're going to have a little video presentation with our scholarships. Then we're going to do the next 4, take a break, come back, do the next 4. Then we're going to hear an awards presentation from our International Relations Committee on a new program they had. Do the next 4. We're going to hear from Dr. Brett Oppegard with the Unity Project from the University of Hawaii. Then we're going to do the final 4. And then we have pre-recorded the first reading of our 4 constitutional and bylaw amendments. There's 3 constitutional amendments and 1 bylaw amendment. They'll only be read today for the first time. They will then be read a second time on July 11th and discussed. Okay, so now let's kind of walk through the process of how each resolution will be presented. So I will recognize Gabe Griffith, who will who will introduce the resolution. Then they're all recorded. So then Rick Morin, our AV person, will play the resolution so everybody can hear it. It'll be the same voice. They were recorded by Guillermo Robles from California. Thank you, Guillermo, for recording our resolutions for us. Then once the recording has been played, we'll ask Gabe to just provide, if necessary, any quick kind of summary clarification. Then I will call for anyone who seeks the floor to make any motions, points of order, points of clarification. And then if necessary, we will have a debate period. The debate period will last for 20 minutes with up to 10 people speaking. We'll ask for 5 people to speak for the resolution and 5 people to speak against the resolution. We are trying to do this equitably, so we'll get 2 from the ballroom, 3 from Zoom, 3 from the ballroom, 2 from Zoom. So we're going to try to do this so we have equal participation, whether you're in the ballroom or in the Zoom platform. If at some point in time, it feels like we are being repetitive, I may ask if the membership is ready to call the question, because part of what we're concerned about today, we've got 20 resolutions to get through. If we debate all of them for 20 minutes, we're going to get through about 2.5 an hour, which means we'll be here about 9 or 10 hours. So we're going to run out of time before we run out of resolutions. If that happens, our contingency time is 11 a.m. Central on July 11th. By then, we'll be in the Zoom environment only, and we'll continue the process of reading and debating the resolutions. I'm hoping, if we're not too verbose, that we can get through all 20 today. Our stopping time is at 4:40. I have to stop the last resolution that finishes around 4:40 and read our Constitution and bylaws amendments for the first time. The idea being we will not be here past 5 o'clock because folks have to move on with their lives, get ready for the banquet. So that's going to be our stopping time. The other thing we will, if it gets to be 12, I don't think optimistically we'll be done by 12:30. So if we're not done by 12:30, we will, around that time at the appropriate kind of stopping point, we will take a break for lunch. We're not going to try to soldier through this and stay in this room till 5 o'clock. We will take a break for lunch. The cafeteria, the cafe is open. We'll probably take an hour to an hour, 15-minute break because logistically, that's just how long it takes all of us to leave the ballroom, eat, and get back to the ballroom. Okay? So
Mr. Chair.
again, I ask everybody for patience, for kindness, and for flexibility. We've never done this before, but I know our organization and I know we will get through this and we will do it successfully and we will honor everybody's democratic right to vote. The other thing that I want to bring forth is I saw some conversation last night on the leadership list and the conversation list, worried about people being able to voice vote and not be a member in good standing as of May 23rd, which was our record date. The reality is, in all of our conventions we've ever had, voice votes are not regulated at that level, and they cannot be regulated at that level today. But do not feel bad about this because a voice vote is truly there for the chair to make a decision that the preponderance of our members are voting for or against a resolution. After every resolution, when we have the voice vote, we will call for request for a record vote. So anyone that was on the minority side of a vote on a resolution, our Constitution calls for 25 people stand, raise their hand, and in this case, either in the ballroom or in Zoom, and request a record vote. Then at that point in time, that will be how we move forward. So if we have a record vote on an amendment to a resolution, it will be voted on July 11th. There'll be no more debate. It'll just be on your vote now ballot, and it will be an affiliate roll call vote if we have to have a record vote on an amendment to a resolution. If it's not an amendment to a resolution, but just a record vote on the resolution itself, then that will take place on July 13th. So that's the final vote on any resolutions that require a record vote. So if we have an amendment that we're going to do a record vote on the 11th. Then we'll present that language for the amendment in the ballot. It'll either pass or fail. If it passes, then the new language will be inserted in the resolution, and that's what will be presented to the membership on the 13th for the vote. If it fails, then the resolution will stay as written, and that is what will be presented on the 13th for a record vote. Now, this vote on the 11th applies to not only amendments, but motions. So if there's a motion to refer or a motion to, I don't want to go through all the motions, but if we end up with a motion, then that motion would be voted on. If we have a motion and that motion then requires a record vote because 25 people has stood requesting a record vote, then that motion will be voted on the 11th. So hopefully we've got that clear. Does everybody feel clear? We ready to get started?
Mr. Chair,
All right, I'd
Mr.
now like
Chair?
to recognize.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Okay, we're getting started. We have Carla Rushabile with
Okay.
her hand raised
Okay.
seeking the floor.
Actually, I should have said point of inquiry.
The inquiry? Go
Yeah.
ahead, Carla. Okay.
Whatever point it is. I have a question about the agenda, and thank you for clarifying the votes and stating that you'll be calling for those 25 people who wish a vote on the resolutions on each one. But usually, I say, at the end of the convention, there is an opportunity for members to bring either old business or new business or questions to the floor. That was not included in this agenda, and I'm wondering if we are not going to have that opportunity this year.
It is not in the agenda. I mean, we can, it's up to this body. If we want to, depending on time, we may not even be done through resolutions. But if we are, what would this body like to do? Would you like us to end early with resolutions if necessary and have them move over to the 11th so we can discuss old business and new business? Or would you like us so two things. Carla, if we have time and we're done with the resolutions, I have no problem bringing up old business and new business.
Yeah,
again,
Mr. Chair, I just
Yeah.
think there should be a call for old and new business. This is our annual membership meeting. And so this would be really the only opportunity the membership would have to bring any items of concern to the convention.
Okay. Well, we can call for old business and new business if that's what our membership wishes. I only say that if we do that, we'll have to see how that plays out with our timetable. So I think where I'm going to leave this, Carla, is if we finish in time to do old business and new business after our first reading of the Constitution and bylaws, we will do that. If not, because we're under time constraints and we have to adjourn, then that will be something we can bring up on the 11th to conclude our annual business with old business and new business. So flexibility will go one way or the other, depending on how the time it takes.
That's fine. Just want to make sure that opportunity is there.
Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right, I'm now going to.
Sir Chair,
Are there any other hands?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
point of clarification, please. So if we do go to voting for things on Monday, what about delegates who work? Are we going to be doing this at night or during the day?
Okay, so the question is about the delegate roll call vote. So when we get to the 11th, 12th, and 13th, there are two portions of our record voting, the individual vote and the delegate vote. The individual vote will be open, voting will be open for 4 hours, like we did for our elections for candidates here at the convention. The individual vote and vote now will be open from 4 Central to 8 Central PM. So 4 PM to 8 Central PM each day that we need to do a vote on the 11th, 12th, and 13th. The roll call vote, the affiliate roll call vote, we will come on the air with ACB Media and on Zoom at 7 o'clock. We'll have some preliminary announcements, call the meeting to order. And we expect that we'll start the affiliate roll call vote about 7:15 PM Central Time and go to it concludes, which we hope will be fairly close to 8 o'clock. Once the vote now precincts close and the affiliate roll call is over, we'll then give our supervisor of elections and our parliamentarian and our secretary a minute or two to tally the votes, and we will then stay on the air and make the announcement of how the elections turned out, the ballot turned out. Does that clarify that question for you? Okay. Any other questions before we get started? All right. Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and ask Gabe Griffith, our resolutions chair, to introduce our first resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Maybe a little bit more volume.
All right. Is everybody able to hear me this morning?
We're good, Gabe.
All right. So as Dan had mentioned, we have 20 resolutions to present. We had 27 that were submitted. 5 got withdrawn during the resolutions committee process from the beginning of May until late June. And we actually had 2 more that were withdrawn just in the last few days, even since the convention started. So I'm going to mention those as we go through these. And the first one of those that was withdrawn late in the process here, or during the convention even, was resolution 2022 number 1, which dealt with technology updates that affect accessibility. And the reason that that one was withdrawn is that the form for reporting for reporting issues that one would have called for has already been placed up on the acbmedia.org website. So that one was withdrawn. We're happy that that one already got done. And thank you to the folks that made that happen. So the first resolution we're going to play for you today is resolution number 2, which deals with the inaccessibility of the Pentair Screen Logic Connect app for pools and spas. So if we can go ahead and play that one. Thank you.
Resolution 2022-2. The inaccessibility of the Pentair Screen Logic Connect app for pools and spas. Submitted by Margie Donovan. Whereas the Pentair Screen Logic Connect app is a pool and spa control smartphone application developed to allow residential pool and spa owners to manage their systems with ease. And whereas the Screen Logic Connect app is advertised as a way to perform all the same pool spa maintenance functions as one would from the main pool or spa controller box. And whereas the proper regular functions of managing, monitoring, and controlling are essential to the longevity of pools and spas and the health and safety of pool and spa users. And whereas there has been minimal accessibility through the Alexa skill portion of this app that has been shown to be unreliable for users who are blind or have low vision. And whereas the inaccessibility of the Pentair Screen Logic app denies customers who are blind or have low vision the ability to use their smartphone for the advertised benefits and features, such as, but not limited to, measuring the chemical level, operating the pump and water flow, and turning on the pool lights. And whereas the inaccessibility barriers have been repeatedly communicated to Pentair employees since the spring of 2020, and in June 2021, the California Council of the Blind sent a resolution and letter to Pentair on this topic, and to date, no response has been received. And whereas as a result of this inaccessibility, pool and spa owners who are blind or have low vision are forced to incur additional and unnecessary expenses of pool and spa maintenance. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind in convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization strongly urges Pentair to make the Screen Logic Connect app fully accessible for users who are blind or have low vision. And be it further resolved that if Pentair does not make Screen Logic Connect fully accessible, that this organization explore all available remedies.
Thank you. Gabe, what is the recommendation from the committee?
The committee recommends a do pass on this, and I so move. And I just want to mention real quick too that first, thanks for Guillermo to Guillermo for reading all of these. And we're not going to hear any dates in those resolutions where we say this day of July, because we weren't at the time of the recording totally positive which day they would be recorded. So that will definitely be inserted before they are fully completed.
Thank you. So we'll put the official date in now that we know it for all.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Once any resolutions are adopted, whether it's today or next Wednesday when they're fully adopted, that date will go in there.
Thank you, Gabe. All right, at this point in time, does anybody have any official motions to make? Before we get started, Nancy, are all hands down in the Zoom room? Make sure that all hands are down.
I see no hands up in the Zoom room.
All right,
So-
all hands are down in the Zoom room. Clark, do we have
Wait, just one
connectivity?
moment. Someone just raised their hand.
We are live. We have connectivity. Go ahead,
So
Nancy.
do you want me to lower this hand or take the
Yeah,
message?
well, do we only need a hand raised if they would like to make a motion at this point in time?
Okay, all hands are down in the Zoom room.
All
again.
hands are down in the Zoom room. Do we have any hands in, or people standing at mics in the ballroom?
There is no one standing at a mic in the
All right.
ballroom.
All right. At this point in time, I want to ask, would anybody like to debate this motion? Do I hear or see anyone who would like to stand or raise their hand to debate this motion? If not, we can call the question.
I see no hands in Zoom room.
Mhm.
And what? Oh, I do have one hand in the room.
Okay, we have one hand in the room that wishes to speak against. Who is that? Oh, Deb Cook Lewis. Okay. Okay. Is there? Who is this?
Matt.
Matt, would you like to speak for or against?
I seek a point of information.
Okay, okay. What is your point of information? You're recognized.
Thank you. Wasn't this resolution considered last year by the board? And if so, what was the action at that time?
My understanding is last year, this resolution was, I believe.
Mr. President, I believe it was withdrawn before the board voted on it.
Yeah, I believe, thank you, Gabe. I believe it was withdrawn and was discussed in the Information Access Committee. I believe that was the structure of it. So I believe Margie at that point in time felt like it didn't reach a proper resolution and brought it back again this year. Is that correct, Gabe?
Okay, I have one hand up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have one hand up in Zoom, and would we recognize that person, please?
Margie Donovan.
Margie Donovan, would you like to speak for the
Yes.
resolution?
I would like to speak in favor of the resolution, please.
Okay,
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, hold on one second, Margie. Okay. All right, so we have Margie to speak for and Deb to speak against. Hearing no other hands, I'll let Margie and Deb speak, and then we'll call the question. So go ahead, Margie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually believe the board voted this down, but I could be incorrect, and I believe it was, and I said I'll be bringing it back next year. I have spent one additional year working with Pentair Pool, and the issues have not been resolved. I have tracks of many, many emails. I know in committee and last year it was brought up that only one person had this problem. Well, I know of another person that has this problem, and as it was said in committee, since when did ACB decide that they will not work on behalf of one member? If there's two members that we know of, I am convinced that there are many, many other members. When I purchased this, I was told it would work with the Alexa app, and it does not work with the Alexa app. 50% of the time it's broken. I've communicated that with the Alexa people and with Pentair, and still no resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. And I failed to mention, but each person has 2 minutes to talk. So Denise, are you ready with our timer? Okay, I'll recognize
So I
Deb.
get timed, right?
Recognize Deb Cook Lewis to speak 2 minutes. Sorry, Deb, didn't mean to, don't take that personally.
No, I'll try not to. I'll try not
All right.
to.
Deb Cook Lewis has 2 minutes to speak against the resolution.
Thank you. First of all, of course, incredibly interested in accessible products and in the improvement of accessibility of products. My concern is not about whether one person, two persons, or 600 people have the product, as much as the fact that as we are doing our advocacy, we need to keep it as high impact as possible. So generally, when we have taken on a major advocacy issue, and my concern in this resolution is the language that says that if we do something, which I assume would be a letter or a conversation, and they don't respond, that we would explore all possible means of resolving this issue. Well, we actually don't have the resources to explore all possible means for every app that is not accessible, considering that probably 80 to 90% of the apps in the App Store are not accessible. So therefore, I have no problem if we're being asked to write a letter and to make a phone call. But if we are actually being asked to make this a major national issue, I really strongly object to that, because we need to focus that energy on high profile items. And I know that California has been working on this issue, and that seems really appropriate at the state level, but I'm just not sure we have the resources to go for every app in the App Store.
All right. Thank you for both the voice for and against the resolution. Nancy, are all hands down in the Zoom room?
All hands are down in the Zoom room.
All right. Are there any? Okay.
Amber, Grant, are you wanting to speak? Or is this an accident that you?
Hi,
can't-
a really quick question. You said that Deb just said that she would like more high profile things to be explored. What would be an example of that? Like a more high profile
Okay.
issue?
Hold on, Amber. We're speaking for and against. So
Yeah.
are you asking for a point of clarification?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, sure. For example, we have engaged with companies like Netflix, and we have engaged with many other companies over time. Many years ago, we actually engaged with Microsoft over these issues. So we're looking usually at things that impact us at a national level.
Okay. All right. Are there any other hands raised in the Zoom room, Nancy?
There is one more.
One more hand. Okay.
Jewel. I'm not sure what Jewel wants.
Last name is Gaspard. Yes, I would like to speak for the resolution.
Okay, point of clarification or point, I'm going to ask our parliamentarian, once we ask for people to speak for and against, and we have no more hands raised, can we continue to have for and against discussion after that point? We do have, okay. We do have time to recognize someone to speak for the resolution. Please proceed.
Okay, I just wish to say that I believe the resolution uses the word consider, not use. So it wouldn't be we have to use all means necessary, just consider it. And also we have to start somewhere. This is an app that someone is actually having a problem with. It could possibly be a means to make an effort to work with other apps as well, depending on the use. That's just all I had to say about that. It could be a point of making a point of pointing out that, this is something that people actually use, and other apps that people use need to be accessible also.
Thank you. All right, Nancy, do you see any more hands in the Zoom room?
I actually have 2 people standing in the room and I have 2 additional people in the Zoom room.
Okay, at this point in time, okay. All right, first, well, now who is standing in the room?
Person that is at the back of area B.
The back of area, is this the aisle closest to the door or
Correct.
closest to C?
Aisle closest to the door.
Aisle closest to the door between A and B in the back, on the mic. Please state your name.
Am I on? Oh, I am.
Yes.
Hi, this is John Lipsy from Utah.
John, are you speaking for or against the resolution?
I think it's more a point of clarification.
Okay, go ahead.
So the resolution states that if they don't respond, that we need to, do all reasonable actions, but it doesn't mention a time frame, and I think we need some kind of a time frame, like they need to have responded within some period of time, and I didn't hear that mentioned in the resolution anywhere.
You're right. At this point in time, it does not mention a specific time frame and leaves that to the discretion of our advocacy team at ACB.
Okay, yeah, as long as it's
Yeah,
in somebody's hands, that's fine. That's all I wanted to make sure.
John, we typically, throughout the process, just for more education, once we get through our resolution process, we do meet with the resolutions team and the board and our ACB advocacy team to set priorities, because obviously we can't work on all 20 of these the next day after the convention is over. So that a priority list is agreed to between membership, staff, and representation from the board. And that's kind of how we tackle the past resolutions.
Okay.
So thank you for that question for clarification.
Thank you.
All right, one more person from the floor.
So the person next to area C in the middle of the room.
All right, between B and C in the middle of the room, your mic is hopefully open. Please state your name and do you want to speak for or against the resolution?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Jeff.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. President. I would like to address a question. Oops, I would like to address a question to both Margie and Deb. Margie, would you take as a friendly amendment the deletion of the second resolve? And Deb, would you support the resolution if that was done?
All right, so first we'll ask Margie, if you're still on, if you would support the resolution. Jeff is asking with the second clause, resolve clause removed. Do we have Margie on
I'm
Zoom?
here. Thank
there
you.
you are.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Margie.
I would like to hear that clause again, please.
All right. This is where it's going to get a little more challenging.
Mr. President, this is Gabe. I have it here and I'm not
Thank
the
you,
best
Gabe.
reader. I'm not as good a reader as Guillermo, but for one clause, I can do it. Would
All
you
right,
like me to
Gabe,
read it now?
you could please read the second resolve clause that we're considering whether that would be a friendly amendment to remove it.
Yes, it says, be it further resolved that if Pentair does not make Screen Logic Connect fully accessible, that this organization explore all available remedies.
I would not consider that a friendly amendment due to the word explore.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Now we had 2 hands, I believe, in Zoom that were raised. Nancy, going back and forth.
The first one is Jeanette
All right,
Kutash.
Jeanette Kutash. I should know how to say Jeanette's name. Jeanette, please unmute. Jeanette, you're still muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Jeanette.
Okay. I would like to speak against it, and I'll keep my comment brief. I think the problem with this is that there are, I am sure, other spa apps that have the same problem. And I think if we just go after one company as opposed to saying, you know, all spa apps, I think we would get better results. I think that I would be wanting to know how many people, because if it's one or two of us, I'm not saying that we shouldn't support one or two of us, but I do think that that prioritizing and making it all pool and spa apps would be what I would need in there in order to support this amendment.
Thank you, Jeanette. Do we have another hand raised in the Zoom room, Nancy?
Yes, it's Doreen Cornwell.
Doreen Cornwell. Doreen.
Hi, this is Doreen Cornwell, and I actually both wanted to speak against and to ask a point of clarification because I would think that adding a timeline would be a really useful, friendly amendment. And to me, it's not clear from where the inaccessibility issue is. Is it with the Spool and Spa app? Is it with using the Alexa instruction skill? And so if I were to write this resolution, I would say calling on the maker of the app and Alexa to collaborate and solve the problem in a timely way. So I guess the clarification question is just, could this resolution be amended with further discussion after this session?
It cannot be amended after this session as a point of clarification, but it's kind of the normal process that ACB follows to implement their past resolutions.
Thank
I
you.
have a standing practice. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Do we have anyone that we heard two folks on Zoom? Do we have anyone standing at the mics in the ballroom wishing to speak for or against?
I see no one in the room
All
at
right.
the mics.
Do we have anybody left on Zoom to speak for or against? We'd
do-
like to have somebody for because we've had two against in a row on the Zoom. So
I do have three people in Zoom. Do you want me to find out if they're for or against first? So there's Terry Turlu. Turlau.
all right, next, Terry. Again, folks, this is resolution 1 of 20.
Thank you, Mr. President and convention attendees. I would like to speak in favor of this resolution in that we have to start somewhere with this issue. And given that we know of one spa and pool management app that is not accessible, addressing this one with this particular company may serve to help other companies realize that there are visually impaired people out here who would like to manage their pools and spas, and that we are an important audience to work with. So I think that starting with one company may help us spread this to other similar kinds of issues. Also, it needs, I think, to be stated in somewhat general terms because specific issues of accessibility with both the app and with the Alexa would be addressed in the issue, and tying us down with too much specificity could prevent us from going where we need to go in conversation. Thank you.
Terry, your 2 minutes have expired. Thank you for your thoughts. Appreciate it. All right, do we have anyone else on Zoom with their hand raised, Nancy?
Yes, Terrell
Okay.
Jones.
Terrell Jones, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to speak for this resolution and just a slight point of clarification. I do believe that Ms. Donovan has stated that she's done everything that she can do to contact the company. Is it correct? With regarding accessibility?
All right, thank you, Terrell. I have been informed that our 20 minutes have expired for debate. So I believe we have worked through most of our hands. At this point in time, the chair would like to call the question. It will be a voice vote. The way we're going to do this, we're going to first ask those in first, I will ask Nancy, are all hands down in the Zoom room?
All hands are down in the Zoom room.
Clark, do we have good connectivity to Zoom? We are live on stream. I will now ask,
Okay,
okay,
it's back down.
okay, all hands are down in the Zoom room. What we're going to do is we're going to first ask Zoom to vote in favor. Then we're going to hear from the ballroom, both yay and nay, and then we'll go back to the Zoom for the nays. So at this point in time, all those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye or raising your hand in Zoom. Please don't speak in the ballroom. All those in favor, raise your hand in Zoom. And Nancy, you'll let me know when that settles out and what our tally is when it settles out. Lots of spinning neurons and digital things are flying all over the place up here. This is kind of cool. We've never done this before, gang. This is good stuff. You all are doing great.
Okay, we're set in Zoom. Do you want the total?
Yes, the total yays, please.
It's 79.
All right, so 79 yays in the Zoom room. All right, now for all those in the ballroom, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. I am hearing, at least in the ballrooms, the nays have it. We will now go back to Zoom. Make sure all hands are down.
I'm going to have a panelist hand up. We need to lower. Okay, all hands are now lowered in the Zoom room.
All right, all hands are lowered in the Zoom room. Clark, do we have good connectivity in Zoom? All right, at this point in time, all those wishing to vote against the resolution, please raise your hand in the Zoom room.
$73. Oh my God.
All right, 73 nays in the Zoom room. So we had 79 yays, 73 nays. The preponderance of the folks in the ballroom voted nay versus yay. The chair declares that the resolution failed. Now, having heard that the chair acknowledged that the resolution failed, are there 25 members either on Zoom or in the ballroom that would like to stand or raise their hand to request a record vote? First, Nancy, I'm going to ask you to make sure all hands are lowered in the Zoom room.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, all hands. Okay, all hands are now lowered in Zoom.
All hands are lowered in Zoom room. Clark, do we have good connectivity? Anyone who was in the minority and would like to request a record vote in the Zoom room, please raise your hand.
Okay.
How many people are raising their hand in Zoom, Nancy?
18.
We have 18 raising their hand in Zoom. Thank you, Nancy. Do we have anyone in the ballroom standing or raising their hand requesting a record vote?
Just one moment here. Those people are getting settled. See 3 people. Oh, wait, actually 4.
Please remain standing until Nancy and Denise take the vote.
Not sure. Mikey, are you intending on standing? Okay, thank you. 4.
We recognize 4 people in the ballroom. 18 and 4 is 22, doing my high math. That does not equal 25. So the resolution has failed and there will be no record vote. We will now move on to resolution number 3. Gabe, recognizing you.
All right, thank you. Well, let's move on to something a little less controversial here. Our next resolution is number 3 on the next phase of the National Teacher Visually Impaired Registry.
Resolution 2022-03, next phase of National TBI Registry, submitted by Mark Reichert. Whereas in September 2021, the ACB Board of Directors considered, on behalf of the ACB membership, Resolution 2021-31 concerning the National Registry of Teachers of Students with Visual Impairments, hereafter the registry, and whereas the ACB Board voted to refer the resolution to itself, the ACB Board, to the Advocacy Steering Committee and the Special Education Task Force, and whereas this referral was made with the expectation that further research concerning the registry would be concluded by these entities no later than the ACB leadership meetings in March 2022, and whereas no such research by the ACB Board or the ACB Advocacy Steering Committee was concluded by the spring ACB leadership meetings, and whereas the ACB Special Education Task Force, in addition to other third parties, have engaged in further investigation and review of the registry, and whereas the primary findings of Resolution 2021-31 have been confirmed by such inquiries, although this confirmation was not reported to or requested by the Board or Advocacy Steering Committee, and whereas the primary findings included the following: the registry was created and launched without any input from ACB, and national leadership of ACB had no knowledge of its purposes and its deployment. The registry purports to offer a national listing of teachers of students with visual impairments, TVIs, but which fails to confirm the credentials of those who register, meaning that the registry affords its users no reliability. The registry lists individuals side by side without distinction, those who are or may be highly qualified, barely qualified, or unqualified to provide special education to students who are blind or who have low vision. The registry cannot fulfill its purported purpose, namely to reliably identify the size and characteristics of the national TVI professional discipline. The registry's design and implementation puts both TVIs and their students at risk given the registry's inherent limitations. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center, Omaha, in Omaha, Nebraska, that the members of ACB affirms the identified limitations articulated in ACB Resolution 2021-31 and as recapitulated above, and urges all concerned to exercise extreme caution in the use of, if not complete disengagement with, the National Registry of Teachers of Students with Visual Impairments.
Thank you.
And
Gabe, Comments from Resolutions Committee, Gabe?
Just that the resolutions committee recommends a do pass, and at this time I so move.
Thank
But I
you,
do
Gabe.
understand there may be a motion on the floor for this one.
All right, thank you, Gabe. So the question is, are there any motions on the floor related to resolution number 3?
Yes, Mr. President, Jeff Tom.
Recognizing Jeff Tom,
And I have one person in Zoom also.
and we also have one person in Zoom. Okay, recognizing Jeff Tom.
After discussions with and notifications to various parties on diverse sides of this resolution, I'm prepared to make the following motion. I move that this resolution be referred to the Advocacy Steering Committee and the ACB Board under the following conditions. The steering committee shall make a recommendation to the Board of Directors concerning action to be taken on this resolution, which shall be acted on at the October board meeting. Number 2, the committee shall consult with the Special Education Task Force, and the task force may also address the Board of Directors at the October board meeting concerning this matter.
Thank you. I have a motion from Jeff Tom. Do I hear a second? A whole bunch of seconds. Okay, could one person from the mic for our records just please state their name for seconding the motion? Is there anybody? on the
Donna
mic?
Browning from Virginia, second.
Repeat your name, please.
Donna Browning.
Thank you. Oh, cool. Okay. Well, thank you, Donna Brown. Donna Brown who's part of Browning, Donna Browning. Okay, from Virginia. Okay, thank you, Donna Brown. All right. Now at this point in time, we have a motion and we have a second. So if I'm understanding correctly, parliamentarian, we now discuss the motion and the second. Okay. So at this point in time, I am going to relinquish the chair and ask Deb Cook-Lewis to please take us through this resolution, just in case I need to speak, since I am kind of mentioned throughout the resolution. So at this point in time, I'm going to ask our Vice President, Deb Cook-Lewis, to moderate the rest of this resolution.
Mr. Chair, point of order, isn't a motion to refer non-debatable?
Parliamentarian,
Madam Parliamentarian?
is a motion to refer debatable.
Yeah, it's referring it to the advocacy.
I know a motion to table is not debatable, but it's a motion to refer.
We're checking that out. Just a second. Yes, it is debatable, she says.
Okay, thank
And
you.
it's amendable.
It's
Okay.
debatable and it's amendable.
What?
Boy, I wish we hadn't said that. No, okay. All right, now I'm going to.
Thanks a lot, Carla.
Ray,
All right, so currently I am open for discussion on the amendment only, which is the motion to refer.
Question on amendment. Is that correct, Deb?
Yes, this is discussion on the amendment. And
Ray Campbell seeking to speak for.
Ray,
Are we going to take a listing of what against? or
Oh,
just
we-
as they come along?
I'm keeping track here and we'll just kind of work it through. If it's not balanced, I will
Balance it.
make it so. So
Perfect.
Ray is going to speak for.
Yes, I think I'm speaking for a referral. You're bringing me up there. Good job. I'm speaking for a referral. Yes, I know we referred it last year, but I really like this motion to refer because it actually puts some conditions and time limits on it. So we can actually address this matter with the urgency that it deserves, and we can move it forward. And so I wholeheartedly encourage you to vote to refer this to the Advocacy Steering Committee and the Board of Directors as stated by Mr. Tom.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding the amendment?
So I do have
Okay,
a group of people. in
take one.
Zoom.
Let's take one.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, Jeff?
Madam Chair.
I can't say
You
that.
can't do that. Yes, Jeff.
This is not an amendment. This is strictly a motion. It's-
Okay.
It does not
Yes,
change the resolution.
yes, that's correct, actually. Thank you for that clarification. It is a motion. Right. Okay. So let's take the first hand in Zoom.
It would be Lori Scharf.
Thank you. I would just like to say that if we could have the special education task force's name added to the resolution instead of just Mark Reichert, that's all. And we support Jeff's recommendation.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on the motion? I think I have the right words now.
I have Kim Charlson in Zoom.
Kim?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking in support of the motion to refer. And I fully acknowledge that what was stated in the resolution with respect to the handling or not handling in the case, as the case may be, is absolutely true. And that we need to resolve this. And this motion does have specific timelines. And my other point is that this resolution, and the act of referring it allows us as ACB to create and establish a dialogue with the organization that has established this database, to collaborate and work with them to resolve any kind of situation that is outlined in the resolution. And I think that's the way that ACB works, is to be collaborative. So I support this motion. Thank you.
We've had 3 people who have spoken in favor of the motion, and I would like to know if there are any people who are speaking against the motion. So if you are in Zoom and you are wanting to speak in favor, I need you to lower your hand. And then Nancy will also check the audience to see if we have anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in opposition to Jeff's motion to refer.
I see no one in the room at the mics. I do have 4 people with raised hands.
All right, so these will only be in opposition to the motion, or of course, points of order or something, but no, I'm not taking any more in favor of the motion right now. So go ahead for the first Zoom hand.
Jewel G.
Yes, this is a point of clarification.
Yes?
Yes. Is there a possibility that we be able to hear the voice votes in the room via Zoom, or is that not possible? Because that may affect whether we decide to ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Yeah, you need to vote how you're feeling. I mean, you don't want to vote based on other people. Also, you know, when people are speaking and voicing their opinions, they're voicing it on the mic, but there's not really other room sound. People are not making a lot of noise in here. I will let you know if they do, though, because I do agree there's sort of an audio description element to this because you don't hear the room. So if we get something like big applause or something, and you might not hear them, I will tell you. That's fine. Anyone actually, next person on Zoom?
This is Alice Richard, and I call for the question.
Well, I'm still waiting to see.
Well, but all we keep hearing are those in favor, and if we need to move along at this point,
Okay,
I don't
that's
know why
fine.
we
That's fine. I'm going to continue to offer for a couple more moments the opportunity for someone who wants to speak against the motion, because we've heard 3 people who spoke in favor. So
Doug Paul has his hand raised.
Thank you. This is Doug Pell from Virginia, and I am uncomfortable, both last year and even more so this year. There are more referrals to the Advocacy Steering Committee. The Advocacy Steering Committee is not an elected entity of the organization. If I remember correctly, it's an administrative kind of pilot project that Dan brought to us that sets up a way of helping people work together and that kind of thing. But it's not a constituency that I think should be beholden or ultimately responsible is a better way of putting it to the membership for institution of resolutions. So I'm against naming a steering committee to implement a resolution. I think it should be in the hands of the officers and staff.
So I believe that, Jeff, I believe that your motion does actually bring this back to the board. So I think.
Dan, for a point of clarification.
Dan, for a point of clarification.
Yes, just real quickly. Thank you, Doug. Point of clarification. The Advocacy Steering Committee is a committee. It is made up of representatives from the staff, our ACB Board of Directors, and the chairs of all the advocacy focused committees. So it is a functioning committee inside of ACB. This motion does not call for that. They're making a recommendation as a set of valued leaders inside of our organization, which includes the Special Interest Task Force, which is also asked to be on record with their formal position. All that will go back to the ACB Board of Directors, the governing body of the American Council of Blind Between Conventions, to make a final decision.
Thanks, Dan. That's helpful. All right, I will take one more person to speak against or have concern regarding the motion.
I have Fran sign.
All right.
Hi, I speak against this motion. I feel like if this was so important last year, it should have been taken care of last year. And since it wasn't, it needs to be taken care of this year. And it should not keep being pushed onto the board who didn't do anything about it. Let's get it done.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, it's 3-2. I'll take one more, and that would be it. One more against.
I see Jordan Miranda.
All right.
Hi, my name is Jordan Miranda. The convention is the supreme authority of the American Council of the Blind, and I feel like this resolution should be voted on the floor of the convention and not put to the advocacy steering committee, because not everyone in this room and on Zoom is on this advocacy committee, and I feel like every person, ACB members, should be able to have a deciding say on this resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. How are we doing on our time? We have 9 minutes, so I will take one more for and one more against. If there are some, I'm also willing to stop debate. We've had 3 each way, but if you have something new to contribute either to the pro or the negative on this particular motion, we do have time to hear you.
Okay, I see no hands raised in Zoom and no hands in the room.
Okay, then I'm going to call for the question. Oh, wait. The computer just checked out on us for a moment.
I need to run back to registration. Sorry, you
Oh
guys.
dear, so we can't vote? Okay, she's got to run to registration. And and she is running. She's amazing, guys. Her PT guide. Yeah. So that's the get up and get moving. That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, if you we're in a very momentary recess. So if you want to get up and get moving, don't leave. But if you need to stand up and stretch and move around, this would be a great time. We won't be counting your vote if you do. And we apologize for the delay, but a little technical glitch here that she cannot communicate with the Zoom side for a moment, so we don't want to leave them out. And I'm impressed with the super number of people in Zoom with us today, and impressed with the number of us in here, and this is good.
Does anyone have predictions on how long it'll take Nancy to get back? I bet she's back within 3 minutes.
I was giving her 5.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If anyone has any announcements related to the convention, this is probably a great time to get those out of the way, and we would take those. I know it's getting harder to have those now, but if you're at a mic and you want to, that won't help us in Zoom, but if you're at a mic and you would like to make any convention-related announcements, we'll take those while we're in recess.
I'm monitoring Zoom,
Yeah,
guys.
thanks, Rick.
Good morning, Deb.
It's,
Can you hear me?
yeah,
This is an issue on Zoom. I'm wondering if it would be possible to get a approximate number of how many people are in the Zoom room.
oh, well, we had 80 votes. Let's see, we had- And just a second, yeah, we had.
I can tell you the
79 and
exact
73.
number.
So we actually have about 150 people in the Zoom,
Is that right, Rick?
at least, and we may have more, but conservatively, huh? Yeah.
I can give you the
Yeah, we
exact
had
number.
150 people vote in our last vote in Zoom, so that gives you an idea. That's pretty good. Plus us in here.
216 in the Zoom room.
260.
Thank you, Rick.
16, I'm sorry, 216 in the Zoom room. Thanks, Rick. Wow. Thank you. That's great.
And now lower. Lift transfer, leave.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
There are no hands up in Zoom.
I don't think it's as cold in here today as it's been the other day. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, right. Cold, I know. Yeah. It's, yes, and the air starts, yeah. You know, I guess if she had to, she could go do this over at Rick's PC. Yeah, yeah, will. Yeah, we're definitely on that track. Yes, yeah, yes, that's what I think it is too. Yeah. Yeah, and she's returning. Marathon Nancy.
As we say about Nancy, other duties as assigned, she has that as a plaque on her desk.
Yeah. Okay, we're just got to get it backup here and then, and that won't take very long and then we can continue.
I'm so sorry.
Stuff happens. Yeah, she has to, she could have run a little faster, don't you think? She's not breathing that hard.
I think Clark's workout problem, I probably could have made it faster.
Yeah. Got to just get back into the meeting. Yeah, these PCs are really amazing until they run out of power and then they're just not anymore. Little paperweight time. Getting it back.
Okay.
Are we ready?
I am ready.
Okay, are all the hands down in Zoom?
They are now.
They are now. You guys putting your hands up when you're not supposed to.
Just wait long enough for me to run.
I know that it's one of those overpowering things, though. When I go to one of those Zoom webinars on the attendee side, I have this overwhelming urge to put up my hand, and I have no idea why. All right, I'm going to call for the question, and we are going to begin the vote on the motion to refer proposed by Jeff Tom. So we're going to begin again with the Zoom. So all hands are still down?
Yeah.
They're doing good. All right. All right. So in Zoom, if you wish to vote in favor of the motion to refer this resolution to the Advocacy Steering Committee with the other issues that were raised with this for development of the recommendation, raise your hand in Zoom, please.
Okay, I have 107.
All right,
107.
107. All right. So while you're putting those hands down, all of those in the audience who are in favor of referring this motion, in favor of this motion to refer, please say aye. All right, thank you. Now, Yeah.
Just a minute here, I need to get
Yes.
hands down.
So we're going to do the nays.
Give me a second.
So hands down.
Okay.
Are you ready?
No, I need to lower hands in Zoom, please. There. Okay, no, just
Yeah.
a minute. Please do not raise your hands right now in Zoom.
Yeah. Okay. Let me know when all hands are down.
All hands are down in Zoom.
Thank you. All right, if you would like to vote no on this motion in Zoom, please raise your hand.
$32.
All right. And if you would like to vote no on this motion in the room, please say no. All right, thank you. All right, so this motion does pass and, the ayes have it. Yes, the ayes have it. This motion does pass and we will proceed on then to the next resolution and I will turn the meeting back over. Oh, the record vote. Oh, okay. Dan says that you don't really need to if this that overwhelming, do you?
You still kind of do.
Okay,
Yes.
Dan says we still kind of do. So if there are 25 people in Zoom or on the floor who would like to send this to a record vote, then we will need you to raise your hand or stand. So if you're in Zoom, you can raise your hand for that, and Nancy will take that count. And if you are on the floor, you may stand, raise your hand, and Nancy will take the count for that.
Are we asking for it yet? Or do we
Yes,
just-
we're asking for it. If you would like this to go to a record vote.
Are we asking the room all?
Yes, we're asking the room also. We're asking both because we don't have to take a no vote on this, so we can ask them both.
No one standing in the room. Sure. I see no one standing in the room.
All right.
And there's 17 in Zoom.
Okay, so there are none standing in the room. There are 17 hands in Zoom requesting a record vote. 17 is not 25. Higher math stuff, you know. And so we will not be doing a record vote for this resolution. And I turn the meeting back over to Dan.
Thank you, Deb. Appreciate it very much. Now we will go to Gabe Griffith to hear resolution number 6.
Okay, thank you. Resolution number 6. We're skipping numbers 4 and 5. 4 was withdrawn. 5 will be heard a little later this afternoon. So number 6 is on product labeling in Braille.
Resolution 2022-06, product labeling in Braille, submitted by the Braille Revival League. Whereas Braille represents a medium of communication widely used by people who are blind, and whereas among many other uses, this medium is used to identify products used by Braille readers around the world, and whereas for many years, the European Union, the United Kingdom, and some other European countries have been making Braille labels available on boxes and bottles of regularly available products that can be bought in supermarkets, pharmacies, and other retail outlets. And whereas much of the impetus for this effort has arisen because the European Union developed and enforces standards and requirements regarding Braille marking of products, now therefore be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and Convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center, Omaha, in Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization shall make it a priority to work with its affiliate, the Braille Revival League, to explore the most appropriate way forward to create a climate and an expectation that Braille labels will be required on products produced and sold in the United States. And be it further resolved that regulations or legislation, as well as direct communication with national manufacturers, organizations, all be considered appropriate approaches, and be it further resolved that the executive director shall include in his annual report to the convention in 2023 in Schaumburg, Illinois, what progress has been made to implement this resolution. Resolution 2022-07, 12 issues of the Braille Forum submitted by the Braille Revival League. Whereas.
Okay. All right. Thank you for resolution 6. Gabe, how does the resolution recommend?
Resolutions committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
All right. Very good. All right. At this point in time, do we have any motions on the floor, either in the room or in Zoom, before we move forward? No, we need no seconds. The motions made from a committee do not require a second. All right, so no one. Okay.
Zoom.
All right, there-
And nobody's standing in the room.
All right. This seems like we're in pretty good shape on this one. But we never know. All right, so at this point in time, does anyone wish to speak for or against the resolution? Are we ready to call the question? I hear a motion, I hear a voice to call the question. Does anyone wish to speak for or against? Three people with their hands raised in Zoom. If they're all just to call the question, then maybe it won't take too long. Okay, go ahead. First person in Zoom.
This is Debbie Armstrong. I would like to speak in favor, but with a caveat. First, making sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm an alternate media specialist by profession, and my experience is that when we ask entities to put Braille labels on things or transcribe materials in Braille, they often have no idea how to go about it. So I would say if we want to really be behind this resolution, we need to put together a web page for these entities that says, here's what you do to make Braille labels. Here are the resources you need to transcribe material into Braille for your clients or your customers. If we're not willing to do that, I don't think we should pass this motion. Thank you. I'm back on mute.
Thank you. Our next hand in Zoom.
And is Lionel Lewis Morales.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morales, go ahead.
Yes, this is Lino from North Carolina. Good morning to each and every one of you. I'll make it short and to the point. I am for this resolution. My wife is a diehard Braille reader. I am not. However, I would like to know what's what on a can. I've seen Braille labels for Band-Aids, for example. Well, it says Band-Aids. We don't know the brand name, that information. Having these Braille labels is crucial, in my opinion, for all products here in the United States and beyond to identify cans, et cetera, et cetera. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have any other hands on Zoom?
Yes, Jewel.
Go ahead, Jewel.
Yes, I would like to extend that point of clarification again because it was not addressed properly. The point of asking about the voice vote was not to decide how to vote. I believe the point of a record vote request, part of it is to decide whether the individuals believe that the votes made in voice are too close to count. And I'd like to request that if it's possible, we be able to hear those voice votes to be able to decide for ourselves if the voice votes are close in comparison. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Joel. I believe if my understanding is, Rick, you can help me here a little bit, but kind of the nature of Zoom, does the audience voices carry back into Zoom?
They should, Dan, but Zoom echo cancellation sometimes cancels them out. And there's
Okay.
no way we can control that, unfortunately.
All right. So Joel, we understand your concern. I think at this point in time, I would say you will hear the record vote. You will hear the actual vote totals from Zoom. And I will try to do my best. Again, it's my subjective interpretation, but I will try to do my best to let you know if the preponderance of the voice vote in the hall is either for or against a motion. But I think that's the best we can do right now. So, okay. All right.
I do have one person standing in the room.
We have one person standing in the room. Please. Who's requesting the floor? And where are you? Front mic on,
Okay.
on C. Our
Point of
supervisor of
order.
election is now heading to the mic.
Point of parliamentary procedure. In the
Okay.
past, operationally, ACB has established a long record of taking standing votes for the membership portion of the vote. And I would submit that a standing vote in the hall is more synonymous with a raised hand vote on on Zoom, and that is consistent with our procedures that have been long established and is within the purview of our Constitution.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And of course, we are doing that when, if requesting the record vote, we are asking for people to stand. Yes. Okay. All right. Hearing no more discussion, I'm going to call the question on resolution 6. Okay, we have one more person in the back.
Yes, sorry about that. Wesley Brown from Portland, Oregon. Only thing I'd like to say, most manufacturers usually farm the labeling out to another company that specializes in the labeling. And I feel we have better luck if we concentrate our efforts on companies that provide labeling for products for other manufacturers.
All right, thank you, Les. I'm going to go ahead and call the question.
No.
In favor, signify by saying, hold on. I'm going to put everybody's hands down. I'm going to try to do this in the same order. I got to head.
Oh, come on, man. I was going to.
So we're going to do the Zoom room first, and then we're going to do the fors and against in the ballroom so we can get that comparison. And then we're going to do the against in Zoom. All right, so would everybody please lower their hand in the Zoom? And Nancy, let me know when all hands are lowered.
Okay, please do not raise your hands in Zoom. Okay, all hands are lowered in Zoom. One moment. All hands are lowered in Zoom, Dan.
All right, all hands are lowered. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hand in Zoom.
$148.
All right, 148 for. Now, for all those in the ballroom, all those in favor of resolution 6, signify by saying aye. Opposed? Joel and folks on Zoom, the overwhelming preponderance of the voice vote was yay in the ballroom. And now we'll go back to Zoom and we'll ask all those who we wish to vote against resolution 6 to, well, first of all, Nancy, are all hands lowered?
Just one moment, Zoom people.
Make sure everybody please lower your hand in the Zoom room.
Okay, all hands are now lowered in Zoom.
All hands are now lowered in Zoom. Please raise your hand if you would like to vote against resolution 6.
Eight individuals.
8 noes and 148 yays in the Zoom room. Overwhelming preponderance of the voice vote in the ballroom was yay. The chair recognizes that resolution 6 has passed. I'll now ask Gabe Griffith, our chair, to introduce resolution 7.
But before we do that, even though that was pretty overwhelming, do you need to call for anybody that might want a roll call?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do. I apologize, Gabe. To be very consistent, make sure all hands are lower. Make sure all hands are lowered in the Zoom room.
All hands are lowered.
I heard almost nobody in opposition, but just very quickly, for the record vote purposes, does anyone in Zoom request a record vote on resolution 6?
One person.
One person. Anyone in the ballroom, please stand if you are ready. Please stand if you would like to request a record vote. Again, please stand in the ballroom if you'd like to request a record vote.
Is the person at the mic standing in opposition? No? Okay. There is nobody in person that is standing.
Nobody in person is standing, therefore the record vote will not be taken and this resolution passes.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order?
Yes, it's Jeff, Tom. Just to be clear, and this is the way it is in the rules, you may only ask for a record vote if you voted in the minority. So if you voted in the majority, you cannot stand up or raise your hand.
Right, so it seems to me, well, we'll just continue to do this so we consistently, we don't have any complaints at the end. But I do think in some cases where it's so overwhelming, we need to do it very quickly. Yes, okay.
Mr. President,
Yes, go ahead.
this is Peter Heidi.
Hi, Peter. Yes, I don't think you're on the mic. Hold, Peter.
I think, am I on?
Okay, you are? Okay. You're on, Peter. Go ahead. Speak into the mic.
Point of order.
Yes.
It is my understanding that when the question is called and seconded, that it must be the first item of business to be taken care of. And that if the assembly agrees that the question should be called, that we move immediately to the resolution.
So your point of order is that if the body calls for the question and it's seconded and the majority of the body requests the question, then we would suspend debate and call the question.
Yes.
I think only, and I'll ask our parliamentarian for a reading here. We do have in our standing rules to allow 20 minutes of debate, but I don't know how that interacts with the call for the question.
My understanding is that once, well, I mean, you'll have to ask the parliamentarian, but in other organizations that I've been in, once the question has been called and voted, that then the resolution is to be considered.
Okay. Well, turn it to Denise for a ruling. I'm going off mic here real quickly to explain the question to Denise so she can respond.
Got hands up in.
And you cut off the. You'd have to vote on the question.
Okay. Okay. She's saying, yes, Peter, if we have a motion to call the question and seconded and the majority of our members support that, which we'd have to vote on that, then we would call the question. Okay. Thank you, Peter. All right, we're now here from Gabe on resolution 7.
All right, and as we heard a little while ago, our next resolution is going to be resolution number 2022, number 7, and it is on 12 issues of the Braille Forum.
Resolution 2022-07, 12 issues of the Braille Forum submitted by the Braille Revival League. Whereas among the most important benefits of membership in the American Council of the Blind is receipt of the ACB Braille Forum, and whereas as an organization of people who are blind or have low vision, this organization should prioritize the availability of Braille and large print in our primary publications, and whereas for the past several years, only 6 of the 12 issues produced each year are available in hard copy large print and hard copy Braille, and whereas a substantial number of our members do not have access to computers, are deafblind, or simply prefer the hard copy Braille or large print available, now, therefore, be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and Convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center, Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization, along with its affiliates, the Braille Revival League and Library Users of America, ask that the Board of Publications and the Board of Directors of this organization seriously consider reinstating the 6 issues currently only available electronically as hard copy Braille and hard copy large print publications. And be it further resolved that if the Board of Directors and the Board of Publications decide that this is not feasible to resume producing 12 issues in Braille and large print, these entities provide to the membership the specific reasons for their decision.
Thank you. All right. Can I start with a point of information? Okay. All right, point of clarification. I just want to let you know that the process of going to 6 Braille issues of the Braille Forum was put in place, I believe about 2013, 2014, when ACB was in a very difficult financial situation. Our situation has very much improved, and I do not think financial limitations are a reason to limit the number of Braille issues at this point in time. So with that said, all right. Nancy, do we have all hands down in the Zoom room? Oh.
Mr. President,
I'm sorry.
a
Thank
point
you
of
very much.
order.
Gabe, what was the resolution committee's recommendation?
And that was going to be my point of order here too. The committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
Thank you. And did you say you had a point of order as well, or a point of?
No, I was just going to say that was my point of order.
Okay.
It sounded like you were getting ready to start calling for a vote, and I just want to make sure that we had the motion on the floor first.
Recommended a do pass. All right. Do I have anyone who would like to call for the question? All right, I have a call for the question in a second. All right, Nancy, can you please put hands down in the Zoom room? Make sure all hands are down in the Zoom room. All those in Zoom who are in favor of calling the question, please raise their hands.
The 130.
130 have raised their hands. Yes. In the ballroom, all those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye. Opposed? No one spoke in opposition in the ballroom. It was a unanimous vote to call the question. Back to the Zoom room, all those who.
Okay, just one moment.
Please
Okay.
lower your hands in the Zoom room.
Okay. People in Zoom, I need to lower your hands first. Okay, all hands are now lowered in Zoom.
All hands are now lowered in the Zoom room. Anyone against calling the question in the Zoom room, please raise your hand.
Three.
All right. We will now then, the ruling of the chair is that we will call the question. So I would ask Nancy to make sure everyone has their hands lowered in the Zoom room, and we'll now take the official vote for Resolution 7.
All hands are lowered.
All hands are lowered. All those in favor of Resolution 7 to have 12 issues of the Braille Forum with Braille, please raise your hand in the Zoom room.
We're still moving. $142.
142 yays in the Zoom room. Now in the ballroom, all those in favor of approving Resolution 7 to allow 12 issues of the Braille Forum in Braille signify by saying aye. All those against signify by saying no. All right, in the ballroom, we had no nays and all yays. Back to Zoom. Do we have anyone in Zoom who would vote?
I need to lower hands first.
Make it, please lower, everyone lower their hands in the Zoom room.
Once I lower your hand, please do not raise it right now. Thank you.
Buddy, keep hands lowered in the Zoom room till we call the question.
Okay, Dan.
All right, all those against the Resolution 7 to allow 12 issues of the Braille Forum with Braille, please raise your hand now in Zoom.
Ten
10 hands have been raised. The chair makes the observation or ruling that the motion has passed. Because we only had a total of 10 people that were in opposition, we do not have to ask for the record vote because we can't get 25 out of 10. So at this point in time, what we had scheduled was to do our scholarship videos. I think what I'm going to do, Rick, I don't think it'll mess up our video call, but I'm going to go ahead and have us take a 15-minute break because it is already 10:50. So a 15-minute break, and we'll be back to do the second set of resolutions. 15-minute break. Thank you. That brings us back at 11:05. 11:05 will reconvene.
I'd love to that.
Let them cut off the page.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's the whole reason. I agree with you. You can't call for the question before there's an opportunity. And now, if there's no debate, if nobody's speaking, yeah, fine, go forward. But if there's people want to speak, you can't.
I'm going to try.
Everyone, this is Clark. Just a friendly reminder that Comcast is demoing their Xfinity TV right now in room 215. That is out of the general session and to the right. And by attending the demo, you have an opportunity to win a 50-inch Comcast television.
Yeah, I'm getting out. I gotta get down Skywalk, down all the stuff.
Hello? This is Nancy Rivera. Hello?
Nancy, this is Jolene. Hey.
Hi, Jolene. I need the first Nancy Rivera to be assigned closed captioning. This is Annabelle, and I can't.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Could you repeat that, please?
I need the first Nancy Rivera to be assigned closed captioning.
Okay, I will check with Rick.
Okay, I've got it, guys. I've got it.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Rick, can I ask you a question, please?
Call me Jolene, please.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yeah, okay, right, sure. Okay. Oh, 617-633-79,000. In text 617-633-79,000. Hi, Rick. Are we okay with continuing on to the next 4 resolutions? And then we'll play the scholarship video after each resolution question. This would allow us to have a break between the second and third set of period. Please let me know.
Hello? Hello?
Yep. Yes, hello.
Hi, I need the Nancy Rivera with the hand raised to be assigned the closed captioning, not the second Nancy Rivera. Sorry.
Okay, hold on, Nancy.
Yes, then. Rick, I sent you a text.
Dan?
Yeah.
John McCann just wrote and suggested that when you're calling for the question,
Yeah.
you could actually just say, does anyone object to, and then you wouldn't have to.
Okay, do I have a proper Nancy now for closed captions?
A yes vote and a no vote.
So, yeah. So you say that anyone against calling the question.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it would be if it was a small number who.
Yeah, then you
replied,
just say, okay, fine,
okay, then
you're not.
we
But if it
have
was
a-
large. Yeah.
We're having 10 people on Zoom. who
Yeah,
expect to
we've
be
got
on
some,
Zoom.
yes, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, yeah, because we've got a problem.
Anybody just.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
Hello? Hi, Kelly.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right,
All right, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, right. Yeah, yes.
Kelly says she.
Yeah. They need to be turning their mics on.
Right now.
Rick needs to turn the mics off during the break. Yeah. Rick. This happened the other day.
Are we okay with holding the scholarship video for after the next set and go with it? This will allow us to stay on track. Period. Thank you.
Dan, I'm coming up to see you. Please don't start yet.
Yes.
He said something, but I.
All right, we're getting started in 1 minute. Everybody settle, please. Yeah, Rick. Hey, Rick. Okay, thanks.
What? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. That's why we need to make an appointment. Oh, you gotta try Samantha. Samantha.
I know we, well, who knows we've done it all, but I know we recognize multiple points of order. Yeah, but okay, thanks, Rick. We'll do a better job.
I couldn't believe how much difference there was. What? I'm getting ready to make a motion. We don't watch videos.
Part of that.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's not the point.
Yeah.
It is not the point. It's the time it wastes watching them. And we're here to pass resolutions today. And if they had videos to show, they should have done it earlier in the week. We should have been considering resolutions earlier in the week.
All right, well, we'll just say, I would say go get more. We'll keep announcing. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Hey, it's been 15 minutes, people.
All right, let's get started.
Of time.
Mr. President,
Please hold, okay? Everyone settle. All right, we're now going to consider our next 4 resolutions.
Mr. President,
Yes, who's seeking the
Peter
floor?
Heidi,
Hello, Peter, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we adhere to our previous agreement of debate being restricted to one speaking for and one speaking against the resolution, and that we limit to the number of people speaking consecutively in favor of the motion be restricted to 2 people before the question is asked.
So Peter, if I understand your request, we're trying to do this, but you're saying no more than 2 at a time, either for or against?
No, I'm saying that we had an agreement at the beginning of our meeting that we would alternate between pro and con.
Yes.
And that we.
Point of order.
Hold on, Jeff. Let me hear Peter's
And
first,
that-
and then we'll
and
recognize
that
you, Jeff.
Without opposition, that we only listen to 2 people speaking in favor of a resolution.
Oh, you're saying instead of doing 5 for and against, go to 2?
I'm saying that if we have people that are for a resolution and people who are against, that we alternate.
Yeah.
But that we listen to no more, without opposition, that we listen to no more than 2 people speaking in favor.
Okay, so if we don't find anybody that's speaking against, at some point in time, we don't continue to hear people speaking for.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. If we're only getting fors or against after 2 and there's no for the opposite side, we don't
That-
have to hear all 5. We could end
Yes.
in discussion.
That we
Okay.
immediately move to the question.
All right, thank you. And Jeff, you had a point of order?
Well, I guess I'm not quite as against it as I was, but I'm a parliamentary inquiry from the parliamentarian.
Okay, Parliament. inquiry.
Since this may conflict with our convention rules, what, does it just take a majority vote to pass this?
It requires a second first.
Right, I understand.
I think part of our, Peter and Jeff, part of our problem here is with Zoom and all, it's hard to know until you kind of ask people to remove their hands. I mean, we can ask only people to speak against or for to keep their hand raised, but it's honestly a little harder than that. So I understand the purpose of your motion, Peter, but I think if you'll just kind of leave it to the discretion of the chair to kind of make that call, we'll try to do our best.
All that needs to happen is that it goes without a second.
You're saying your motion would die without a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I heard one.
Am I hearing a second on Peter's motion? Okay, I heard a second. So is it a majority vote to change our standing rules? Okay, I understand that the answer is yes to that from our parliamentarian. So the motion on the floor is if we hear 2 consecutive individuals speaking either before or against a motion, and there is no one on the other side of the motion, that we end debate. Does everybody understand Peter's motion as it was presented to the body? All right. I'm now going to call the question on the motion. So Nancy, do we have, is everyone's hands down in Zoom? Again, this is not pertaining to a resolution. This is pertaining to our standing rules and how we'll proceed through the remaining 16 resolutions.
Just one moment here. Okay, all hands are lowered in Zoom.
All right,
Just a minute.
okay. Are all hands lowered?
Okay, all hands are not. Okay, I have someone that keeps popping their hand up. Please do not raise your hand yet.
Okay.
Okay, Dan, all hands are lowered.
All hands are lowered in Zoom. Clark, do we have good Zoom connectivity? Clark, is it confirming we have good Zoom connectivity? Again, the motion is amending our standing rules to say if we have 2 straight people speaking for or against a resolution, and there's no one speaking on the opposite side of the resolution, debate would end and we would call the question. All right. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand on Zoom.
Ninety-six people in Zoom.
All right, 96 people in Zoom have voted in favor. Now, all those in the hall who are in favor of limiting either speeches for or against a resolution, if we have two consecutive people who speak for or against a resolution and no one wishes to object and speak on the other side, we will amend our standing rules to end debate and call the question. All those in favor in the ballroom, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? All right, for those in the Zoom room, I believe I'm hearing a stronger no than yes vote in the ballroom. Not, I would say 60-40. Okay, now, now in Zoom, everybody needs to lower their hands.
Okay.
Nancy,
I need to be able to lower your hands in Zoom.
all right, please let
Please
me know
wait.
when all hands are lowered.
Okay, please do not raise your hand in Zoom yet. Okay, Dan.
All right, Nancy, are all hands lowered in Zoom?
All hands are lowered in Zoom.
All right, at this point in time, if you are against the motion, please raise your hand.
$28.
28 against, and how many did we have for?
96.
96. Ooh. I am going to move, oh boy, how do we handle this? Make a rule. Huh? Make a rule. Excuse me? I think it's not clear how many we had in the ballroom versus the versus in Zoom. So what I'm going to ask
Okay.
people to do now
Point
is,
point of order, Mr. Chair. This is Adam.
yes, Adam, stand.
Yes.
Point of order.
I don't, when people vote on the Zoom line, I don't think that the numbers should be given there. I think that you should be given the information whether the vote is close or whether it's obvious one way or the other, just the same way that you hear the ayes or nays here in the room. And that those votes, when they're given, may influence how it's done out here, whether the opposite is not true.
Well, thank you for the point of order, Adam. In this particular case, I heard a significant different from the ballroom than we heard from Zoom. So what I'd like to do to try to be as fully transparent as possible is we're going to do a kind of a standing vote in the hall to get a general understanding of how the hall approaches this versus those that are on Zoom. And then we'll add those two together. So if you are in the hall and you are in favor of the motion to only allow debate to end if two consecutive people are speaking in favor or against a resolution, and if nobody else is in opposition, the other side, that we would go ahead and suspend debate and call for the question. So if you are in favor of that motion made by Peter, please stand in the hall. And if you're unable to stand, please raise your hand and we'll have our parliamentarian and our supervisor of elections take a count as close as we can. Please remain standing until I ask you to be seated. We have a screen reader near a microphone. If you please mute. Please remain standing to our supervisor of election lets us know the count is completed. Nancy, are you completed with the yay vote? All right, everyone, please be seated if you were voting for the motion. Are all people seated in the ballroom, Nancy? All right. At this point in time, please stand if you are against the motion in the ballroom. Please stand.
Mr. Chair,
We'll recognize people once the vote is completed.
well, since it has to do with the vote, I think it'd be appropriate now.
Go ahead, Carla. What's your?
Right, if we were voting on Zoom, if all of us here were on Zoom, we'd know how many votes there were in, for the ayes.
Correct.
Since we are not on Zoom, we should have the privilege of knowing the same information and then have the no votes when they are finished.
We will, but we're the
We don't
supervisor.
now.
Supervisor's counting them and then we'll let everybody know.
I understand. But when the yes vote is taken on Zoom, we are given that number is given out before the no vote is taken. That's my point.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. So Nancy, could you let Denise let us know what the yes vote was for the motion? No, she's just asking for this one. What, Nancy? Okay, everybody in the hall can be seated. Yes. So what were the votes in the hall?
We had 63 in favor, 28 against.
Okay, so the motion has passed. Very good. All right, we will now move on to our second set of resolutions. We'll introduce Gabe Griffith, our resolutions chair.
Thank you. Our next resolution is 2022-8. And this one deals with convention contract changes.
Resolution 2022-08, convention contract changes, submitted by the Braille Revival League. Whereas at least one affiliate of the American Council of the Blind, the Florida Council of the Blind, has included in its convention contract that the hotel where the convention is being held is responsible for acquiring shampoo, conditioner, body gel, and other cosmetic elements with Braille labels on products available in guest rooms. And whereas this has resulted in the ability of blind guests to be much more independent than they would otherwise be. And whereas the Braille Revival League is the affiliate of the American Council of the Blind responsible for promoting the wider use and greater publicity of Braille as a medium of communication, now therefore be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and Convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization direct its convention coordinator to seek to include the provision of cosmetics with Braille and large print identification as a necessary component of any new contracts that the American Council of the Blind enters into with hotels where our conference and convention is to be held.
Thank you, Gabe. What is the recommendation of the Resolutions Committee for Resolution 8?
The Resolutions Committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
All right.
Mr. President, I'd like to
Resolution
recognize for a
Committee
motion.
recommends a do pass. Someone seeking the floor.
Mr. President, for purposes of an amendment, which I hope will be friendly, I think that.
Please state your name.
This is Michael Byington.
Thank you, Michael.
I think that there needs to be an additional clause which essentially states, and I would trust the committee to word this, that if the convention hotel in question normally provides those accommodations, they cannot fail to provide them in a way to get around the provisions of this resolution.
Kind of maybe clarify that friendly amendment a little bit more. So you're saying if they normally provide, in other words, so if they don't provide body lotion, we're not going to make them provide body lotion. Is that what you're kind of saying?
No, just the opposite.
Just the opposite.
If they normally provide body lotion, they cannot deny providing it to us simply to avoid having to mark it in Braille.
I see what he's saying.
Oh.
I see exactly.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So they can't withhold the product just because they don't have Braille available. Okay.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized for a motion.
Hold on one second. We've got a friendly amendment that's on the table.
Mr. President, it's not friendly until the committee chair makes
Right,
a ruling.
so it's a proposed friendly amendment. So Gabe, would you, as the resolutions chair, see that as a friendly amendment?
I would see that as being friendly. I don't think it changes the purpose of the resolution to get the the products marked. So I would consider that friendly.
Okay, so Michael, that motion has been considered friendly and would be included in the resolution language.
Thank you.
All right, Ray Campbell has seeked the floor.
I'd like to move that this resolution be referred to the convention committee and board of directors, and that the convention committee put a plan in place to implement this and bring that back to the board of directors by the October board meeting.
Okay, Ray has made a motion to refer this to the convention committee and the ACB Board of Directors to bring a proposed proposed solution back to the board for vote at the fall board meeting.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, and we had a second.
Mhm.
All right, Greg Snyder seconds the motion. Okay. So at this point in time, we are discussing the motion that is on the floor to refer to the convention committee. So at this point in time, we will begin debate unless somebody wants to call for the question on the motion.
I call for the question on the motion.
Ray calls for the question on the motion. Do I have a second? Anthony seconds.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order, Jeff?
There is no time to recognize other people for debate, and if we're gonna have a call for question every time we start debate, the majority, more than the minority, will have any chance to debate.
Hold on. Our parliamentarian says it's a higher ranking motion to refer. So we have to talk about that first.
Okay.
All right. So on the motion to refer, do we have anyone who wishes to speak for or against the motion to refer?
I'd like to speak for.
What now?
And I'd like to speak against.
Okay, we have so far Ray to speak for and Jeff to speak against. Hold on one second. Do we have any hands in the Zoom room, Nancy?
Yeah, we do.
Okay,
I have Janine Lee. Are you for or against?
I
Janine?
have I have a parliamentary question that I've been trying to ask before our motions and the last resolution. So Jeff just brought it up, but I would like this to be clarified because maybe I'm not understanding Rules of Order. If the second you read the resolution, then you called a question, doesn't that sequester and quench any way to have any conversation about it? Like,
Oh.
is that okay? Are we allowed? Like, I don't think like you can read it and be like, Dan Spoon is cool. Okay, I call that to question. Like, isn't that takes away all the time for debate?
Yes, but when we call the question, a majority has to be in favor of calling the question. So
2/3,
Yes.
2/3.
No.
Isn't it 2/3?
The answer is yes, it's 2/3.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, but we now are on the, we have Ray and Jeff for and against, and we were asking in Zoom, Janine was not speaking for or against, but had a point of clarification. So Nancy, who are our next people in Zoom?
Jean Mann?
Jean Mann, do you wish, you're not speaking yet, but do you wish to speak for or against?
I wish to speak for.
Thank you, Jean. So we now have two people speaking for. Who do we next have on Zoom?
Phone number. Wait. Got Debbie Hazelton.
Debbie Hazelton from Zoom. Do you wish to speak for or against?
Against.
Okay, we have Debbie Hazelton speaking against. Deb Cook Lewis is recording these for us. We have 2 fors and 2 against. Let's get 2 more in Zoom and then we'll go back to the ballroom.
Phone number ending in 505.
Phone number ending in 505.
And you're muted.
And you're muted.
You're still muted.
It's Margie Donovan. Sorry about that.
Margie.
And I'm wishing to speak in opposition.
Opposition. Okay, we have 3 in opposition. We had Jeff, we had Margie, and okay. Yeah, I guess it's only 2 and 2. I'm sorry. All right, one more on Zoom, please. Do you wish to speak for or against?
It would be Greg Hollins. Greg Hollins.
Greg Hollins, you wish to speak for or against?
I'm speaking in favor.
All right, so we now have 3 in favor and 2 against. We'll get one more on Zoom and then we'll go back to the hall.
Steve. Heesen.
Heason.
Steve Heason from Wisconsin.
Steve
Can you hear
Eason,
me?
do you wish to speak for or against?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you
Okay.
wish to speak for
I
or
wish to
against?
speak against the motion.
Against. Okay, thank you. We have 3 fours and 3 against. Is that right? Yep. All right, 3, 4. Now we're going to go back to the ballroom for our final 4 and against this. This is easy for me to say. Okay. All right. So who in the ballroom would like to speak for or against the motion?
I, June Lang, would like to speak for it.
All right, Judy, it wishes to speak for.
June,
June?
yes.
June, thank you, June. It's a little hard to hear up here, so thank you, June. All right, who would like to speak for or against the motion on the ballroom floor?
Wesley Brown, I'm currently speaking for the motion with the comment.
All right, Wesley is going to speak for, so we now need 2 against from the ballroom. Do we have any more who wish to speak against from the ballroom?
I'm seeing nobody.
Nobody speaking against from the ballroom. I now need to go.
Oh, wait.
Well, hold on. Somebody's trying to get to the mic.
This one, there. No, you. What do you want to speak for or against? Stay behind, get behind me.
We're only taking people who are wishing to speak against. at this point.
Carolyn Burley wishes to speak against. That's what she was.
Karen Burley?
Carolyn.
Carol Burley wishes to speak
Get behind
against.
me.
We need one more against in the ballroom. If not, we'll go back to Zoom. This is on the motion to refer. Hearing no more in the ballroom. Nancy, we need to find one more against in Zoom.
Holly Turley is the is the next.
Holly, do you wish to speak against? Please lower your hand in the Zoom room if you haven't been asked to speak and you want to speak for the
I
motion.
would like to speak against, please.
Okay,
and I want
Holly
to
is
do that
speaking
too.
against. Okay, thank you, Holly. You're our last speaker for this period of debate. So Deb, who is our first person? Is it Ray? Okay, our first person to speak for the motion to refer to the convention committee is Ray Campbell. Ray Campbell, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I will not take anywhere near 2 minutes. I believe that we have a very good convention committee and convention coordinator. I think that this is an issue that we can refer to them and they will work through whatever processes need to be worked through to make this happen and bring back a good plan to the board of directors. While this is an excellent idea, let the convention committee and the board do their job and vote to refer this to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. And now, all right, now Jeff, Tom, and against.
So if this had been a friendly amendment to the resolution to add on to it, I would have agreed with it. But I don't want to take anything away from the resolution. I think this is an excellent resolution. I agree that the convention committee will ultimately, if this passes one way or another, do a fine job. But I think the resolution should only be referred when there is a concern about the resolution. And I think this is a fine resolution. So I would rather it stay as it is and not be referred per se. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We will now hear in our Zoom room from Debbie Hazelton, who wishes to speak for the motion.
Actually, I said I'm against. May
Okay,
I speak?
I apologize. We got
Okay.
your.
You want me to wait? Yeah. You want me to wait?
Yes, please wait. You'll be
Okay.
next, Debbie. So Greg Holland.
I think I was the first one, Jean Mann.
You were the 4. I'm sorry, Gene. We'll try to do a little bit better. All right,
That's
Jean
okay.
Mann to speak for the resolution to refer.
Okay, I was originally going to vote against this resolution simply because I don't know, just because Florida has found places, I don't know how possible it's going to be and what an imposition it's going to put on our convention coordinator. But since the motion to refer allows her the opportunity to work with the board and do some investigation into this process, then I will vote for the motion to refer. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean. We'll now hear from Debbie Hazelton on the against side.
Thank you. I feel like I'm at McDonald's. I'll take mine with cheese. I'm against because I feel like the resolution is complete and a friendly amendment should not take that long to be added. I think we're spending a heck of a lot more time on this debate than we are if we just, a simple friendly amendment and referring it back to the board and having it work with the convention coordinator is just allowing for the possibility of someone not being able to come through with it. So yeah, I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Now we'll hear for Greg Holland to vote to speak in favor on Zoom.
Yes. Of course, I'm all for brailing everything, but I think in this motion, when we already have a contract signed with the convention coordinator, and I would if they can work out with the hotel to get this done, but putting a lot of pressure on the hotel when we have a contract already signed, I don't know if we can do that.
Thank you. And now against on Zoom, Margie Donovan on Zoom to speak against.
Thank you. I rise to speak against this amendment. We, the body and the members of ACB, are the supreme authorities. We get to do business once a year. We've again elected to hold all of our resolutions to the very end and all of our business to the very end. This is creating a lot of motions to refer, in my opinion. And yes, we are limited on time, but we should consider doing more business throughout the week so that we're not jammed and the supreme authority is not put in a position to refer everything. Again, I reiterate, I am against this and we should be able to vote on everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll recognize June in the ballroom to speak for the motion to refer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We definitely have the right. Oh, we definitely have the right to cast our votes here on the floor. But this is something that definitely needs to be done. But if anything is new as this, there are also a lot of other bugs that need to be worked out that we don't often see. I don't think anybody's saying that we aren't capable, but I think in an instant like this, a motion to refer might be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Now we will hear Carol in the ballroom who's wished to speak against. She was by Tom's mic, I believe. Carol, do you have a mic? She's working on it. Okay. Carol would like us to have shorter mic stands in the ballroom. Yes.
Taller mic stands.
Okay, we have somebody bringing you a new mic because it sounds like our battery is gone in that one. Okay, we're getting a new battery for the mic. There you go.
Okay, go ahead, Karen.
Okay, I'm against it because I think we should decide now whether and I guess that even though we've got some contracts already signed that they can't change, that we can look for, try to do this in the future because it would really help some of us who really don't read much Braille, at least know enough Braille to tell whether it says shampoo or conditioner or other, you know the alphabet. And so I think it would really help because what I've always done is take the shampoo home, marked it, and then brought back the tubes so I can use the tubes I got in the hotel time before at this time. So I think it would be nice to be able to know what the conditioner or lotion or what's in the little tubes.
Thank you, Carol. And now we'll hear Wesley, who's 4 in the ballroom.
Wesley Brown from Portland, Oregon.
Yes.
I'm for this, but one of my main concern is why does the onus have to fall on the hotel to do this? I'm afraid if we start requiring the hotel to Braille stuff, this could make it hard to find hotels to host conventions. Why can't we find some other people, group, organization, company that can do the Braille labeling for us? And only requirement to the hotel would be to let us do it.
All right, thank you, Wesley. Remember, we're debating the motion to refer. All right, we have one more person on Zoom, Steve, right? So Steve, on Zoom, you're our last person to speak against.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I was listening to the resolution. I thought it was a great resolution, and it was clear that it would refer everything would be directed to the convention coordinator as it was. And I agree with Debbie and Jeff and others that these motions have really become unnecessary. And if people have been listening to the voting for the resolutions, some of them end up being against if you listen to what people are actually saying. So I think we need to take care of this today. And also there are other ways to access this information. There'll be more and more of those ways to do that in the years to come. And I am very pro Braille, but to leave this to the hotel to take care of could limit our options. And so I think we need to move forward with this today. And the motion is really somewhat unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. All right, at this point in time, we are going to vote on the resolution, the motion to refer to the convention committee. All right, so at this point in time, I am going to ask our supervisor, do we have all hands down in the Zoom room?
Are down in the Zoom room.
All right, all hands are down in the Zoom room. All those in the Zoom room who wish to vote for the motion to refer this resolution to the convention committee, please signify by raising your hands in the Zoom room. And Nancy, I'm going to ask you not to give us the vote, but just tally it, please. That way we'll be consistent.
I can.
That's at least until after we hear the voice votes in the nays.
Okay, Dan.
All right. All those in favor and Zoom, please lower your hands. And while you're lowering your hands, we are going to now focus on the ballroom. All those in favor of referring this resolution to the convention committee signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Right? Took that as a slight no.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what am I thinking? Okay, now, are all hands lowered in Zoom?
All hands are lowered in Zoom.
All hands are lowered in Zoom. Please raise your hand if you are against the motion to refer this resolution to the convention committee and the board.
Mr. President,
Yes, who's seeking the floor?
this is Donna Seliger.
Yes, Donna?
I believe in the democratic process as well as anyone here. But please, ladies and gentlemen, remember how many resolutions we have to go through. And we all want to go to the banquet. And besides that, we all want our Happy Meals for lunch.
All right, thank you, Donna. Okay. We had 52 in favor in Zoom and 98 against. I also believe that the majority of people in the ballroom voted against. So the motion to refer fails. However, at this point in time, I have to ask, do those who were for the motion and were on the minority side excuse me, we need to know if 25 people will stand and request a record vote. So again, in Zoom, and please, the record vote is not whether you're for it or against it. The record vote is if you believe that we voted inappropriately and you would feel much better if we had a true record vote to record the results. So having said that, anyone in Zoom who believes and requests a record vote, first of all, make sure all hands are lowered. So Nancy, let me know when all hands are lowered.
All hands are lowered.
Thank you, Nancy. All hands are lowered. Anyone in Zoom on the for side of the resolution that would like a record vote, please raise your hand.
Okay.
All right, before you give me the results, Nancy, if those in the room who would like to stand in opposition to the call of the chair and would like a record vote, who voted for the motion to refer, please stand. And Nancy, I'll ask you to give me the totals for both the Zoom room and the ballroom.
Okay, in Zoom, I had 8 individuals, in person, 1.
All right, so we only have 9 total that wish for a record vote. So there will be no record vote. And so this motion has officially failed. We now must consider the original resolution, which is to allow to, boy, it's been a while since we had the original resolution, but I think we all remember it. So we are basically asking the convention committee to work with future contracts to include for the toiletries in the room that they be made, make effort to make them available with Braille. All right. So at this point in time, do I have anybody who wishes to call the question on the resolution?
Hey. Dan,
Yes,
I have 6 hands up in Zoom.
I have 6 hands up in Zoom.
Yep.
All right.
Janine Lee,
Janine Lee,
she's muted.
There, I'm not muted now. So why is that the first thing we do is go to call to question? Now, I wanted to speak for this motion, for this resolution.
yes, and you may have an opportunity to do that. I wanted to call the question because if we go through more debate, we're going to have a 20-minute debate period. I think to consider a resolution that at the end, the vast majority will, I don't know, but that was the question. So if we have pretty much unanimity, I was hoping by calling the question, we could eliminate another 20-minute debate period.
Okay, well, I raised my hand just so I could be a proponent. So when that time comes, if we get that, if we don't get the call to question, I want to be a pro.
Okay. Thank you, Janine.
Thank you, Dan.
Again, I guess I'm hearing no one who wishes to call the question for the vote.
Sure. I have another question.
I hear somebody in the hall. Anthony Corona has called for the question. Do I have a second? Somebody get to a mic, please.
This is Carla Rushville. I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you. So we have Anthony Corona has made a motion and Carla Rushville has seconded it to call the question. I'm going to do this a little bit differently, hoping to, in expediency, to make this flow a little bit quicker. So in calling the question, I'm going to ask anybody in the ballroom to stand if they're in opposition to calling the question. If you're in opposition to calling the question, please stand in the room. All right, don't tell me the note. You got a number? 1. Okay, we have 1 standing in opposition now in the Zoom room. How many people, please? Okay, please lower your hands in the Zoom room.
We will lower them. All, just a minute. Okay, please, okay. No hands are lowered, are raised in Zoom right
All right,
now.
no hands are raised in Zoom. Anyone who wishes to vote in opposition to calling the question in Zoom, please raise your hand.
Did you want the number, Dan?
Yes.
9.
9. So we have a total of 10 people that are in opposition to calling the question. The ruling of the chair is that we should call the question. So at this point in time, please lower all hands in the Zoom room.
Okay, all hands are lowered in Zoom.
All hands are lowered in the Zoom room. All those in favor in the Zoom room of approving the resolution, please signify by raising your hands. Let me know when you get a total answer. No, you don't have to give it to me. Just let me know when you have it.
Still moving.
Still moving. Okay.
Okay,
All right, we have a count. Please lower your hands in the Zoom room. All those in favor of the resolution in the ballroom signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Right? The ayes have it in the ballroom. Now, everybody, our hands all lowered in the Zoom room.
hands are all lowered in Zoom.
If you are against the resolution and you're in the Zoom room, please raise your hand. We're either getting a little static or somebody's stomach is rumbling. I'm not sure. Okay, in the Zoom room, we have 99 for and 36 against. In the ballroom, the majority voted for by voice vote. Therefore, the resolution passes. Now call on Gabe Griffith to read our next resolution.
Okay, thank you. And were you going to call for any request for a record vote on that one, Mr. President?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Before we
Gabe.
move on.
A record vote.
Teamwork here, right?
All right. Thank you, Gabe. So if you do not believe the vote was taken accurately and you are in the minority and you would like a record vote, first, everybody in Zoom, please lower your hands.
Second.
Make sure that all hands are lowered.
All hands are lowered.
All hands are lowered. In the Zoom room, if you would like to request a record vote and you voted against the motion, the resolution, please raise your hand if you want a record vote.
Okay.
All right. Please stand in the hall if you voted against the resolution and you would request a record vote. Madam Supervisor, do we have a count?
Is the lady in green that is standing, is she intending on saying no? Okay, thank you. Okay, you want counts?
Yes, counts, please.
I had 6 in Zoom, 1 in person.
All right, we do only have 7 people requesting a record vote, so no record vote will be taken. The motion passes. We'll now move on to the next resolution. Gabe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Okay, next up, we have resolution 2022 number 9 that is on equal access to digital accessible information systems, DAISY audiobooks by the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled.
Resolution 2022-09, Equal Access to Digital Accessible Information Systems, DAISY Audio Books by the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, submitted by Sight and Sound Impaired Committee of ACB and Scott Gabbert. Whereas the most prevalent format of books and magazines provided by the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled is digital materials in a specialized DAISY audio format, and whereas these materials only provide audio content without any text, and whereas the absence of text makes it difficult, if not impossible, for NLS patrons who are deaf-blind to read or comprehend the materials, and whereas since the inception of the BARD program, this concern has been raised by patrons who are deafblind, and whereas the Center for Equitable Library Access, CELA, and Learning Ally are similar lending libraries which provide textual equivalents with their audiobooks. Now therefore be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind in convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center, Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that commencing with new release, NLS produce all its audio materials with a textual equivalent, and be it further resolved that NLS explore updating its existing audio materials collection to include a text equivalent, and be it further resolved that ACB request annual updates on the additions of text equivalent to their digital audio collection.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, how does the resolution committee recommend?
The Resolutions Committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this particular resolution? Hearing none. Oh, boy, I gave it a shot.
Okay, I have 505.
Okay.
Phone
Again,
number
I'm going to
ending in
caution
505.
people just to help us along a little bit. If we don't hear a lot of people wishing to speak against something, there's a pretty good chance we're probably going to approve it. So I just encourage people, don't speak for something just so you have an opportunity to speak. Speak for something if you believe it will really change the decision of the body. So but I'm not discouraging people from their democratic process to speak. I'm just saying, I think we could do this more efficiently. There's an opportunity. So with that said, I'll still go back and say, does anyone wish to speak on this resolution? Do we have any hands in Zoom?
I have 5 hands up in Zoom.
We have 5 hands in Zoom. Okay. What is our first, please recognize our first person in Zoom.
Person ending, phone number ending in 505.
It's Margie Donovan. I'm not speaking for this resolution. I want to raise a point of order. I first of all want to say I recognize that this is not easy for anybody, and especially the people at the dais. But here's what I want to say.
I'm unmuted.
I have tried to raise my hand several times for point of order. I don't know how people on Zoom can make a point of order when we are not recognized. My hand keeps being put down. The second thing, if I didn't forget it, I wanted to say, oh, no, I forgot it. I'm sorry. I do remember. Dan, I'm finding it quite confusing. You're asking people in Zoom to raise their hands, and Nancy's putting them down, and I'd like clarification. That was my point of order that I wanted addressed. Are we to put our hands down, or is Nancy to put our hands down? And how can we get a point of order when our hands keep being put down?
All right, Margie, thank you for bringing that up. What I'm trying to do, and I can't say I'm doing a perfect job of it, but what I'm trying to do is you have to have a starting point. So the starting point has to be that everybody has their hands down, because then we don't know if when we call a question, if people then raise their hand, that an action is being taken. So if people start off with their hands up before we've ever said anything, then it's hard to know, is your hand just up because you forgot to put it down, because we've never cleared the Zoom room. So the idea is to first clear the Zoom room, and I will try in the future with our motions to ask for a point of order, a point of clarification before we start taking people who are voting for and against. Therefore, people in the Zoom room will have an opportunity to raise their hand for a point of order, a point of clarification. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
I'll do my best. I'll try. So you guys try to keep me honest. I know you are. You're doing a good job of keeping me honest. So with that said, again, Nancy, do we have hands who wish to speak on the resolution in the Zoom room? Okay, parliamentarian saying, let's start right now with this. So people are going to get frustrated, but we'll hang in there. So everybody in Zoom, please lower your hands. So make sure all hands are lowered. Nancy?
Mr. President.
Do you want me
Please,
to lower
please.
their hands, or do you want me to wait for them to lower?
Okay. Okay, gotcha. So Nancy, please lower all hands in Zoom room.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do it that way. We're learning here, folks. So
Okay, all hands are lowered.
all hands are lowered. Okay. If you have a point, this is only if you have a point of order or a point of clarification. Please raise your hand in the Zoom room.
Yeah, 4 people.
We have 4
5.
people with points of order or points of clarification. You will be ruled out of order if that's not what you're wishing to speak to.
Okay,
Who's our first person?
Linda Yax.
Linda Yax. You're recognized to speak.
Hi, Dan, and I'm sorry, I'm going to reiterate something quickly. This is a point of information. I really hope it will help Nancy in the long run. When we try to lower our own hands in Zoom, they pop right back up if Nancy is lowering all hands. So for us Zoomers, she has the capability to lower all hands, and let's let her do that. I think it will move this process along a lot faster. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Dan, for taking me.
Thank you, Linda. That's a very good suggestion. I think we've reached that conclusion here in the front as well. So Nancy will lower all hands in between votes. Thank you, Linda. Who's our next point of order or clarification?
Phone number ending in 814.
All right, phone number ending in 814. You may speak.
Mr. President, Stephen Mendelson from San Leandro, California. Point of information. Would the requirement of a print version violate our contract with book producers or potentially raise a copyright law violation question?
I apologize, I could not understand him.
Would the requirement of a print format version violate our contracts with book producers, or in the alternative, would they raise any issues of copyright law violation?
Can you understand?
I can't, we can't hear it. Just so you guys know, we have a hard time hearing because we don't have speakers up here.
Mr. President, this is
Sure, let
Gabe
me-
Griffith. This is Gabe Griffith, the committee chair, if I might address Steve's
Hold on,
question.
I've got Clark. Gabe, did you hear his question?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, if you
We're
could
both on Zoom and he's coming across Zoom just fine. Steve, we don't believe it would violate any copyright stuff since it's already NLS content that they would have and be producing in the specialized format. So it would be under all of the NLS auspices of copyrights and all of those things.
With all due respect, I'm not sure that's true. I believe that the authorization for special distribution does not typically or necessarily include print formats.
Well, it's stuff that NLS is able to produce and distribute, so it would have to be, I think.
In alternative formats, though, surely.
All right, thank you, Steve. What's our next point of order or clarification?
Jean Mann.
Jean Mann, you're recognized.
Chelsea, I'm talking about print.
Jean Mann.
Jean
you're
Mann.
muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, the last, I'm confused because the last motion to refer, when it failed, you called for the question right away and there was no discussion. This time the resolution was read and you never asked anybody to call for the question. And you're allowing all kinds of discussion, so I don't get it.
Well, Jean, I'm trying to work my way through this. I thought it might speed things up to call for the question, but it took a long time to go through the vote of calling for the question. So what I was hoping to do was see if we would just have a little bit of discussion on some of these resolutions that seem fairly straightforward, and then we could go ahead and call for the vote. So I'm trying to work through the process the best I can.
But what you think is straightforward and what some of us might think is straightforward, there's a difference of opinion there.
That always could be the case. Yes. So at this point unless somebody seeks the floor and asks to call for the question, I'm not going to call for the question.
All right,
gonna
I'm
have
calling
to
for the
call this.
question.
That's my understanding right now. That's out of order because we're just calling for points of order. These hands are being raised just for points of order at this point in time and for information.
So you choose when and what resolutions you'll call for the question right away and what ones you'll let discussion happen.
Stay on. We'll allow you to call for the question in a second, but I wanted to try to answer Margie's concern that people have not had a chance to call for the points of order or for clarification before we move forward with the motion. So please stay right there, Jean. And is there one other person who had a point of order or point of information?
I have 3 people. Yeah.
3 more people on points of
Mickey
order or
Quinzer.
information.
Mickey, you are muted.
Yes, I just had a question about the number of people on Zoom. You guys asked about that in the very beginning, but you haven't asked for at least 45 minutes. And my question is, how are you keeping track of the people who have left? And
It
is
doesn't
that
matter.
really?
It's like being in the ballroom. People will come and people will go. But at any time that we take a vote, it will be the people that are in the ballroom. Be in the Zoom room. As
Okay.
long as the Zoom room is connected, they have equal access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next point of information or clarification.
Christy Marshall.
Christy Marshall.
She is muted. Here she goes.
Hello, this is Christy Marshall. My question is at the point of clarification with the resolution. You are wanting to have NLS do text stuff along with the audio stuff. Well, to me, if you're deaf-blind, that could be a problem. Text-based, I would think maybe Braille, but not text. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, I think it was related to deaf-blind. I couldn't catch all of it. Okay. All right, anyone else with a point of order or clarification?
Janelle Edwards.
Janelle Edwards, is this our last hand for that?
Right now, it's our
Yes.
last hand.
Okay, Janelle?
Thank you, Mr. President. And with all respect, I do understand about our time constraints and all these kinds of things, and Jeff Tom somewhat brought this up already, but in our tradition of ACB debate, for instance, on that last
Anybody hear
one,
what I said?
for that last one, after the motion to refer failed, there are some resolutions where I may be convinced by the people on the other side, or perhaps they're convinced by me. That happened once a long time ago, but I would like to hear sometimes what the people have to say. And I understand people have the right, but I would appreciate it if it didn't come from you as far as going ahead and calling the question to go with the more tradition of ACB. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're back to Jean Mann, who had a motion.
Dan, I do have one other hand up.
Go ahead, Jean.
She's not there.
Jean, are you unmuted?
She does not have her hand up, Dan.
Jean, raise your hand, please.
And did I hear, Nancy, that you had one more person who?
I now have two more hands besides Jean.
Oh, okay, I'm unmuted now, according to me. I didn't
Okay.
lower my hand, so I didn't realize it got lowered. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I call for the question.
Okay, Jean Mann has called for the question. And Anthony Corona has seconded. All right, so we've called for the question. It takes a 2/3 majority to call for the question. All right, so at this point in time, would everyone please lower their hands? In
Am I
Zoom.
doing it?
You do it, Nancy. You lower everybody's
Okay.
hands.
All hands are lowered in Zoom.
All right, all hands are lowered in Zoom. If you are opposed to calling the question, please raise your hand in Zoom. If you do not wish us to call the question, if you are opposed, please raise your hand in Zoom.
Okay, Dan.
Okay, now I will ask everyone in the ballroom who is in opposition to calling the question to please stand. If you're in opposition to calling the question, please stand in the ballroom.
Dan, do you want me to read or do you want me to tell you?
Yes, if you could tell me the total number in the Zoom and the ballroom that are standing in opposition to calling the question. Okay, we had 13 in Zoom and 0 in the room that were opposed to calling the question. Therefore, we have a majority to call the question. That's the ruling of the chair. So at this point in time, would all hands please be lowered in Zoom? Nancy, please lower all hands in Zoom.
Okay, all hands are lowered in Zoom.
We are going to now vote on Resolution 9. related to access and NLS for Daisy audio information. All right. All hands should be lowered in Zoom. Is that correct, Nancy?
Okay, just one moment. I have hands popping up.
Okay, don't anybody raise their hands yet. All hands are lowered. Let me know when all hands are lowered.
All hands are lowered.
All right, all those in favor of resolution 9 signify by raising your hands in Zoom. Nancy, please let me know when you have a total, but do not let me know what that is yet.
Okay,
All right, now we will focus on the ballroom. All those in favor of resolution 9, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed in the ballroom, please signify by saying no if you're opposed to the resolution. 9. Hearing no opposition. And now in the Zoom room, Nancy, are all hands lowered?
no, just give me a
Please
moment.
lower all hands.
I have a hand I cannot get lowered.
Refuse, break the hand somebody else.
Rick, can you see if you can get the hand lowered? I'm doing that. Okay, all hands are now lowered.
All right, all hands are now lowered. If you are opposed to resolution 9, please raise your hand. If you're in opposition to resolution 9, please raise your hand. All right, in Zoom, we had 122 in favor, 12 against. In the ballroom, it was unanimous voice vote in favor. Therefore, we only had a total of 12 individuals who were in opposition. Therefore, we do not have to ask for a record vote. This motion passes.
Okay, I do need.
We're going to try to get through the next two and then take a lunch break, folks. So what is our next resolution, Gabe?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next resolution is a resolution on reporting of resolutions.
Resolution on resolution.
Resolution
Yes, sir.
2022-12. Resolution on reporting of resolutions submitted by Margie Donovan. Whereas the American Council of the Blind, ACB, adopts resolutions, and whereas ACB members often do not receive a follow-up report on adopted resolutions, and whereas there are times when little is done to implement a resolution, and whereas the passage of time may result in total inaction on a resolution, now therefore be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and Convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center, Omaha and Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization directs the president and or their designee to review resolutions which have been adopted commencing with 2021, and be it further resolved that the president or their designee provide a status update for each resolution, and be it further resolved that a regular annual report be provided to the membership on the status of each resolution.
All right, and Mr. Resolution Chair, how does the Resolution Committee recommend?
The resolutions committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
Thank you, Gabe. At this point in time, either on Zoom or in the hall, does anybody have any points of order or clarification? Do we have any points of order, clarification, or information?
Are there-
Hearing none in the
No, wait,
hall.
Dan, there's two people standing by a mic and I'm not
We have
sure.
two people standing.
No point of order.
Okay, no point of order?
No
Okay.
point of order.
Not for
Okay,
me.
do we have anyone in Zoom with a point of order, information, clarification?
No.
I think there are.
All right. At this point in time, we will start discussion on this resolution. Does anyone wish to speak for or against this resolution?
Ray Campbell against.
Ray Campbell would like to speak against. Thank you, Ray. You'd be the first person to speak against. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak for or against the resolution in the ballroom? All right, Anthony Corona would like to speak for the resolution. Anyone else in the ballroom? Hearing nobody else in the ballroom seeking the floor, do we have anybody in Zoom that would like to speak for or against the resolution?
Okay,
Wait a minute. First, let's have everybody lower their hands. Nancy, lower all hands.
They were lowered to begin with.
They're all hands are lowered.
They
Okay.
were.
All right, thank you. Nancy, is there anybody who's raised their hand to speak for or against the resolution?
388.
Oh,
Mitch Pomerantz.
For or against.
Number 3.
I am in favor.
Please repeat your name.
Mitch Pomerantz.
Mitch Pomerantz, would you like to speak for or against?
I speak in favor.
All right, Mitch would like to speak in favor.
Next person that has their hand up is Don Horn.
I'd like to speak against. Did you get
Okay,
it?
thank you, Don. We got you to speak against.
Okay.
You want to take additional?
Next, do we have anybody else on Zoom who wishes to speak for or against the resolution?
Janine Lee.
Janine Lee.
Yep, Janine Lee, I would like to speak for.
Janine Lee would like to speak for. Anyone else?
Okay, Dan Marshall, are you for or against?
Marcia?
Yes, Dan.
Dan Marshall, do you wish to speak for or against?
Dan, you're muted.
Dan, you're muted.
Margie Donovan speaking in favor.
Margie Donovan speaking in favor. Thank you.
Okay, what
Yes.
about Dan Marshall? He was next.
Dan Marshall was next.
Hello,
Yes, Dan,
I'm for it. Thank you.
you're for. Okay. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak against? I'm going to ask, can we have people, right? So we can identify them? 2 against. So would it work to have
Okay, so let's do
everybody lower
this.
their hands and then ask for against
If
only?
you are in Zoom and you are for, lower your hands, please.
Okay, what I'm going to have our supervisor of elections.
Mr. President, I'm going to withdraw from the queue. I'm actually thinking about this. I'm actually for this, so I'm going to withdraw from the queue.
Okay, so Ray does not wish to speak against it. Who else did we have who wished to? Don was against. Okay, so at this point in time, I'm going to ask everybody to please lower everyone's hands in the Zoom room. Nancy?
Mr. President, you unmuted me and I do want to speak against it.
Typical Ray.
Hey, please, wait. We're going to have everybody, we're going to lower all hands. And then I'm going to ask for people who wish to speak against. So please wait for all hands to be lowered.
All hands are lowered.
All right, all hands are lowered. Only if you wish to speak against this motion, please raise your hand.
Okay, I do have one person.
You have one hand. Who is that?
Jeanette.
Jeanette, do you wish to speak against the motion?
I do, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. All right, any other hands?
This one we've already done. No.
No other hands. Okay. All right, at this point in time, we have our folks that are going to speak for and against the motion. Who are, is our Anthony, our first? All right, Anthony Corona, are you at a microphone? You are our first person to speak for the resolution.
I am, Mr. President. Thank you. I'd like to speak for this resolution with a friendly amendment. I think in the spirit of transparency and communication of this organization, it is great for us to be able to have an updated status on resolutions that are passed. My friendly amendment would be on the clause for the president and the designee that we add that they work with the chair of the resolutions committee who understands the process of the resolutions from the beginning to the recommendation to the voting, so that when they're putting together that report, it's concise and all of the information needed is coming together from the same spot, if you know what I'm trying to, so that it doesn't have to do a lot of back and forth.
I'm not sure what the motion. Anthony, I'm not sure what your motion was. Was it to include the resolutions chair?
Yes.
Okay, include the resolutions chair in the process. Resolutions chair, is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I think we could include the resolutions chair where it's saying that the president or their designee, along with the resolutions chair, provide a status update.
Yes.
That would be great.
Would
Okay.
that be where
Anthony,
you
you're
sent
good with
over
that?
to me?
I'm good with that. Yes.
Okay, you're good
Thank
with
you.
that,
Okay.
Gabe? Okay.
Done.
Thank you. That's done. Okay, thank you, Anthony. All right, now, what we got 5 and 2? Okay, so I'm going to ask one more person to speak in favor of the resolution, and that is Mitch Pomerantz.
I think Mitch is the 388, isn't he?
Ladies and gentlemen, many of you are relatively new to this organization, so you may think this is something that we're doing for the first time. It's not. Prior to my presidency, during my presidency, and subsequent to my presidency, I believe, this was common practice. The governmental affairs individual would, during his or her time on the agenda, talk about the resolutions, talk about their implementation or lack thereof. We are an organization driven by the membership, regardless of the fact that we have many more staff and lots more things going on. But you have a right to know about the resolutions that you were involved in voting upon the previous year. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to support and vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. And who's our first person to speak against? Don Moore. All right, Don Moore against the resolution. Don?
Don Horn. Don Horn.
Oh, Don Horn, I'm sorry.
H-O.
Don Horn. Sorry, Don. Don Horn against the resolution.
Okay, you are muted, Don.
Okay. I agree with much of what is in this I'm sorry, my phone won't shut up. Okay. I agree with the intent of the resolution, and I agree with much of what is here. I certainly agree with the need for the annual report. What concerns me is the whereas clauses, because although they appear to be accurate, and I'm sure they are, because this is a document that will live in our history, I think that we really would need, if we're going to include the whereases in the way that they're currently written, what I would want to see is that there has been a lot of prior discussion and prior work done with the board to talk about, well, where are things? When are we getting a report? That sort of thing. So I like the result. It's the whereas clauses that caused me to vote against it. And it's unfortunate because I agree with the intent of it.
Thank you, Don. Now we'd like someone to speak for the resolution. Who's next? Janine? Oh, Janine Lee. Okay. Okay. Janine Lee to speak for the resolution on Zoom.
Sure. Thanks, Dan. Oh, Mr. President, I think that this is a wonderful resolution. I think it shows transparency from the board, and then it shows us that there was some call to action. It shows what has happened. I think we should all vote for this because we go through this process right now, and the fors, the against, the calls to questions, the point of orders, and then we don't always know what happens. So I think it would be good for like a check-in to say, hey, this is what our progress is on this resolution. So I am totally for this, and I urge everyone else to vote for this.
Thank you, Janine. And now we'll hear from Jeanette Kutash to speak against the resolution.
I think
Oh,
there,
jeez.
I think there is no need for this resolution.
I'm muted because that TV.
I think that are you hearing me? Because I'm hearing someone else speak.
Yeah, we're hearing you, Jeanette.
Okay.
Please continue.
I think that we could very easily figure out a way with the people involved in working on the progress of any given resolution to produce a quarterly update. And I think that would be an equally good way of getting the word out. I feel this resolution in its design is a bit contrary and does not represent the good work that ACB does and the efforts that ACB has made, especially in the past 3 years, to be more communicative and more transparent. So I strongly encourage people to vote against this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jeanette. And who's our next person? Margie Donovan wishes to speak for. Margie on Zoom.
Thank you. I put forth this resolution because over a period of time of several years, there have been resolutions passed that I have submitted, and I can tell you for a fact I've heard nothing on them. And one in particular, I've been trying to get pushed through and something done, and nothing to date has been done on it. And that resolution passed 3 years ago. I believe we have an incredible staff, but I do believe that they need to be accountable to the membership. And a lot of time is put into resolutions by individuals that write them, and by the committee and by the membership. And we have to have an accountability process. I also don't know when resolutions expire. I'm aware of a resolution that was passed under Paul's administration that was an action for conventions, and that practice hasn't taken place for several years. So I encourage people to please vote in favor of accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. And we have one more person to speak for. Who is that, Deb? Dan. Dan to speak for. Not this Dan, but a different Dan. Dan on Zoom. Dan Marshall. Dan Marshall on Zoom.
Dan, you need to unmute.
Dan
Hello?
Marshall. Yeah, we hear you, Dan. Go ahead. Please continue.
Okay. I'm just pleading for common sense. I do think we have to have accountability, but we just have to keep moving forward. It was the turtle that won the race, not the rabbit. So let's keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. All right, we are going to go ahead and call the question on this particular resolution, which is resolution number 10, right? On reporting access for resolutions. All right, so at this point in time, Nancy, make sure all hands are down in the Zoom room. This resolution?
Yes.
This is resolution 12 on reporting on resolutions. Are
All-
all hands down?
All hands are down in the Zoom room.
All right, all hands are down in the Zoom room. All those in favor of this resolution on reporting on resolutions, resolution number 12. Please raise your hand in the Zoom room. Nancy, please let me know when the vote has finished.
Moving. Okay, it's finished.
All right, it's finished. So now we will focus on the ballroom. So again, this is resolution 12 on the resolutions on reporting. So all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Right? Overwhelmingly voting aye in the ballroom. And now have all hands been lowered in the Zoom room, Nancy?
All hands are down in Zoom.
All those opposed to resolution 12 on reporting of resolutions, please raise your hand. If you are opposed to resolution 12, please raise your hand in the Zoom room. Yes. All right, we had 141 for, 14 against in the Zoom room, and an overwhelming yay vote in the ballroom. So I acknowledge that the vote on this resolution is yes, a do pass. We only had 14 people in the Zoom room that voted in opposition, and I don't believe I heard 11 voices in the ballroom. So I do not believe we need to have a standing record vote. All right. This motion has passed. We now move forward to our next resolution. Gabe, please introduce our next resolution. This will, by the way, this will be our last resolution, but before we take a lunch break. Okay, go ahead, Gabe.
All right, this is going to be number 13, and it is dealing with audio description on YouTube.
Resolution 2022-13, YouTube audio description submitted by the American Council of Blind Students, ACBS. Whereas audio description is widely available for people who are blind or have low vision to enjoy on several streaming platforms such as Disney+, Netflix, and Apple TV. And whereas YouTube controls of audio description have remained in beta and YouTube has not publicly committed to a date when this feature will be fully available. And whereas the North American division of Ubisoft is the first company to take advantage of YouTube's audio description, demonstrating how it can enhance the entertainment value for people who are blind or have low vision. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and convention assembled on this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center, Omaha, in Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization calls upon YouTube to publicly establish a date to roll out the audio description feature to all users, and be it further resolved that YouTube work with the American Council of Blind Students and the Audio Description Project in order to reach out to content creators to assist them in the creation of high-quality audio description content.
Thank you, Guillermo. How does the resolution committee recommend, Gabe?
Thank you. The resolutions committee recommends a do pass, and I so move. And I would just like to acknowledge too that the ADP project, several folks from there have seen this resolution. So
Thank you. And I think what Gabe said there is this was also presented to the ADP Project Steering Committee. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So I
right.
just want to make sure that was clear since it's not coming from them. I wanted to make sure that everybody knows that they have seen this, or at least several of them have seen it.
Thank you, Gabe. All right. Does anyone wish to speak for and against this resolution? If not, I'll call the question. Does anyone wish to speak for or against?
Okay, are you doing in the?
Make sure, well, I'm sorry. I messed up, apologize. First, Nancy, are all hands lowered in the Zoom room?
I have hands.
Please lower all hands in the Zoom room.
Okay,
Once all hands are lowered, is there anyone who wishes to make a motion for a point of order, information, or clarification? Only raise your hand if you wish to make a comment on a point of order, information, or clarification.
I have two people that are in Zoom.
All right, two people with their hands raised in Zoom.
Is it Lino or Lino Luis Morales?
Mr. Morales, your hands raised for a point of information, clarification. Or
Yes, sir. Point of clarification. Excuse me, Mr. President. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Now, this is YouTube TV, correct?
YouTube TV, correct.
Yes, sir. Really quick, I am for this. I am a YouTube TV subscriber.
Hey, you're out of order. This is
Okay.
only a point of information.
All right, sorry. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Do we have anyone else who has a hand raised?
two individuals. Phone number 597.
Phone number 597. You're now recognized for a point of
Yes,
order,
sir.
information, or clarification.
This is Calandra. Although I don't get it, this is YouTube TV, right?
I couldn't understand her at all.
The YouTube, it's a YouTube channel, isn't it?
Oh, it's a YouTube channel, isn't it? I think that's what she said.
Yeah, that was the same question as before.
Go
Mr.
ahead, Gabe, if
President.
you could answer that. Yes.
Yes, I think she's asking the same question that was asked before. Is this YouTube TV? And yes, it is.
The answer is yes, it is YouTube TV. Do we have any
Okay,
other? Thank you.
What other kind of things that it has on it, like sock scrape or something?
I couldn't. Okay. I think we'll go on to the next point of order or clarification.
Okay, next point of order would be Carl Richardson.
Carl Richardson.
Yes, this is Carl. I'm the co-chair of the audio description project along with Kim Charlton. There is a difference between YouTube TV and the YouTube, where you stream different videos, what you want to stream. YouTube TV is where you get channels that you pay for. YouTube, the app, is what I understand this to be for, not YouTube TV. I want to make this clear. YouTube TV does already pass through audio description, but the beta has to do with YouTube, not YouTube television.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Carl. So it's YouTube, not YouTube television, which is a paid for service. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Any other points of information or clarification?
I have Dan Newt.
Dan Newt.
Hi, I'd also like to clarify, I believe it is for YouTube. If a channel owner wants to add an audio description track to a video that they're uploading, this is something that apparently Ubisoft is able to do, but any other channel owner cannot do it.
Okay, thank you. All right. At this point, no more points of information or clarification, Nancy?
I have Aaron Espinoza.
Aaron Spinoza. Wow. Okay, Aaron, you're recognized for a point of information or clarification or point of order.
Audio now unmuted alert. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just want to say to the last person, we just put it in there about Ubisoft. We use them as an example because they had done it. Anyone can do it now. Instead of uploading two separate tracks, they can just upload one and the user can toggle on and off the settings. So I just want to make that clarification about that. That's really it.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Anyone else, Nancy, with a point of information or clarification?
Melody Holloway.
Melanie
Hello,
Holloway.
thank you. If the creator of a YouTube video chooses for some unfathomable reason not to allow audio description for their content, can they do this, or could the resolution require anyone who is creating a video to incorporate AD? Thank you.
All right, I don't think that was truly like a point of information or clarification. That was a question. So we're going to move forward. Thank you, Melanie. All right, anyone else?
I
Nancy?
have two more.
Holy
Melissa
cow.
Wabshall.
This, it's only for information, clarification, or point of order. Go ahead. Who's our next person?
Melissa Wabshall.
Melissa Washaw.
Hello, I was just wondering if the resolution could include a specific date for YouTube to, to say that they will authorize audio description.
This is not information or clarification, so I'm ruling you out of order. That would happen in regular debate. All right. Next.
Elizabeth Von Eiderstein.
Elizabeth, for point of order, information, or clarification.
Hi, yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Melissa.
Good, thanks. Sorry. Okay. If I've heard a couple times that a company is already doing this. So if it's already being done, then what are we proposing? If it's already happening, then what are we achieving by asking it to happen if it's already happening?
Okay, that's a point of clarification. Gabe, could you please answer that?
Sorry, could she repeat the question, please?
He's saying if companies are, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. If as Aaron Espinoza stated, and I think someone else before them said that Ubisoft is the name, I think I might have missed it, is already doing this, then if it's already happening, then what are we proposing? If it's already happening, we're asking it to happen, but it's already been done. So it feels a little redundant. Am I missing?
Yeah,
anything?
what's being asked in this resolution is that this YouTube program or I guess program that they're working on is currently in beta. And this resolution is calling for them to publicly establish a date for this to be publicly rolled out and available to people. Yes.
Okay, got it. Cool.
Thank you.
And
That was a
it's
very
dealing
good
with their
point of
beta
clarification.
program.
Good, got it.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Gabe. Any more points of information, clarification, or points of order?
The last person is Joel Snyder.
And Joel Snyder. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Joel.
Thank you, Mr. President. The point of this resolution, as I understand it, is to make sure that YouTube finally gets it out of beta, the ability for people to toggle on or off audio description. Heretofore, folks who want to audio describe a video have to post two versions, a described version and another version, which is inefficient. This is about asking YouTube to change the nature of their player, which they've already done in beta, so that it includes a toggle to turn the description on or off. There are video players that do that, and we want YouTube to employ that kind of player.
Well, thank you for that clarification. Do we have any more hands raised? If not, we'll move on to our normal debate or maybe the question. So
There are no new hands raised.
no more
in
hands
Zoom.
raised. So all hands are down in the Zoom room. At this point in time, do we have any requests to speak for or against the resolution? Hearing none in the ballroom.
I see one in the ball.
One
Did
in
you
the
mean to have your
ballroom?
hand up?
Who?
Gentleman in the front row, did you mean to
Gentleman
have
in
your
the
hand
front
up?
row?
No.
No, okay. I hear no one in the ballroom wishing to speak for or against, which probably means that people are pretty much for it, but okay, in Zoom, do we have anyone wishing to speak for or against the resolution?
I do.
Okay, who's our first person that would like to speak for?
Phone number 597.
Phone number 597.
This is Calandra. I wish to speak for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have 1-4. Do we have a second person who would like to speak? Did we get the name?
I don't know what the name was.
What? Calandra. Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak for or against the resolution? Nancy, hands?
I have a Mo Carpenter, sorry, Mo Carpenter.
Mo Carpenter, do you wish to speak for or against the resolution?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to speak for.
All right, we have Mo speaking for. All right, at this point in time, I'm going to lower hands. So Nancy, please lower all hands.
All hands are lowered in Zoom.
Please raise your hand if you would like to speak against this resolution.
I raised my hand and it didn't.
Are all hands lowered? Would anyone like to speak against this resolution? Please raise your hand. Against.
Yes.
Okay.
Melissa Wabshaw.
Melissa, do you want to speak against the resolution?
I just would like to still ask my question about if it would include a date. And so I don't know how that would fall.
Well, that's part of what the resolution is saying, is that we'll ask.
But
for
it does not list a specific date. I'm thinking, if YouTube, if you have a date to, for YouTube to release it by, instead of just saying, oh, we'll release it 5 years from now.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be confusing.
Sure. The resolution doesn't set the date, but it asks, what our resolution calls for is for them to set a date. That's what the resolution calls for a date certain. But Gabe, am I reading that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I don't know that we can force YouTube to set a date, but yes, this resolution is asking for YouTube to publicly set a date.
All right. Okay, so so Melissa, do you still wish to speak against the resolution, or we're just kind of getting additional point of clarification?
Okay, Melissa has her hand raised again.
Okay. Melissa, you're recognized.
Melissa, you're muted right now.
I was just going to say, no, I do not have anything more to say. That's all.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
And thank you for your participation. So at this point in time, do we have any more hands wishing to speak against the resolution? We have no hands right now speaking. No. Okay. So we have 2 people speaking for the resolution. My understanding is after those 2 people speak per our agreed to change, right? Huh? I thought we did. Okay, we agreed to change the standing rules. So we're here for these 2 people, and then we'll call the question. So first we had Calandra to speak for the resolution. So Calandra, please raise your hand and speak.
Yes, I think it would be a good idea, even if it has been happening for some time, for it to increase. And then I think it would be good for those who have YouTube apps to be able to use it also. Thank you.
Thank you, Calandra. And next we have Mo to speak in favor of the resolution.
As a content creator, I would really love to have this option. And as a person who publishes content for an affiliate, I would love to have this option readily available so that our people are able to get things in the format that they are wishing for. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. All right. At this point in time, we're going to call the question. Nancy, are all hands down? Please have all hands down in the Zoom room.
All hands are down in Zoom.
All right, all those in favor of resolution 13 related to audio description in YouTube, please raise your hand in the Zoom room. If you are in favor of resolution 13, please raise your hand in the Zoom room. Once you have everything settled down, Nancy, let me know and I'll move on to the ballroom.
Okay, Dan.
All right, thank you, Nancy. At this point in time, I'm going to ask the question to the ballroom. All those in favor of resolution 13 on audio description and YouTube signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. I heard, I think, 3 no's. Okay. At this point in time, please, are all hands lowered in the Zoom room?
Yes, they are.
All those opposed to resolution 13 on audio description for YouTube, please raise your hand. If you are against the resolution, please raise your hand in the Zoom room. All right, the vote in the Zoom room was 142 in favor, 2 against. We had an overwhelming majority in the ballroom. So the ruling of the chair is that the resolution passes. Also, I believe that there were not 25 people in opposition to the resolution. Therefore, there will be no need for a record vote. So we will now move forward for a recess until 2 o'clock. So that gives everybody 55 minutes for lunch. The cafe is open. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock to consider the next round of resolutions. Thank you. Hello? Yeah. You're breaking up really bad, Jolene, so I can't hear. Right, spot. Okay, go ahead. Boy, that was. Yes. I don't know, Pam. Yeah. Yeah. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started. Right now, let's everybody stand up and shout. Oh, just kidding. That just seems so appropriate, Rick. Thank you so much, sir. All right, everybody, welcome back. At this point in time, we're going to give everybody a few minutes to continue to settle in after lunch, but we have a couple of reports that we needed to get done today as well. So first, we are going to hear from Dr. Brett Uppegard, who is a professor of communications at the University of Hawaii, and he is the principal driver of the Unity application, whose mission it is to audio describe the 400 plus visitors brochures across all of our national parks and historic sites. So at this point in time, I'd love to introduce to you, all the way from Honolulu, Hawaii, Brett Uppegard.
Aloha, everyone. Can you say it back to me? Aloha. All right. I like this introduction. I feel like I'm in a band or something on the road. This is great. I'm really excited to be in Omaha. This is my first time at the ACB convention. I've been meeting a lot of really interesting people and having some great conversations. I'm hopeful I'll get to talk with you. So if you want to catch up with me, I'll tell you in a little bit how to make that happen. In short, as Dan said, I've been working with the American Council of the Blind for the past 5 years or so, collaborating with national parks. And our main goal is to make the national parks as accessible to everyone as possible. So that's a kind of an abstract goal, but we're working at it. How do we do that? We have a couple of things you might be interested in. Number one, if you've ever heard of a hackathon, this is like a exciting activity where people get together and they make computer programs and they kind of solve the problems of the world. We do that same thing, but we call it a descriptathon, and we do that with audio description, and we bring together teams of people to work on audio description in national parks. This is a 3 full day Zoom session, basically, where you get put on a small team. You are connected with park staff, other ACB members, volunteers from around the country. And the goal of that descriptathon is to make description from national parks or for national parks. And then these descriptions are available via our project's free mobile apps. So during this descriptathon, we really spend most of our time studying and creating audio description. We think about processes and products of audio description and how those can be done better. And on these small teams, our goal is to make them as equitable as possible. So everybody on the team has an equal place. The description is done in a co-creation process, meaning that it's not something where the park staff makes the description and hands it to the ACB member and says thumbs up and thumbs down. It's more along the lines of everybody's working and talking together about like, how can we make this image description really help people? And so that's a great part of the Descriptathon. And in the Descriptathon, a big component of that is building our community. So we want to build a community of people who care about national parks, who care about audio description, who care about accessible media and public places. And what we found over the years is that people want to share portrait photographs of each other in our different computer systems to get to know each other better. And one thing I've noticed over the years is that not that many ACB members have a photograph ready to share, and not that many ACB members have an audio description of that photograph ready to share. So I want to change that. And in the last few weeks, I've been taking photographs of folks at the Hawaii Association of the Blind. I think a few of them are here. I give a shout out if they are. Yeah, there we are. And we came here to Omaha to set up a photo studio in the Flatiron Room, and we're taking free portrait photographs. You can come down there. I'll take your picture. We have a process we've developed to help you think about how you want to describe yourself. And we basically co-create that description with you. We email you the photograph, we email you the description, and at the end of the 10-15 minute process, you end up with the portrait, the audio description, and you can take that with you. This is on the second floor of the Hilton. If you want to join us, we'll be there. I'll be staying as late as people are hanging out. I have scheduled appointments till about 3:34, and then if people are hanging out in the hall, I'll stay there. A couple folks here have stopped by and asked what we're doing, and I've said we're making photographs of people, getting portraits of people, and they said, well, why would I want to do that? Why would I want a portrait of myself? And I can sympathize. I don't like taking portraits of myself either. It's not a very comfortable thing, but I've also worked with folks to make these photographs over the last couple of days, and here's some of the things they told me. They will put their photographs on their blogs and their social media, including Facebook. They'll put it on their email, their company websites, school work environments. They want to share with their peers. All these different things people have told me they want to do with these photographs. Oh, dating sites. Somebody told me dating sites, so they want to get on dating sites. That's good. And however you want to use it, it's up to you. We're just going to try to help you get these digital images in your email and ready to share. Like it or not, I'd say we live in a world that's heavily oriented toward visual media. Today, there are 240,000 photos put out on Facebook, 65,000 photos put out on Instagram, 500 hours of video put out on YouTube every minute. Not in the whole day, every minute that much is pouring out. It's like a fire hose of visual media. That's just a drop in the bucket. That's just 3 channels that I thought you'd be interested in. But that's the kind of shift society is making towards visual media right now. It's an enormous exponential shift toward visual media. And when that media is being made, it's also leaving some people behind, disenfranchising people who can't see it. And it's putting people in situations where they can't participate in public discourse, be involved in public places because of this inaccessible public media. Now, audio description is not a silver bullet. It's not going to solve every problem. Audio description is just part of the answer and part of the way to make better media, more accessible media. But I think it's an important part. And we've been spending a lot of time thinking about, for example, how will a person who shares this portrait communicate to somebody else what it looks like. So on my portrait, for example, I usually describe it as saying I'm a 51-year-old American man. I'm white in the abstract with ancestral origins in the United Kingdom and Norway. Indicating these ancestral roots, I have blue eyes, a pinkish tan skin, dark brown hair, I'm 6 feet tall, 210 pounds. Today I'm wearing a light gray Aloha shirt with black pants. Little details like that probably help you picture me and probably will help you better connect with me in some way. And that's the kind of description that I can do in 5 to 10 seconds that basically makes my appearance here a little bit more accessible. And I think that's the kind of thing that we can easily do in our media to help make all these platforms more accessible. So by building these social identities, regardless of how much any person in particular can see of it, we can create an identity that can cross these platforms and can help to share your individual persona with the world. And you can be in charge of it. Instead of other people projecting onto you what they see, you can tell people what you see in your image, what you think about in your image. And I think everyone deserves that right to define yourself and your identity to your peers, to your colleagues, to your friends and family. And part of that process is having an image of yourself. So I want you to be able to create that, share it, and I just want to let you know I'm here to help you do that. So I hope you stop by the Flatiron Room today. Again, I'll be there till about 3:30 or 4 to participate in this project. And if you don't want your photo, just come by and say hi. Aloha, everyone.
Thank you, Brett. Yeah. Thank you to our colleague, Dr. Brett Oppegar. Let's give him a big round of applause. And please stop by and see him if you get a chance. All right, next we are going to hear from our final group of ACB 2022 scholarship winners.
The American Council of the Blind, ACB, and the American Foundation for the Blind, AFB, are again partnering together to offer educational scholarships ranging from $2,500 to $7,500 for legally blind students. Congratulations to our 2022 scholarship recipients. Gabriel Gates is from Thornton, Colorado. He is a graduate student pursuing a degree in leadership and education equity in support of his new career in disability support services in higher education. This fall, he will be attending the University of Colorado in Denver, Colorado. Gabriel is receiving the Sadler and Dillman Scholarship.
A dark-haired man with mustache and goatee.
Ultimately, it's the opportunity to pay it forward. With my experiences with diversity, equity, and inclusion, that whole entire movement, and being a change facilitator, I want to add my voice and amplify that voice into a roaring voice that demands change where change is needed. Yes, we've had the opportunity to come to the table, and now we're sitting at the table, but I believe it's time to turn that voice into action, where we take abstract ideas and manifest those into tangible outcomes for all parts of our life, which includes education, vocation, recreation, all aspects, so that everybody can receive inclusivity.
Celine is from Cary, North Carolina. She is an entering freshman interested in pursuing a degree in biology. This fall, she will be attending the University of South Carolina in Columbia, South Carolina. Avery is receiving the Rux and Burson Scholarship.
A white woman with long, dark blonde hair.
I've been volunteering at a special needs camp for the past 4 years, and I really enjoyed it. And I got to learn a lot about different accommodations for different disabilities, and it made me want to do that as a career.
Camille O'Neill is from Gretna, Nebraska. She is an entering freshman interested in pursuing a degree in business data analytics. This fall, she will be attending Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. Camille is receiving the Business and Accounting Subcommittee Floyd Walls Scholarship.
A white woman with glasses and shoulder-length dark hair.
So what got me interested in my field of study was I took an AP statistics class my junior year, and then I was doing like some research about analytics careers because I thought that class was really interesting. And then I learned that I could combine my love of sports with my love of math and statistics. And I also talked to some people that worked in the field of sports analytics.
John Gerasi is from Waybound, Massachusetts. He is an undergraduate student pursuing a degree in communication and media studies and a minor in religion and theological studies. This fall, he will be attending Merrimack College in North Andover, Massachusetts. John is receiving the Bay State Council of the Blind Scholarship.
A white, fair-skinned man.
So I've always been very interested in the media, like media, radio, TV, journalism, whatever. When I was younger, I always used to kind of listen to the radio for like my favorite programs, watch TV, look at the news, whatever. But I've always also kind of been pretty socially awkward. And I've always kind of wanted to kind of know the theory behind like why we communicate the way we do and how we communicate, things like that. So choosing to be a communications major was kind of a no-brainer for me. I've really enjoyed a lot of my classes because they've been very theory focused, and I feel like I've actually become less awkward socially because I've applied what I've learned to my classes into the real world, which is really nice. Not something that maybe a lot of communication majors can relate to, but I've also really liked learning about the theory around the media that I consume every day.
Gafna Osasi is from San Antonio, Texas, but is originally from Algeria. She is an entering freshman interested in pursuing a degree in health information technology. This fall, she will be attending Austin Community College. Gania is receiving the Ross N. Pangier Scholarship.
A woman with her blonde-streaked hair pulled back.
Actually, my current field on study is health information technology because I'm so proud of what they achieved. I had just 3 days ago, I was accepted in the health information technology program at Austin Community College, which is my dream to study this field and to achieve my goal as a PhD on health information technology in the future.
Gabriel Gates.
My greatest accomplishment was making it through my classes through the pandemic. All the years of resiliency that I have built up that helped me to take on, and even having to drop back on my course load, whatever it took so that I can continue on with my education and work at the same time has really been my greatest accomplishment. So I really owe it to all of that resiliency.
Avery Celine.
I would probably say getting into the college of my dreams is probably my biggest accomplishment. Growing up, I always wanted to go to UNC, but I always heard it's really tough to get in. You have to work really hard. And I'm really proud that I was able to get in.
Camille O'Neill.
My greatest accomplishment is I was selected as one of 10 students out of a class of 600 students to win the Outstanding Student of the Year award my junior year. This award is the students that win the award are nominated by their teachers for their character and involvement both inside and outside the classroom.
John Garrissey.
My greatest accomplishment, I'd say, is related to my involvement in student government at school. So in March, I proposed to be part of the diversity committee of student government. And in March, I kind of had a little mini meeting with the chair of the diversity committee, to talk about like ideas for like diversity stuff next year, whatever, and in the new school year. And I proposed to him that, there is, I'm also working in admissions. So I knew that we did have a more larger than normal amount of disabled students applying to the college for the following school year. And kind of going off of the ride service, which is used a lot in the Boston area where I'm from, I proposed the idea to him to reach out to the head of the accessibility office to try and see if we could get like a campus paratransit service, like a dial-up ride service on campus to get people to different areas, kind of in the outlying areas of campus, as well as to areas in the surrounding town of Andover. So I had a few meetings with the head of accessibility services and different disability service people over 2 weeks following that. And I'm happy to announce that as of September 2022, we're going to have a paratransit service on campus. And it's because of that initial interaction, which is really nice.
Gania Usasi.
My greatest accomplishment, like I have like two or more than two or three, because one of them, it was when I came here, I came to the United States on July 2018 as blind person, because my family, everybody, they said, you can't do that. But I told them, I know I can do. I can travel with alone. Then I did it without any hesitation because I need to live my life as an independent girl. Then my second, because I never speak English in my life. Then my second accomplishment, it was when I took my ASL classes at Austin Community College, and all my grades with A, and I think I have just one B. And then when I was in the level 3, all my professors and the admission director, they told me, if you want to skip to your level 4, you are just perfect to start your prerequisite classes. This one is my, yeah.
Gabriel.
So I am a born again Christian. I had an encounter with God back in December of 2018, and he has come into my life and changed everything. He has renewed my entire life. He has encouraged me and strengthens me to do anything that I can. And I am proud and grateful and humble to call Jesus Christ my Lord and Savior.
Avery.
One fun fact about me is that I'm a triplet. So I have two other sisters that are the same age as me. They're both fully sighted, but we're really close and they've helped me a lot with navigating stuff. So a lot of people don't know that.
Camille.
I've had to overcome a lot of challenges. In addition to my ROP diagnosis, which caused my visual impairment, I also have mild cerebral palsy. So during my freshman and sophomore years of high school, I had to have two pretty major surgeries to try to fix my gait pattern and improve my stamina to help me be more independent and be able to navigate a college campus easier as far as like physically.
John.
So something I'd like to share about myself that people might not know about me is that I've been starting to get into DJing lately. Going off of like how I was kind of into radio as a kid. I've started to DJ for different events on campus, for like different clubs or like fraternities, things like that. And it's been really nice kind of watching my skills kind of evolve over the last semester and hopefully continue to grow over the summer as I will be on campus for a good chunk of the summer as well. The hard part about that is that the equipment is actually owned by the college and not by me. So I don't have access to it right now, being home. But I've really enjoyed kind of using it and dabbling in it and eventually getting into DJing for different organizations on campus. And it's got me more involved.
Gania.
I am a very challenged person. First, when I came to the United States, and another one when I took all my ASL classes with grade A. And lastly, I wanted to say it was when I was at CCRC, the School Rehabilitation Center, at Austin. All my classes, I take the high score for all my technology class, orientation, mobility, daily living skills, and my O&M class. This one, I took them all with the high grade, and all my professors and staff, especially my director, she's very proud of me. And because I involved on the community to help people with disabilities, especially with especially blind people. Because I am blind, I like to help other people, like to make life easiest.
A logo, ACB in print and braille. American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future.
All right, congratulations to the last group of our 2022 ACB scholarship winners. What a wonderful group. All right, next we are going to hear from our International Relations Committee. They had a wonderful idea this year to propose a Voices Around the World scholarship winner that could participate in our convention remotely, of course, but allow them to really experience an ACB convention. And they would have up to 5 people that got selected through an essay contest to have scholarships to our ACB convention this year. And so I'd like to introduce Maria Kristic, Chair of the International Relations Committee, to have a conversation with our first prize winner. Maria.
Thank you, and hello, ACB. I bring greetings from the entire International Relations Committee. We are delighted to introduce the winners of our first annual International Voices Contest. We, the International Relations Committee, launched this contest this year, this initiative, because we know how valuable international attendees have found our convention. We have international attendees every year from several countries, and they tell us how they find the convention so useful and enjoyable for the information sharing, for receiving ideas on approaches to handle difficult advocacy situations, for the inspiration of hearing other success stories, and for the networking with others who are blind or low vision. And so we wanted more people to know about us and to know about the support that we provide at these conventions and to be able to take advantage of that. And also, we know that with international currency conversions, for some, the convention fees might be a challenge. And so we also wanted to provide, if needed, some assistance to those who might not otherwise be able to attend. So we asked entrants to submit audio recordings of up to 10 minutes in length, sharing their blindness experiences in their countries, their message to blind people in US, and why they wished to attend the convention. And as I mentioned, these recipients received complimentary registration to our convention. The first place winner also had the opportunity, as you will shortly hear, to address the general session. So I'm pleased now to introduce our 3 recipients for this, our first group. We have from Finland, Sirku Hainaluoto, who is a musician, a retired massage therapist. She's active in the blindness advocacy in her local community in Finland. She's also active in ACB community. You may know her from several musically focused calls. From UK, we also have Victoria or Tori Ziegler. She is a children's book author and the author of the Toby Tales series of children's books on adjusting to vision loss. And she's also active in the ACB community as both a facilitator and a host. So congratulations to both of them. And now I am pleased to introduce our first place winner, Pritam Sankavalli from India. Pritam works as a manager at a large Indian conglomerate. What's the journey so far to get there? So Pritam, congratulations and a warm welcome.
Hey Maria, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. And thank you so much to the International Relations Committee and to ACB again. I've been on quite a few ACB Zoom calls and I've found them incredibly helpful and incredibly fun.
I'm very happy to hear that, and we're glad to have you here. So I mentioned there about your journey to successful employment. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Sure. So I have retinitis pigmentosa, and so I've been visually impaired pretty much my whole life. And I grew up in a small city in India called Visakhapatnam. And so we had very limited resources for visually impaired people growing up. So I ended up going to regular schools, and I did not really even learn Braille in the beginning. Most of my education was done either orally or through computers. So I was introduced to screen readers and computers around 5th grade. And as I grew up, I kind of took an interest in economics and later business. And after my college, undergraduate college, I was in a kind of job fair for a large American company, and when I was interviewing for them, I was told that they would not be able to have assistive software on their systems because it would be a security issue. And so I kind of they kind of said that it wouldn't really work out. And for me at that point of time, I was not very aware, and so the only thing that got into my head was that it's way easier for them to hire an able-bodied, a sighted candidate, and they wouldn't have to put too much effort into that. And so I was determined that I would excel and I would better myself. And so in India, for postgraduate education, if you want to get a management education, if you would like an MBA, there's an exam that you have to take, which is incredibly competitive. And so I kind of dedicated myself to preparing for that exam. About 190,000 people took the exam in my year, and there were about 4,000 seats in these premier Indian institutes of management. So I managed to get into one of the best MBA colleges in India. And later I was recruited by a company that really recognizes me for the diversity that I bring in, and provides me a great platform to build my career.
Wonderful. It's so great when you find those companies that get it, that get that you can be an asset and the diverse perspectives you can bring. And so very good that you did find that. And so with some of these struggles, as you indicated, that you went through, and this journey that you went on, that you've been on so far, what advice would you have for any young people, blind students, or those who've graduated and are now seeking employment?
So the first thing I'd like to say is we as visually impaired people should be incredibly persistent. I know the world is way more inclusive than it used to be. But even today, there are many times that we be like, oh, I don't think I can take it anymore. I don't think I can fit into the workforce, things like that. But the thing is, we need to be persistent, and we need to make sure that we are out there advocating for ourselves and not really, not really denying employment opportunities just because we think we cannot perform there. So that's one thing we need to advocate for ourselves. Also, one thing I've noticed while I'm working here is that we need to let our work speak for itself. So many times there are things that my managers might think I might find difficult doing, and then I end up doing it in my own way and proving to them that I can perform. So letting your work speak for itself, at least for me, has been very powerful.
Wonderful. And I also think what struck me about, as you were talking about your journey, is that you turned an adverse experience into an opportunity for growth. And I think that is really important as well, to not let those setbacks stop you from achieving your goals. And so, yeah. And so I'd like to also ask you, so what are your thoughts? You're as an international attendee, you've already attended some of the ACB events, and now you'll be attending the convention. So what are your thoughts on how ACB, yes, we have American in our name and we're primarily focused on the American population, but we don't operate in a vacuum. And so do you have any thoughts on how is the ACB providing currently, or how can it better provide some of this information and collaborate as well with the international community?
Right. So for me, the US has been pretty pivotal to where I am now. So most of my orientation and mobility training took place in the US, and quite a bit of my family actually lives in the US. And that's how I was introduced to ACB, because during the pandemic, I spent quite a bit of time with my sister in Austin, Texas. And I was introduced to the ACB community Zoom calls, and I started attending the calls, and I made a couple of friends. And it was really great, the sense of community and all the diverse range of discussions that would happen. And there was a lot that I learned, and I wanted to bring it back to India and maybe start communities of that nature here as well. But in terms of what ACB can really do for the international population, I think the Zoom calls are a great start because obviously you can access them from anywhere in the world. And in addition to that, I believe some of groups, maybe country-specific groups. I know it's American, but you could have an India call or a call for Europe, for the UK, probably in terms of their timings. And there is a large enough community that these calls could actually work out in India time or in European time, things like that. Just make them a little more accessible, so that I don't have to stay up, and attend calls in the middle of the night. Yeah. Also, languages, probably maybe have a couple of ACB calls in different languages. I know most of us here in India speak English, but I'm sure there's a significant population that does not. And maybe get calls for them. Speakers of that language in the US, of course, could also join in, and something like that could be done. But yeah, all of this kind of hinges on the sense of community that the Zoom calls have provided for us.
Well, thank you so much. I've definitely heard that from others regarding how difficult it is with time zones. And I think ACB is now starting some Spanish language content as well. So that comment about calls in other languages is definitely being heard. So thank you for that. Is there anything else that you'd wish to add that we haven't covered?
Maybe one final thing is in terms of the support I received in the US, especially regarding accessible technology and orientation and mobility training. And I feel here in India, those are two areas that have incredible potential. And there's so much that can be done in terms of taking accessibility and to the masses. There is quite a bit that I'm doing myself, but obviously if anyone's willing to collaborate and we could take it to the next level, that would be incredible. So yeah, that's about it from me.
Well, thank you so much. And if anyone is hearing about this and has ideas, you definitely reach out and connect. And I wish you continued good luck with all you're doing there for the blindness community in India. I'm sure something like a local Zoom community would be very welcome as well. And so thank you so much again, Preetham. Congratulations to you. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. And I look forward to the networking opportunities.
We look forward to connecting with you more as well. And congratulations again to Sirpu and Tori as well. So again, we on the International Relations Committee, we hope that you have enjoyed meeting our International Voices winner as much as we did. And we look forward to presenting another vibrant and diverse and talented group again next year. So thank you so much again and enjoy the rest of convention.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you on launching a wonderful program with the International Relations Committee. All right, at this point in time, we are moving on with resolutions, and nothing but resolutions. So at this point in time, do I have Gabe Griffith ready to go on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Gabe. And Nancy, do we have the Zoom room manned and are all hands down?
I have a hand up.
You have your hand up?
I have a hand up in Zoom.
All right.
I will lower the hand. Okay?
Please lower all the hands because we haven't asked any questions yet.
Okay.
All hands are down.
Are down. In
Clark, do we have Zoom connectivity? We have Zoom connectivity. Gabe, I'll now ask you to introduce our next resolution, which I believe is Resolution 14 on audio, live audio description in performing arts venues.
Yes, sir, that is it. Let's go ahead and play number 14.
Resolution 2022-14, Equal Access to Live Theater, submitted by Susan Mazrui. Whereas every live theater performance is inherently unique, and live theater provides the ability of an actor to spontaneously respond to the energy of an audience and other performers, and whereas audio description is essential for theatergoers who are blind or have low vision to be able to comprehend settings, action, and other visual elements of theater performances, and whereas some theaters are choosing to provide pre-recorded descriptions that may not be accurately synchronized with the live performances and cannot possibly capture the nuances of live theater, and whereas Titles 2 and 3 of the Americans with Disabilities Act guarantee the right of people with disabilities to receive effective auxiliary aids and services, unless doing so would constitute an undue burden, and whereas this requirement applies to public and private theater owners, operators, or lessees, and whereas theater and production companies may be unaware that recorded descriptions cannot effectively communicate the visual elements of a live performance, now therefore be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and Convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization strongly encourages and shall work to promote the use by theater companies of live audio description as the only effective means of communicating the visual elements to the blind theatergoers.
All right, thank you, Guillermo. And Gabe, what is the recommendation from the Resolutions Committee?
Resolutions Committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
All right, thank you, Gabe. Nancy, are all hands down in the Zoom room?
All hands are down in the Zoom room.
All right, does anybody wish to have a point of order, information, or clarification related to this resolution? First, from the ballroom, is there anyone seeking a mic?
Mr. President, point of clarification.
Yes, this is Ray Campbell.
The resolution says titles 2 and 3 of the ADA. Wouldn't that just be title 3 of the ADA?
All right, I'll ask Gabe for clarification. I did hear Michael from the front row said it is both.
And I'm admittedly not an ADA expert, but we did discuss this in committee and determined that there are elements of both titles of the ADA that apply to this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Casey Duttner from Michigan for a point of clarification.
Yes, please.
In this resolution, you asked for live performances. Some theaters only do it like once a week. So are we saying that we want all performances to have live video? Live audio description?
I believe I'll ask Gabe to maybe clarify the intent of the resolution, but I think the goal would be to move in that direction as much as possible. That was kind of the resolution, to move in that direction. And I believe
yes.
Also is that correct, Gabe?
Yes, that is correct.
All right.
And we do understand that there could be extenuating circumstances, but we want it whenever possible for them to move in that direction.
Right. I think the other area of this is in some cases where theaters are going to is a level of kind of pre-programmed kind of synthetic description. So this would be, again, promoting live description. All right. Are there any other points of clarification? Nancy, do we have any people asking for points of clarification, information, or order from the Zoom room?
I have 3 hands up. I'm not sure if they're points of
Okay.
clarification or not.
If we could,
Sheila Gunn.
we're only hearing points of information, clarification, or points of order. Go ahead.
Sheila Gunn.
Yes, I'm here. Thanks. I think that some theaters are very low budget, don't have a lot of money. And I'm wondering if we could clarify in the resolution that, Gabe, you half answered my question saying that there are, could be extenuating circumstances. Could we carve that out a bit and make it clearer?
I believe that's asking to modify the resolution. That's not a point of clarification. But right now it asks for, it's asking
So
for.
when should I ask this question?
To move in that direction. Yes. Okay, next question.
Joel Snyder.
Joel Snyder. Thank you, Joel. If you wish to point
Sure.
of information or clarification.
Thank you, Mr. President Dan. In response to the comment that came up about more or less performances with description, that is the subject of a resolution that will be coming up later in the day. It is, I can pull up it is number 26, dates for live theater presentations of audio described performances. This, which is also put forward by Susan Mazrui, this particular resolution has to do with not doing recorded description for live performance.
Right. So truly live voices for live performances. That's correct, Joel?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Do we have any other hands raised in the Zoom room? Nancy.
Linda Faust.
Linda Faust, you're recognized.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Linda.
Okay. I realize that this isn't about changing the amendment, but I'd like to be assured that accessibility is also inclusive of people like myself who are deafblind, who actually had a bad experience with non-accessibility at a theater.
Okay, thank you for that question. Gabe, right now, does it include any additional accessibility for those that are deafblind in the resolution for clarification?
No, this is simply on live audio description, as Joel had mentioned a moment ago.
I guess what I'm getting at is when I went, I didn't have live audio description, nor did I have, they gave me, headphones that weren't suitable for my hearing aids. So it's I'm all supportive of for the, audio description for people that are visually impaired like myself, but I just wanted the additional clarification as well.
Yep, I think it would be, obviously the ADA covers accessibility in all forms, but this is directed towards recorded information that is presented at live performances.
Yeah,
So
I realized the recorded information came in
Thank you.
handy because they sent me the play to watch at home, which was second best to actually seeing the play live. So I was grateful for that. And that's the other clarification. So
Thank you, Linda. Any other hands raised in the Zoom room?
There are no other hands raised in Zoom.
All right. I will now, please make sure all hands stayed lowered. Ooh, that's easy for me to say. Please lower all hands. That sounds much better.
All
right.
hands are lowered.
All right, thank you. All right, now we will open debate on this or any opportunity for debate or discussion on this. Just so everybody knows, our parliamentarian and we have concurred that our standing rules call for is a total of 20 minutes for debate and discussion, which includes these, as it always has in our allotted time, the questions for clarification and information. So it's all part of that 20-minute window. So now, who wishes to speak for this resolution from the floor? Who wishes to speak for this resolution from the floor? Yes, Michael. Well, we're not hearing you yet, Michael. Yeah. Nancy's going over to check on your batteries for you.
There it goes.
Yeah, we got you. We got you. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, thank you very much. I am absolutely in support of this resolution, but to comment about the discussion which was just taking place,
the accommodations in live audio description that are relevant to people who are deaf-blind often involve the activities of SSPs to provide that service. I believe that it's something that we should support, but I believe it is a separate resolution than this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone from the floor in the ballroom that would like to speak in favor of this resolution? And again, we don't have to have a lot of speakers. We can go ahead and call the question when we get to that. But if we hear a hearing none,
I have some people.
Nancy, do we have anybody in the Zoom room?
I have Holly Turi.
Holly, do you wish to speak for the resolution?
Holly, you are muted.
Holly, do you wish to speak in favor of the resolution?
Yes.
Okay, please hold. We've got you down as the first person to speak in favor. Would anybody else like to speak in favor of the resolution on Zoom? Oh, Michael, I'm sorry. We had Michael speaking in favor from the ballroom. So that's two people speaking in support of the resolution. Do we have anyone? All right, lower all hands, Nancy, lower all hands.
Excuse me, this is Holly Turi. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Holly, just wait. Please wait. You're there, but we're lowering all hands. You will get a chance to speak.
Yes,
All
I
right.
would like to speak in favor.
Okay, we hear you, Holly. Just please wait. We will,
Oh, of
we will
course, no
recognize
problem.
you in a minute to speak.
Okay, all hands are down.
All hands are down. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this resolution? In the ballroom, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition? Hearing none. Is there anyone in Zoom that wishes to speak in opposition to this resolution? Please raise
Yes.
your hand.
Sheila Gunn Cushman.
All right, can we hear from Sheila? You do confirm that you do wish to speak in opposition?
Yes, yes, if we can't modify it.
You wish to speak in opposition? Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition?
No other hands in.
Hearing none, okay. I will call on Michael Byington to speak for the resolution. You already did, okay, well, thank you. Then I will ask for Sheila to speak and then Holly. So Sheila, could you please speak against the resolution?
Here's the problem. I like this resolution, but I want to make sure that we speak to the issues that Linda raised and speak to the issues that I raised. And the ones that Linda raised are, and maybe they can be in another resolution, I don't know. But she said that folks who are deafblind need further access than just the live audio. And it may be that they benefit from recorded audio. That may mean that they don't know every little thing that happens in the live environment, but at least they've got something. I'd like to see it even get better than that, but I don't know how. The issue that I am concerned about is that I'm guessing that some of the theaters that are doing this automated stuff are doing it because a live audio describer costs a lot of money unless you get a volunteer and hope that they're good. And I want good audio. I want good audio description. I want good audio clarity. I want something we can all use. So I'm not sure how. I'm not actually against this resolution, but I want to see these things addressed, and I wanted that on record. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sheila. And again, a resolution sometimes can't cover everything. These resolutions have been vetted for many months, and this is the resolution as it is. So Holly, would you like to speak for the resolution?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, well, I can take care of that in no time. I thought that when I was younger, video description, audio description, whatever you're supposed to call it, was a bunch of hooey. And then I went to a play that actually had live video description, and I haven't been to one that didn't have it since. It just gives you so much more of a feeling, and you feel like you're playing on a level playing field with sighted people. And I think that this motion should be, or whatever you call it, should be good. And I think that you should vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. I see we have one more hand raised. Joel Snyder.
Correct.
Go ahead,
Thanks.
Joel.
Thanks, Dan. I just wanted to respond to Sheila's concerns. The resolution states clearly that recorded description cannot effectively communicate the visual elements of a live performance, and it states that pre-recorded descriptions may not be accurately synchronized with the live performance. So that equals subpar audio description that is not working, is not effective. Actually, instead of enhancing, it distracts. And with respect to the concern of cost, there are theaters that provide description at every performance for less money by a live describer, for less money than it costs to contract with Gala Pro or Sound Associates, the folks that provide recorded description. So the cost factor really is a matter of one's imagination and inventiveness in how to solve the problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, I'm now going to call the question on the resolution at hand, Resolution 14. Nancy, do we have all hands down in the Zoom room?
All hands are down in the Zoom room.
Thank you very much. Clark, are we still up on Zoom? Good to go. We are live. Okay. At this point in time, all those in favor of the resolution requesting live audio description voices at live performing art performances, please signify by raising your hand in the Zoom room. If you are for the resolution, raise your hand. Nancy, please let me know when we've settled. It seems to be the new term for the Zoom room, when we've settled.
We are settled, Dan.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. All right, now for all those in the ballroom, if you are in support of the resolution 14 for live narration of audio description in performing arts, signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. All right, let it be identified that all people in the ballroom signified by saying aye. There were no nays. And now, Nancy, are all hands down in the Zoom room?
Just one moment. Okay, I am trying to lower hands in the Zoom room. Please do not touch anything. Okay, all hands are now lowered in Zoom.
All hands being lowered in Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to vote against resolution 14 for live narration of audio description in live performing art venues.
Okay, we are settled.
All right, Madam Supervisor, if you could give me the results. All right, our total in Zoom is 144 for. That's a lot of fours. 144 in favor and 7 against. In the ballroom, it was unanimous as a yes. Therefore, I make a motion that this resolution passes. In addition, we only had 7 people in opposition. Therefore, there's no requirement to ask for whether we need to have a record vote or not. So once and for all, resolution 14 has passed. We'll now move on to resolution 15, which is about the Amazon Accessibility Support Center. So Gabe,
Okay, well, we are ready to move on to resolution number 15 on the Amazon accessibility or disability support line.
and that's resolution 15, right, Gabe?
Yes, sir. 2015 or 2022, number 15.
Thank you, Gabe. All right, let's hear from
Too many numbers, and I'm not a numbers person.
Thank you, Gabe.
Resolution 2022-15, Amazon Disability Customer Support Line, submitted by Margie Donovan and the California Council of the Blind. Whereas millions of shoppers, including those who are blind or have low vision, purchase products online from Amazon, and whereas much to Amazon's credit, they have established a disability customer support line, 888-283-1648, for people with disabilities to get assistance with, among other things, browsing their products lines and obtaining detailed visual product descriptions. And whereas many Amazon disability customer support line representatives do not provide adequate product descriptions, resulting in unwanted items being purchased and the inconvenience of making returns, now therefore be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and Convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center, Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization commence a dialogue with Amazon to determine the best solutions to ensure that Amazon's disability customer support line staff will provide accurate product descriptions for people who are blind or have low vision.
Thank you, Gabe. What is the recommendation from the Resolutions Committee?
The resolutions committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
Thank you. Nancy, do we have all hands down in the Zoom room? Why is that always the answer? No. Yes.
Say no. There we go. I say, Dan, you know how us finance people are. We always say no. Let's see here. All hands are now down in the Zoom room.
Thank you, Nancy. At this point in time, do we have any motions for information, clarification, or points of order? Do we have any in the ballroom? Is anyone seeking a mic?
Oh, see someone has their hand raised?
Okay, are they by a mic?
No.
Okay.
Hello.
Do we have a mic? We're waiting. We're waiting for the mic. It's coming.
Okay.
Hello, Roger Peterson.
Hello, Roger.
I don't know if it was a misread or a mistype, but telephone numbers have 10 digits. I didn't hear 10 digits in that phone number for Amazon.
Okay, so point of clarification, Gabe, is the phone number for Amazon, Amazon's support, is it 10 digits? Do you have those?
I am trying to find it here real quick. I forget, what did we say? Is it an 800 or did we say 888? I was trying to do a
10
quick
digits.
search.
Maybe that's part of our problem with people accessing Amazon.
888-283-1678. So I can't recall how it was read in the recording, but it is a 10-digit 888 number here in the document.
Roger, he says there is 10 digits in the resolution. Gabe, could you say that phone number one more time, just so we all are clear?
Yes, sir. It is 888-283-1678.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that point of clarification, Roger. Do we have any other points of clarification in the ballroom? Hearing none, I will now ask our supervisor to make sure all hands are down in the Zoom room.
You have a clarification from the Zoom room.
Okay, please wait.
Okay, all hands.
All hands
Just
are
a
down.
minute.
Are all hands down, Nancy?
All hands are now down.
Okay, please raise your hand if you have a point of clarification, information, or point of order in the Zoom room. Please raise your hand to be recognized.
Linda Yax.
Linda Yax, you have been recognized. Linda? Is she unmuted?
She is unmuted.
Linda, you are unmuted.
Now she muted herself. There she goes again.
Sure, she's.
She's having an issue because she's muting and unmuting herself, and I don't see her talking. So could we?
Do we
come
have
back to
anyone?
her?
Linda, we are having trouble hearing you and you're muting and unmuting, so I'm sure you're frustrated at this point in time and we apologize. Is there anyone else who has a point of clarification in the Zoom room while we're trying to get Linda connected?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Jean Mann.
Jean Mann for a point of information, clarification, or a point of order. Jean?
Just point of information, I'm wondering if Margie is available. Since you wrote the resolution, is this a fairly common occurrence? And, you know, is it happening to other people? I will probably vote for it, but I don't want to vote for it if it's just, you know, something that happens once or twice. I mean, is this, I don't use Amazon and I haven't called that line. Is this a fairly common occurrence?
All right, and I'll ask Gabe to answer that as our chair because he was the one who the resolution came before and there was lots of dialogue on it. So Gabe.
Yes, this resolution actually came to us in California and then came from California onto ACB. And at both levels, we asked that same question and it was determined that this does happen. I don't know if I'd say it happens regularly, but it happens enough that we determined it's definitely a concern that we want to make sure gets addressed.
All right, thank you, Gabe. Any other points of information or clarification, Nancy?
Yes. Terry and Frank, it says.
Terry and Frank?
Yes.
Terry and Frank. I assume that's really only either Terry or Frank, but go ahead.
It's Terry Pacheco and
Hi,
Frank.
Terry.
Hi. Just for an absolute point of clarification on that 10-digit number that Roger was concerned about in the recording, I believe it said 1648 and Gabe has it as 1678.
All right.
And my only other quick comment is that I think we need to be very careful when we start criticizing assistive groups like what Amazon's done, because we need to remember that we should be getting no more information than anyone else, whether they're sighted or blind. And so if we're looking
Terry,
for them
this
to
is
go
not a
above
point
and
of
beyond,
clarification.
you're
now
right,
debating-
it's not.
Terry,
You're right,
you're now
it's not.
debating the resolution, so we'll.
I
ask
agree
you to
with
do
you.
that at a later point. This is just a point of clarification or information. I did hear your point of that related to the phone number. So.
Mr. Chair, this is Gabe. I
Yes.
will clarify. It does end in 1678. If I said 1648, I apologize. It was just my finger missing a dot.
All right, it is 1678 on the end to answer Terry's clarification. Okay, thank you.
Fran
You're
Sign.
And Grant Sign.
Fran.
Yes, it's
Fran.
Fran Sign. I just
Fran.
have a point of order. I would like to know how many people are actually on Zoom and how many people are in the room. We have no idea what the majority of the room is. We don't know how many people are there. Thank you.
Oh, I don't know that. She wants to know how many people are in Zoom and in the room. Fran, it varies. People are coming in and out of both Zoom and the room. I would say we have a pretty good attendance in both environments. Our vote in the Zoom room was just 144-7. So that's at least 151 people that are in Zoom that voted. And we have a pretty good crowd still in the hall. So we don't have an exact number, nor will we ever.
Well, you
have.
should. What's pretty good? How do
All
we
right.
know if there was 15 or 200?
No, we have many more than that. So thank you. All right. Any other points of information or clarification in the Zoom room?
Sharon Strzelski.
Sharon, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. My question is what the resolution would aim to do to fix this. Would it be providing a training video about how to audio describe? I'm not opposed to the resolution. I just don't understand what people are thinking about how they would fix the issue. Thank you.
Okay, Sharon. So Gabe, would you like to answer that question with clarifying the resolve clauses?
Yeah, we didn't really want to give a specific way. We feel like probably the probably go to say the advocacy steering committee, as many of these are headed through, and figure out the best channel. It could be through the environmental access, but we want to leave it somewhat open-ended as to the best way of reaching out to Amazon and working with them.
All right. Thank you, Gabe. Any other points of information or clarification from the Zoom room?
Yes, Melissa Wabshaw.
Melissa, go ahead, Melissa.
Hello. I was just wondering, there are product descriptions on Amazon. So when people wish for things to be described, I mean, I'm not understanding, do they want more details than what the product description gives?
All right, we'll ask Gabe to ask that. What do we mean by additional descriptions? Gabe?
We're talking about clarifications like colors or a size of something, the stuff that somebody would be able to see in a picture that doesn't necessarily come across when you're using a screen reader to access that device. And it may not, it's something that you might see in the picture that isn't in the written description.
All right, thank you. Any other points of information or clarification in the Zoom room?
Yes, Jennifer Bowling.
All right, Jennifer, you're now recognized for a point of information or clarification.
Two questions of clarification. The phone number that was given, was that the Amazon disability phone number, and the extra information that is being asked to be included, would that be included in alt text, or would that be in text itself?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
I believe she was asking if that's the.
Go ahead, Gabe. Please answer yes.
Were you asking if it's the phone number, or what did you say? The last part of your question.
The phone number that you gave, was that the Amazon with disability line phone number, or just the Amazon phone number?
That is the disability support line for Amazon.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any more points? Any more?
My other question was.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, are we on to the next person?
Yeah, I think we're on to the next person. Go ahead.
Okay, next person ends with 505.
That's Margie. Thank you, Nancy. I didn't hear the resolution, but I heard it in committee. I was on the phone trying to get bus tickets. The bottom line is, I don't know if we actually used, and Gabe, I'm going to ask you to clarify this, audio description. The expectation is not audio description. The expectation is audio interpretation, to tell us what the color is accurately of things, So I know we're at points of clarification. I will be here, but I'm going to be switching numbers because I have to go to an appointment. But Gabe, does it say audio description?
The word audio does not appear in the resolution at all.
Thank you. Thank you. So just description. So for point of clarification, what this resolution aims to do is have the agents, when we call, describe what they're seeing accurately. That hasn't happened a lot of the times. And to answer, and if this is not in line, Dan, please say, someone else's question about is this frequent? The answer is yes. I actually put something out on ACB list and Facebook and got several answers from other people that they have experienced that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. Do we have any other points of information or clarification?
Inicio Maria.
Maria?
Thank you, Nancy. Mr. President, a quick question for Gabe. I'm wondering if there was any discussion at all as to the fact that hopefully some of these employees answering the disability line are visually impaired themselves, and therefore would be unreasonable to expect them to do what we ourselves cannot do. And I hope, in fact, that they are visually impaired.
That I don't believe was part of the discussion, and I think that would be a different issue.
Yes, I think this is more discussion than clarification. All right, do we have any more?
I have 6 more people.
6 more people?
Mhm.
I'm going to make a decision. I think we have heard a lot of questions about information and clarification. I believe we have a good understanding of what this resolution stands for. So, Nancy, I'm going to ask you to lower all hands in Zoom. And at this point in time, I'm going to ask for people first in the ballroom and then on Zoom who would like to speak for or against this resolution.
Mr. President, Michael Byington.
Michael Byington, yes?
Yes, I'm wanting to speak in favor.
All right, Michael Byington would like to speak in favor.
My
Do I have
comment-
anybody from the ballroom who would like, don't speak yet, Michael. Do I have anybody in the ballroom who would like to speak against this resolution? Hearing no.
No.
Hearing no one. Do we have anybody on Zoom who would like to speak for this resolution? I'll take one and then I'll go for against.
Okay, Jewel G raised her hand.
Who?
Jewel G.
Jewel G, would you like to speak for this resolution?
Yes, I would like to speak for this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Nancy, please lower all hands in Zoom.
All hands are lowered.
Do I have anybody in Zoom who wishes to speak against this resolution?
I have Regina Marie has her hand raised.
Regina Marie, would you like to speak against this resolution?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else in Zoom who would like to speak against this resolution?
Claire Stanley.
Claire Stanley, could you unmute and recognize that you would like to speak against this resolution?
Yes, I would like to speak against it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll stop at that point in time because we're got to stay within our 20 minutes. Michael, would you like to start by speaking for the resolution? Michael Byington in the hall.
Thank you. I will not require much time. I support this resolution because it is well worded. The point that I wish to make in response to some of the concerns that have been expressed here is that description or audio description or video description or any type of descriptive information in that category is something that many people require training in order to do properly. If that was not the case, we would not have the audio description project, which puts a great emphasis on training so we have quality audio description. This resolution is quite clearly simply saying that Amazon needs to specifically address this type of issue with people who are on the phone providing customer support to people who are blind. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now, on the against position, we have Regina Marie Brink. So Regina.
Regina Marie.
Yes, thank you. You're right, Dan. I am against this resolution because for those of you that have dealt with cause and effect and correlation, you have to establish that. And I don't believe that has been established. I think it would be better to establish that first before we go to Amazon. And what I'm trying to say is, I know sighted people that pick out, let's say, a brown suitcase and it comes back and it's black, or and they are sighted people. And some sighted people may tell you that sometimes when you order something and you're looking at the picture, when it arrives, it is not that. And I think sometimes either the seller's substitute or the order gets wrong somewhere. I guess what I'm saying is we don't know for sure that the problem is the customer service people unless we were to actually undertake some kind of study to determine that. And I think that's only fair to do when someone's providing a service for us out of courtesy. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now recognize Jewel G to speak for the resolution.
Jewel, you're muted.
Yes, thank you. I was waiting for the request. So I have quite a bit of experience with Amazon and their accessibility call center because I order a lot from Amazon. And I can say for sure that some of it is specifically problems with with them describing properly. For example, a necklace that has variants and they can't tell me the butterfly is above the shell or the shell is next to the butterfly. They can't tell simple things like that. They get very frustrated when I ask specific detailed questions. And I've gotten to the point where I've just given up on them and I request help from a friend instead. So I think this really needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jewel. Now to speak against the resolution, we'll hear from Claire Stanley. Claire.
Thank you. I, at the core of this, completely agree with it, and I understand why we all want it. We've all been in that situation. I'm just a little concerned that the idea is half-baked, and we need to think a little bit longer about how we can train these Amazon employees and how we can really be effective. Like was just pointed out by the last speaker, can be really difficult to describe things. And so I think we need to have a really well thought out plan in place, perhaps and even a standard, which is a huge take on to come up with a standard on how to describe things. But I just feel like we're going to bite off a little bit too much when we tell people you need to describe it, because we've all been in situations where one-sided people to describe things to us, they don't always do the greatest job.
Thank you, Claire. All right, at this point in time, do we have any time left? All right, we have 3 minutes. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for the resolution?
I have a whole bunch of people in Zoom. I'm not sure if they're for or against.
Well, let's try the first one.
Okay, Jeanette.
Jeanette, do you wish to speak for or against the resolution?
Jeanette.
Is Jeanette muted?
Jeanette's muted.
Jeanette, can you unmute?
Do you want to go on and then come back? Okay. Next person is Lori. I don't have a last name for Lori.
Lori, and that's all we know in Zoom is she's just identified as Lori.
Correct.
Is Lori muted or unmuted?
Lori is muted.
Okay. Lori, can you
Lori's
unmute?
unmuted.
Hello, who's this?
Hi, I'm Lori Kastner.
Yes, Lori.
And I'd like to
Are you
speak
speaking
against.
for or against?
I'm speaking against the resolution.
Okay,
I
please go
believe-
ahead.
Okay, thank you. I believe that Amazon disability line describes things as well as they are presented in pictures. It may be that some of the pictures are not detailed enough. I know one speaker commented that she would then ask a friend, but we're not sure if all pictures are clear. And in addition, there are descriptions on the Amazon site itself that are often very detailed, so that asking for help with a disability line may be duplicating information a person can get on the computer or phone app themselves. And whenever I have spoken with the Amazon disability line, which is frequent, I have been very pleased with the service and the descriptions that I've received. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask all hands to be lowered at this point in time, Nancy. And we have 1 minute for a final person who would like to speak for. So once all hands are lowered, please let me know that.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, all hands are lower.
All hands are lowered. We have time for one person to speak for the resolution. If you're for the resolution, please raise your hand.
There was a Rob Hill. Wait, it was him that started. Rob Hill was the first person.
Rob, could you please unmute?
His name went away. Okay, next person was Linda Yax.
Linda Yax, can you unmute?
Select the microphone. Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yes, you have 30
Okay,
seconds.
I had to change headsets. I'm sorry that happened. I would like to speak for this resolution very quickly. I have definitely had problems with Amazon and their descriptions. And for some of us, it's very difficult for us to be able to get transportation, to take things to a center, to have them returned, or to get labels and stuff. So I would definitely speak for this resolution. I think that it can be worked out, and I think Amazon really wants to do a good job for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Linda. Our time has expired for discussion and debate. At this point in time, hearing no motion to continue debate, I am going to call for the question. So Nancy, please make sure all hands are lowered in Zoom.
All hands are lowered.
Hearing that all hands are lowered, at this point in time, if you are in favor of the resolution related to Amazon accessibility and descriptions, please raise your hand in Zoom. All those in favor of resolution 15. Nancy, please let me know when we've settled.
We have settled.
All right, thank you. Now we'll turn our attention to the ballroom. For resolution 15 on the Amazon Accessibility Center, if you are in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye. If you're opposed to the resolution, please signify by saying no. I hear that the ayes have it by just a little in the room right now. So we will turn it over and hear if all hands are lowered in the Zoom room.
All hands are lowered in Zoom.
All hands are lowered in the Zoom room. If you're in the Zoom room and you would like to vote against resolution 15 related to Amazon Access Support Center, please raise your hand if you would like to vote against resolution 15. All right, the results from the Zoom room were 92 for, 72 against. I also felt like there was a slight yes in the ballroom. So at this point in time, the chair moves that the resolution did pass. At this time, because we have people in opposition, I want to make sure that all hands are lowered in the Zoom room, and we will do a standing count to see if 25 people would like to request a record vote.
Okay. Just
So
one moment.
Nancy, please let me know when all hands are lowered.
Okay, I'm trying to lower hands. Just a minute, you guys.
Everybody wait till we get all hands lowered.
Okay, all hands are lowered.
All right, if you voted in opposition to the resolution and you would like a record vote for clarification, please raise your hand in the Zoom room.
Okay.
All right, hold on, we got to do the ballroom. You got the answer from the Zoom? Okay. Okay, all right. So let me know when it settles.
Oh, same number.
Okay. All right. How many, if you are in the ballroom and you wish to have a record vote, please stand. Again, if you voted in opposition to this resolution but would like a record vote for clarification, please stand in the ballroom. All right, we have 39 in Zoom and 9 in the ballroom. That's a total of 48, which exceeds our threshold of 25. Therefore, this resolution will be presented on the 13th of July for a record vote with both vote now and our affiliate roll call. Thank you. All right. We'll now move on to resolution 16.
Mr. President,
Yes, Paul.
I'd like to raise a point of order, and it may be a point of ignorance on my part.
Yes.
But the question is, what happened to resolution 2205?
2205 is the one resolution that was not recommended a do pass or do not pass by the resolutions committee. And Gabe Griffith, the resolutions chair, and I conferred and felt like that required a motion and a second and would be handled as our last resolution of the list today because it was handled under a different process and procedure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we're now ready for resolution 16. Gabe?
Okay, resolution number 2022-16 is dealing with the sustaining the benefits of successful accessibility litigation.
Resolution 2022-16, sustaining the benefits of successful accessibility litigation, submitted by Stephen Mendelson. Whereas ACB, its affiliates, and its members have achieved many advocacy successes through accessibility litigation and structured negotiation, and whereas the majority of these successes have been achieved by settlement agreements between the parties which avoid the costliness and delay of trials and appeals, and whereas such settlements are entered into for fixed periods of time, frequently 3 years, and whereas once a settlement agreement expires, no legally enforceable mechanism exists for remedying subsequent conduct that would have violated the settlement agreement. Now therefore be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and Convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that this organization seeks systemic change in order to achieve more permanent settlement in disability rights cases. And be it further resolved that as a first step toward this goal, ACB through its Advocacy Steering Committee seek to collaborate with other entities dedicated to civil rights to identify, evaluate, and implement legal strategies and other means and mechanisms for promoting long-term positive structural change through civil rights settlements and consent decrees.
All right, thank you. Gabe, what does the resolution committee recommend?
The Resolutions Committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
Thank you. Madam Supervisor, are all hands down in the Zoom room?
All hands are down.
All right, at this point in time, I will recognize those in the ballroom who wish to bring a point of information, clarification, or a point of order.
I see none.
See no one seeking a mic in the ballroom?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. And now on Zoom, are all hands still lowered?
No. Just give me-
All right, if somebody has raised their hand for a point of information.
Okay.
Yes?
I think these people
Again, this
want-
is only for a point of information, clarification, or a point of order.
I lowered hands.
This
You
is
want me to
Linda.
Lower them before you do point of information.
Okay.
I
so-
did want to, yeah,
Okay, Linda Yax, go ahead.
David can.
Okay, so I'm sorry, was David?
okay, I'm,
We'll let Linda and then David. Go ahead, Linda, since you're, okay, go ahead. Whoops. We lose Linda?
She muted herself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. thank you.
okay. I'm
Go
back.
ahead, Linda.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you, Linda.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. I have a point of order. Did we not agree earlier that we would have to second these motions from the resolutions committee? Because I guess I may have misunderstood that, but I thought we agreed that we had to have a second.
No,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Linda. No, for that point of clarification. No, motions made from the resolutions committee, they're made from committee. Once Gabe has moved them, they do not require a second. All right, what's our next point of order or clarification?
David Kingsbury.
Yes,
David,
can you hear me?
Yes, David, we can hear you.
Yes, point of information. What are civil rights settlements and consent decrees? Because that's what's recommended in the last sentence, and nowhere are these defined, but they are.
Thank you. That'll go to Gabe.
I believe there are legal terms that we put in there for understanding of legal settlements. And if one of the lawyers from the resolutions committee has a better description, then I would ask one of them to find a mic and help me with that one.
I know we have Mark, Jeff, Chris. Is there anyone who can help us clarify that any better for Gabe?
I know Jeff has been near a mic during the day. Maybe he's around, but.
All right, Gabe, if you could reach out to some of your committee for clarification for David on that.
Okay.
Thank you. And then, excuse me, Nancy, do we have another point of information or clarification?
Libby Ostergaard.
Libby, you have the floor.
She's not muted.
Libby, you're not muted. You can speak. Okay, we're not hearing Libby. Who's our next person?
Jean Mann.
Jean Mann, you're recognized to speak for a point of order, information, or clarification.
Hi, can you hear me?
Is that you, Jean? I thought we had you.
I wasn't sure if I was unmuted or not.
Yep, we can hear you.
I am. I see now. Okay, I'm not sure I totally understand this resolution. I thought that there were times when we did join with other disability and civil rights groups to accomplish what we wanted. So I'm not really sure what this resolution is doing that we're not already doing.
So Gabe, would you like to address that? It kind of implies in the resolution that we don't work with others. We're all finding that a little hard to believe, but that's what it says in the resolution. So Gabe, would you please clarify?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I was trying to get clarification on that last question. What was the question here?
The question was from Jean, that it seems to imply in the resolution, she wanted a point of clarification that it kind of implies that ACB is not working with other civil rights organizations when it comes to
We just wanted to put that in there to make sure that that doesn't fall through the cracks in the future going forward. Does that answer the question?
Well, I don't really see why the resolution is necessary if that's what it's doing, because don't we already do it?
It's just wanted to make sure that there's follow-up. I don't know if we do that in all cases. I think it wants just to basically make sure that happens going forward.
Okay, but Gene, I think you've got your clarification, and we'll have an opportunity when we do debate for and against. So thank you, Gene.
All
Next.
right, well.
And Mr. President, I do have on the previous question about why the legal settlements and consent decrees is in there.
Yes.
It's just covering all settlements, and there are consent decrees that I believe are items that come from from judges in legal settlements that we just want to make sure under all those circumstances that this gets covered, and that we consider those all the same in our advocacy efforts.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more points of clarification or information or points of order? I think I'll take one more, and then I think we need to get into the debate.
814.
Yes, this is Stephen Mendelson, the author of the resolution. I simply wanted to make myself available for answering any questions that might remain open.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, can you hear me?
Barely. You're very muffled.
I'm sorry, my apologies. I simply wanted to make myself available to answer these questions if it is desired that I do so. On the question of the consent decrees and some rights, again, as Dave Griffith said, it's simply a matter of covering the various formats in which these time-limited settlements and outcomes are entered into. And with respect to the collaboration with other groups, I think that collaboration is implicit in fact the resolve clause speaks to the need for collaboration with others in finding a solution to the problem.
Thank you. At least in the hall from this stage, I was having a really hard time understanding that. Gabe, could you please kind of paraphrase what Steve just shared with us?
To be honest, I was having a little trouble hearing you as well, Steve. I think he was just basically saying that he was concurring with what I had said about that being language to make sure that we capture all the different advocacy settlements and things that happen. Is that right, Steve?
Exactly so, yes.
Okay, exactly so, yes, that is what Steve said.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're now going to ask for people who would like to speak for and against this resolution, Resolution 16. Do I have anyone from the ballroom floor who would like to speak in favor or against this resolution?
What's a minute? I see no hands raised or nobody's at a podium or at a microphone.
All right, I'll now ask all hands to be lowered in Zoom.
All hands are lowered in Zoom.
And do I have anybody who wishes to speak for or against this resolution in Zoom?
Kim Charleston is number 1.
Kim, would you like to speak for or against this resolution?
Kim is muted. Kim, you're still muted.
Kim, you need to unmute at your end.
Kim, do you wish to speak for or against the resolution?
Says she's unmuted, but we're not hearing her.
Okay. You want me to go on and then come back to her?
Yeah, go on and we'll try to come back to Kim.
Diane Scalzi.
Diane Scalzi, do you wish to speak for or against the resolution?
I am so in favor of this resolution.
Yes.
All right, so Diane would like to speak in favor of the resolution.
And this is now Kim Charleston. I wish to speak in opposition to the resolution.
Okay, we have Diane for and Kim against. Do we have any other people on Zoom that would like to speak for or against the resolution?
Veronica?
Veronica.
I would like to speak in favor.
Veronica would like to speak in favor. Let's take one more. And then we'll see where we roll out between fours and against.
Stephen Phyllis.
Stephen,
Actually, it's Steve Blow. Well, my wife is here too.
Okay.
I'd like
you-
to speak for the resolution.
okay, we have 3 fours and 1 against. So I'll ask everybody if the supervisor could now lower all hands.
All hands are lowered.
Now that all hands are lowered, I'll ask if there are other people who would like to speak against the resolution, please raise their hand.
394.
394, please identify yourself, a phone number ending in 394 and unmute.
Yes, hi. My name is Debbie, and I'm Debbie Watson, and I'm from Chicago. I find this resolution very confusing for me. Legal terms usually do, but I really have to agree with the person who spoke earlier.
Hold on. Debbie, wait, we're just getting right now. Are you speaking against the resolution?
Oh, I'm speaking against it. My apology.
You are speaking against. Okay, please wait till your turn, but stay unmuted. You're speaking against.
Okay, I'm sorry. My
problem.
apology, Mr. President.
No problem, Debbie. We need one more person who's speaking against. Nancy, who's our next person?
No. You got, yeah.
No, there were three for, and we've only got 2 against. Need one more speaking against. Nancy, who's our next person?
Jeanette Kutash?
Jeanette Kutash, are you speaking against? Jeanette.
Jeanette, you're muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
She's against.
Okay, I just got the unmute. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, Jeanette, do you wish to speak against?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3 against and 3 for. I'll now recognize the first person to speak.
I'm in the
for
bathroom, John.
Okay, Jeanette, please wait. And now ask for the first person to speak for the resolution, and that's Diane Scalzi. So Diane, you have up to 2 minutes to speak in favor of the resolution.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. I actually have a personal experience dealing with a bank chain called Citizens Bank and their credit card site. And when I first felt that this was inaccessible, I contacted Lainey Feingold, who works out a lot of structured settlements with people. And she said that she had a structured settlement with that bank, and they apparently weren't keeping it. So, you know, this tells me that there is an obvious need for follow-up to make sure that they are continuing to honor the settlements that they make. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And now speaking against the resolution is Kim Charleston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't fundamentally, I don't object to the concepts within the resolution. What I do object to is the inference that ACB does not follow up with respect to our settlement agreements. We have many settlement agreements in various stages of completion, up to 1 year to 3 years. But what we gain in the process with our settlement agreements is an ongoing relationship with all of these entities that ACB is able to leverage whenever we learn about an issue that may arise. And when an issue arises, that does not mean that they're not complying with the settlement agreement. It just means that there may be an issue that's come up. We've been made aware of it. Because of all of our work, we can go back to the corporations that we've been involved with, and we can tell them what is happening. And they are very collaborative about wanting to correct the situation. I've been involved in over a dozen of ACB's legal settlements, and to this day, I could reach out to any of those companies and have a situation hopefully resolved very quickly in a very positive way. The final thing I would say is that I think the resolve clause inferring that we do not collaborate, it is almost a slap in the face to what ACB is all about. We collaborate extensively with other organizations and with our corporate partners. And I find that this resolution is not necessary, and we should not support it. So I would urge you to vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Kim. Now we'll hear from Veronica to speak for the resolution.
Hi, thank you. I am wholeheartedly in favor of this resolution because I've had several occasions where, first off, I didn't even know that there was a consent decree or a settlement agreement in force. But when the time ran out, the agency or corporation simply stopped doing what they were supposed to be doing. And especially if we don't know that there used to be an agreement in force, we start all over and put in all kinds of time and then eventually find out, oops, there was one. So anything that we can do to extend that time, I would really appreciate it. And I did not get the impression that this was a slap in the face or that this resolution implied that we didn't collaborate with other organizations. So I urge a yay vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. And then we have, I think, Debbie to speak against. Debbie?
Yes, I agree. I think this is my apology. I'm Debbie Watson, and I am from Chicago, Illinois. And I really feel that this is unnecessary. I really do. I think we need to let our members know of all of the settlement agreements. But I really think we do collaborate with people if necessary. And we do try to work with the corporations usually and make sure, that these agreements are being taken care of. I guess I feel that this resolution is unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. And now we'll hear from Steve to speak in favor of the resolution. Steve, I'm going to ask you to limit your comments if you can to 1 minute because we have 2 minutes remaining in the debate period and we want to hear from the final debater. So please, Steve, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. I speak in favor, but first of all, I want to mention a settlement agreement is an agreement between parties. A consent decree generally has a judge who oversees it or approves the settlement agreement and essentially makes it a court order. So, but all of them either of them can have time limits. And it's all well and good to say that corporations will continue to abide by a settlement agreement or a consent decree. They probably would with a consent decree. But if there's a time limit, then corporations could fall off the wagon and just say, we're not going to do this. It was too onerous. We'll change our views a little bit and do a little bit different than we had agreed to and so on. And I think we need a continued monitoring. And I also think that the reference to collaborating with others, basically, if somebody else has a settlement agreement that's similar and maybe has a different time period, then
Steve, we're going to have to call time.
we ought to continue with that.
Thank you, Steve. And now for our final debate person, we have Jeanette Kutesh. Jeanette, you have 1 minute.
I don't.
Is Jeanette
She's
unmuted?
not muted. She's muted.
Jeanette, you're muted. Jeanette Kutash.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We could hear you, Jeanette.
Okay, so my concern about this resolution is simple. Recently, I was in a situation where I was told to go to advocacy because people were screaming that a particular situation was not accessible. And I knew that it was. I think the danger is that people will be pushing for advocacy to renegotiate when there is no need. And I don't think this resolution prepares for that and deals with the fact that often companies are really trying their best to continue to maintain accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. All right, at this time, our debate time limit has expired. So I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. So Nancy, are all hands down in the Zoom room?
All hands are down in Zoom.
All right, all hands are down in the Zoom room. All those in favor of resolution 16, please raise your hand in the Zoom room now.
It is settled.
All right, we've now settled in the Zoom room, so we'll now turn our focus towards the ballroom. For all those in the ballroom who are in favor of resolution 16 related to structured settlements and consent agreements, please signify by saying yes. All those opposed signify by saying no. I believe the noes have it by a pretty significant margin in the ballroom. So we'll go back to the Zoom room. Are all hands lowered?
All hands are lowered in the Zoom room.
Hearing that all hands are lowered in the Zoom room, all those who are against resolution 16, please raise your hand. If you're against resolution 16, please raise your hand in the Zoom room.
Okay, it is settled.
All right, it's settled. I'll get the results from our supervisor. All right, the results in the Zoom room are 63 for and 88 against. We also heard in the voice vote in the ballroom that the majority voted against the resolution. So the chair declares that the resolution has failed. Announcing that the resolution has failed, next by our Constitution and bylaws, if 25 people rise and stand requesting a record vote, then a record vote will take place. Right now, Nancy, I would ask that all hands be lowered in the Zoom room.
A moment.
Please let me know when all hands are lowered.
All hands are lower. Just a
All
minute,
hands.
just a minute.
Oh, okay.
Okay, please.
Please
I need
keep
to-
your hands lowered. Have we settled that all hands are lowered?
Yes.
Okay. All right. With all hands being lowered, if you voted in favor of the resolution and were on the minority side, please raise your hand if you would like a record vote. Again, please raise your hand if you voted for and believe that we declared the vote inappropriately. Please raise your hand for a record vote. Please let me know when we settle.
It is settled.
Thank you. Now, for all those in the ballroom, if you would like to require a record vote, please stand. Please stand in the ballroom if you believe we need a record vote. Nancy and Denise, could you please count our number of standing people in the ballroom? All right, we have 26 in the Zoom room and 1 in person. That's a total of 27. So resolution 16, which was voted on as a fail by the body, will now go to a record vote. Again, that will be on the 13th of July. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to resolution 17. Gabe, resolution 17, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Resolution 2022-17 is regarding nursing facility studies.
Resolution 2022-17, Nursing Facility Study, submitted by Stephen Mendelson. Whereas vision loss correlates closely with advancing age, and whereas anecdotal evidence provided by many ACB members underscores the role of vision decline in causing or hastening many unnecessary nursing facility and other institutional residential placement, and whereas Medicaid pays for the cost of a substantial portion of nursing facility placement, and whereas ACB has strong reason for believing that provision of a range of services and technology to seniors with vision loss would delay and avoid institutionalization and result in dramatic savings in public expenditure, and whereas documentation of the extent of the problem is essential to the creation of a framework for legislative or regulatory action, now, therefore, be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind and Convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that ACB requests the Aging and Vision Loss National Coalition to conduct a study aimed at developing empirical data that will document both the problem and its potential solutions clearly. And be it further resolved that with this date, ACB and other interested organizations, including the AVLNC, undertake appropriate educational and advocacy efforts designed to ensure placement in institutionalized settings can be avoided by, to the maximum extent possible, for individuals who are blind or have low vision.
All right, Gabe, how does the resolution committee recommend?
The resolutions committee recommends a do pass, and I so move.
All right, thank you, Gabe. All right, we will then ask now, are all hands lowered in Zoom?
Of course not.
Of course not.
Okay.
Why buck the trend?
All hands are lowered in Zoom right now.
All hands are lowered in Zoom. We will now start our period of discussion and debate. Are there any points of information, clarification, or points of order? First, going to the ballroom. In the ballroom, are there any points of information, of points of clarification, or points of order? Is anyone seeking the mic?
I see nobody seeking the mic.
All right, here, no one seeking the mic in the ballroom. Now we'll go to the Zoom room.
Yes,
First, are all hands lowered in the Zoom room?
I can lower them again. Give me a minute. Okay, Dan.
All righty. We'll now call on the first person. Please, excuse me. Please raise your hand in the Zoom room if you have a point of order, a point of information, or a point of clarification, or a motion for point. Yeah. All right, I've said it. Go ahead.
Okay, so right now I have 5. Jewel is the first person.
All right, we'll recognize Jewel.
Yes, hi, Mr. President. Hi, everybody. My question is, does this apply only to elderly people, or would this also include other people with disabilities who might be placed in a nursing home inappropriately? Thank you.
Gabe, does the resolution just pertain to the adult community, I'll say senior aging community, or how is the resolution phrased?
My interpretation would be that it would be anyone in our community, anybody who's blind or low vision in a nursing facility, not necessarily just a senior.
It doesn't apply to age. Okay, thank you. Next point of clarification, information, or point of order. Nancy?
Sorry. Well, next person,
Yes.
Regina Marie.
Regina Marie Brink, you're recognized.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted. I just wanted to remind people in the Zoom room we do a lot of community calls and we have etiquette that we observe and we need to do that. I think it's been better in the afternoon, but I also wanted to remind people that if you're going to say something, that you make sure whether you want to be muted or unmuted, because I think Dan talked about kindness, and I would just like to see that happening in the Zoom room as well. I know it's hard, and I want to thank everybody for putting up with us in the Zoom room.
All right, thank you. So let's all try to follow our procedures and guidelines in the Zoom room, a webinar Zoom room. Thank you. All right, next person.
Robert Acosta.
Robert Acosta, you're
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. This should be an easy one, I hope. What is ABLMC? Thank you. At the end of the resolution, I talked about it.
Please repeat that, Bob. I didn't quite.
Certainly. What is ABMLC or whatever the initials were?
What's the acronym at the end of the resolution?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Gabe.
Thank you.
I honestly do not recall.
We're asking to
Clark can clarify that. I'm going to ask.
Good, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
AVLMC.
If you can hear me, this is Clark Rockfall, Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs. It is the Aging and Vision Loss National Coalition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clark. Good question, Bob. What is our next point of information or clarification?
It says Terry and Frank, so I think it's probably Terry Pacheco.
Okay, Terry Pacheco.
Yes, thank you. My question on information is this only as far as Medicaid is concerned? I'm wondering, as far as someone who might not be on Medicaid, but might be on Medicare or private insurance. Thank you.
All right, Gabe, for information, what's the scope of the resolution? Who does it pertain to?
As I recall, it was just Medicaid at this point.
Medicaid. Okay, it's approaching Medicaid and not Medicare. So just Medicaid.
I'm trying to find it and be sure on that. Hold on for me. If you want to go on to the next one, I'll try.
Yeah, we'll go
find
on
the
while you
answer in here
research
and-
that. Thank you, Gabe.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Terry. What's the next point of information or clarification? Nancy, who's next?
Sorry, Linda Faust.
Linda Faust, you're recognized.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, I was too busy trying to unmute myself. So I didn't hear the last question, except that I am also concerned with Medicaid because when I get older, I feel like I would be forced to go into a facility I wouldn't want to go into.
Okay, so you're wanting a clarification on the Medicaid versus Medicare as well. Okay, thank you, Linda. We'll find
Exactly,
that.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, next point of
Judy.
Judy, go ahead, Judy.
I'm putting Steve on here.
In answer to the question, if I may, it's not just Medicaid at all. It's any situation where an unwanted or premature institutional placement would occur that might be averted by the kinds of measures and by the kind of information leading to policy change that we're seeking here. So it's not, certainly it includes Medicaid, but it's not only Medicaid by any means.
Okay, so thank you. So Steve is saying, and Steve, you were the writer of the motion?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. And so Gabe, Steve is clarifying that it's for all, not specific to
Yeah, and
Medicare, but all blind and low vision individuals.
yeah, and I was just going to say that I just looked at the resolution or the resolved clauses again and did not see any specifying organization there. And to if I could back up real quick to Bob's question earlier about AVLNC, that is spelled out in the first resolved clause. That it actually says what AVLNC is, and then we use the acronym in the second, or just the letters in the second resolved.
Okay, thank you, Gabe, for that clarification. Nancy, who's the next point of information or clarification in
Judy
Zoom?
did talk, so it's Lori Sharp.
Lori Sharp, go ahead, Lori.
Okay, Steve concurred with what I was going to say, but I also think we may want to make an amendment to include the word custodial care at some point where it refers to nursing home, because that specifically would apply in Medicaid situations.
It sounds like we don't have to make it that specific because we've covered it all, Lori, if I understood the intent of the resolution. Okay, next point of information or clarification.
Phone number ending in 814.
814.
I think that's Steve.
This person's
I
muted.
think that's Steve, so we've heard from Steve. Okay.
Okay.
At this, I think I'll take one more point of information and then we'll move on to the debate.
Sharon Strzelski.
Sharon, go ahead.
Sharon, you're muted.
I guess I'm not sure I understand how the data could be gathered to prove that somebody was placed in a nursing home who could have been trained to be able to be independent. How do we get at that information? I think it's a great idea, but I just can't conceive of how it would happen. Thank you.
All right, so for clarification of the resolution, we're asking to gather the data. Do we have any thoughts of how that would take place?
I don't think we got that far. I think that would be part of the, figuring out how to implement the resolution if it passes.
Okay, but it's not specified in the resolution. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Gabe.
It just asks to undertake a study or to conduct, to get the data.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. At this point in time, I'm going to move away from information and clarification motions, and I'm going to ask for us to have debate. Who in the ballroom would like to speak in for or against this resolution?
I'd like to speak for it, Mr. Chair.
I think
Can you
I
go
heard
towards the
Paul
mic?
Edwards who would like to speak for the resolution, and I heard another voice. Who was the second voice in the ballroom? Or is that on
No,
Zoom?
that was him.
Huh? That was, okay. We've got Paul who would like to speak for from the ballroom. Is there anybody in the ballroom who would like to speak against the resolution? I have Paul speaking for the resolution. Now I'll go to Zoom. Do we have all hands down in Zoom at this point in time, Nancy?
Working on it. There we go.
All right, all hands are down. If you would like to speak for or against the resolution, please raise your hand in Zoom.
Jewel,
Jewel, do you wish to speak for or against the resolution?
I do wish to speak for the resolution.
Okay, so noted, Jewel. Stay on the line. All right, who do we have another person in Zoom who would like to speak against the resolution?
okay, the next person that had their hand up was Doreen Cornwell.
Doreen Cornwell, would you like to speak for or against the resolution?
For the resolution.
Okay, that's now 3 4s. I'm going 3 4s. That's 12. No, just kidding. All right. So at this point in time, I'm going to ask Nancy to lower all hands in Zoom.
No, wait.
Wait, please. I'm running the show here. Please,
Again.
Nancy, if you could
Again.
lower all hands in Zoom.
All hands are lowered.
Now, if anybody would like to speak against the resolution, please raise their hand. Anyone who would like to speak against the resolution, please raise their hand.
Phone number ending in 317.
All right, phone number 317. Phone number 317, you can unmute.
317, you're still muted.
Tusing speaking against. Thank you.
Who is this?
Pat Tusing speaking
All right,
against.
and you wish to speak against the resolution, Pat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Pat Tussing is speaking against the resolution. Thank you, Pat. Please wait. Do we have other people wishing to speak against the resolution, Nancy?
I have no additional hands up.
No additional hands up. Okay. At this point in time, we will take Paul Edwards from the ballroom to speak for the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, what this resolution seeks to do is to enable us to begin to gather data. One of the difficulties that we have in terms of trying to speak in a strong and appropriate way about the institutionalization of people because of blindness is the absence of data. So what we're hoping to do with this resolution is to create a situation where we work in conjunction with the National Alliance on Aging, or it's got a longer name, but essentially it's a group of agencies working with blind folks who have already begun to do some studies and who have a number of people who are well versed in aging concerns, who will help us gather data from a variety of states that will then enable us to say to folks who are at the government level or who are at the local level, we can save you a tremendous amount of money if you will enable us to provide the training that these folks need in order to be competent and independent at home. And we can therefore prevent them from being institutionalized and spending unnecessary public dollars and inhibiting the independence of older people who are blind.
Thank you, Paul. Now we will hear our from Pat Tussing, who wishes to speak against the resolution. Pat?
Thank you. I don't know how you can compete against Paul Edwards. He's brilliant. I'm bringing up a comment that be careful what you wish for. I've done a lot of home care for members of my family. I live in a high rise and have seen this happen. How do you document the lack of services? In other words, in some states, like the city I'm in, there are gatekeepers who will not recognize the difference between older people who are disabled and not. Caregivers are left with maybe 3 hours of assistance per week. You have caregivers who may have had surgery or whatever. Oh, we'll call you back in a month. There are parts of the country where the services that we want to provide in a perfect world, that people deserve to have in a perfect world, will never exist. I have no problems with the studies. My concern is the implementation. And when you have to hire a lawyer to deal with these gatekeepers, they tend to consider any Medicare placement as a potential Medicaid placement when the Medicare accepting facility bounces the person or the family's out of money. So I'm just saying that this study is going to have to also document the lack of services, because I've seen it in so many instances where the families are doing their best. The older person would be much better off in a well-run facility. I freely admit that there are people who are blind and visually impaired who get put into long-term facilities when they should not. But I see that unless we have a perfect study, that this could lead to gatekeepers incentivized by quotas saving the government money. I've seen this firsthand, and I'm just saying be careful what you wish for, and I hope 5 years down the line, when we are discussing this again, that we are getting the positive and the negative data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. We'll now hear from Jewel G, speaking for the resolution.
Yes. Hi. I have personal experience with being placed in a nursing facility when there was no other option, according to them. I was homeless, and they said, "This is the only placement. Nobody will take you." It was inappropriate, and yet I was still placed there. I think that studying this issue would be wonderful. It is happening, and I do agree that lack of service should also be considered, but this should also be considered people getting services that they don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. And then we have Doreen Cornwell.
Yes, I strongly support studying this issue exactly because you want to direct public resources in the right direction. For some people, having the right home training will be critical. A case came to the Washington Council of the Blind recently of a gentleman who's pretty well connected, except he needs mobility training so that he can get out the door to his paratransit vehicle. So studies that help us identify what resources are needed at both outside of facilities and in situations where placement isn't in a facility really is the best solution, that what kind of training and support the staff need. The same gentleman who couldn't get out his door to his paratransit was told to his face that a facility he'd gone through a bunch of qualifying steps for wouldn't take him, quote, because he's blind. And we've suggested that the social worker could file a civil rights complaint about that, but sometimes when one has to deal with these organizations, advocacy and like filing a civil rights complaint can be educational, but sometimes you have to advocate. So I absolutely wholeheartedly support the initiative to do more study about this issue.
Thank you, Doreen. All right, at this point in time, that ends our debate time, and we're going to move forward with the call of the question. So I'll ask our supervisor of elections, Nancy, are all hands down in the Zoom room?
All hands are down in Zoom.
All right, hearing that all hands are down in the Zoom room, all those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hand in the Zoom room. This was resolution 17 related to nursing home facilities. All right. Please raise your hands if you're for the resolution.
Still moving. It is now settled.
All right, the vote is now settled for the affirmative on the 4 for the resolution 17. We'll now move our focus to the ballroom for resolution 17 related to nursing facilities. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Very much the ayes have it in the ballroom. And now we'll go back to the Zoom room. Nancy, have all hands been lowered in the Zoom room?
All hands are lowered.
Hearing that all hands are lowered, all those who would like to vote against resolution 17 relating to nursing homes, nursing facilities, please signify by raising your hand. Again, voting against. All right, in the Zoom room, the count was 132 for, 9 against. The voice vote in the ballroom was significantly yays versus nays. I move that, I don't move, I declare, thank you for that right word. I declare that the motion has passed. Hearing only 9 in the Zoom room and a small smattering in the ballroom. There is no need for a standing vote for a record vote because we did not have 25 people that were in opposition. All right, we're going to try to get one more resolution done before we go through our first reading of the Constitution and bylaw amendments. That is number 18. All right, now we'll hear resolution 18 from Gabe Griffith, our resolution chair.
All right, let's see, and that was number 17, so we're moving on to number 18. Sorry, my computer is jumping around on me here. Number 18 is on low vision magnification or low vision electronic magnification technology.
Resolution 2022-18, Low Vision Electronic Magnification Technology, submitted by Stephen Mendelson. Whereas ACB has advocated since 2008 for reforms in federal rules denying coverage for video magnification and other low vision devices to Medicare recipients with low vision, and whereas the American Council of the Blind has during that time worked with the Central Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, Congress, and a range of organizations interested in providing coverage for electronic magnifiers and other durable medical equipment for people with low vision that can be utilized by people who are blind or have low vision. And whereas despite sporadic bipartisan sponsorship for this initiative, we are really no closer to moving this initiative forward than we were a decade ago. And whereas Medicare Managed Care, MMA programs are demonstrating some initiatives in devising and implementing support for the provision of some products and services outside the usual scope of other Medicare programs, now therefore be it resolved by the American Council of the Blind in convention assembled this day of July 2022 at the CHI Health Center Omaha in Omaha, Nebraska, that the Advocacy Services Steering Committee develop an approach that will allow outreach to some of these Medicare Managed Care organizations, including Medicare Advantage plans, to determine whether our interest in durable medical equipment for people with low vision and vision services can be forwarded by working with this kind of Medicare hybrid entity, and be it further resolved that at the same time as we are seeking blindness-specific service delivery and equipment provision through these groups, the Advocacy Services Committee of the American Council of the Blind is hereby instructed to explore under what laws, legal remedies, and the unconditional intransigence of CMS and other elements of Medicare who have remained stubbornly unwilling to entertain blindness-specific provisions, even as pilot projects can be challenged, and be it further resolved that the Advocacy Services Committee shall provide a report to the ACB Board of Directors no later than the 2023 Leadership Conference, describing the specific actions taken and recommendations made.
All right. Gabe, what does the Resolutions Committee recommend?
The Resolutions Committee recommends a do pass. I so move. And I have been asked to apologize on Guillermo's behalf for a misread when reading out the full name of CMS. So,
all right, thank you.
Wanted to get that out before we went any further.
Okay. All right, have all hands been lowered in the Zoom room?
Just one moment. All hands are lowered.
All right, all hands are lowered in the Zoom room. Now focusing, let's keep those hands lowered in the Zoom room. All right, first focusing in the ballroom. Do we have any points of order, points of information or clarification?
Yes.
All right, please seek a microphone.
Yes, this is June. I do have a point of clarification. I'm sorry, it was read so quickly. What we're trying to ask for is an advocacy committee to assist with this. I just needed to make sure.
Yeah, I believe what it called for was that the Advocacy Steering Committee would take a look at this resolution. It
Thank you.
It helped to structure an approach.
Thank you.
And
Is that correct, Gabe?
Mr. President, it's actually, I think there's a couple of different resolved clauses here that one refers to the Advocacy Steering Committee and one is the Advocacy Services Committee. So
That's what
it's
I
going
was
to
hearing.
be eventually involving both groups or both entities.
Right, and the Advocacy Services Committee, for those that don't know, kind of deals more with legal type approaches. Whereas the Advocacy Steering Committee, you know, is a conglomerate. The Advocacy Service Committee Chair reports to the Advocacy Steering Committee, which deals with kind of all broader advocacy issues
Thank you for the
and approaches.
clarification.
Yes.
I do want to have
Okay,
one other
first of all,
point.
is there anyone else in the ballroom seeking clarification?
Yes, there is one
Okay.
other person.
All right.
Go ahead.
Can I tell?
Yes, you can go.
The question I have is, if this were to pass, right now I'm with a particular insurance company that allows me to buy things that sighted people can use, like the monitor for your glucose and all that stuff that are non-visual, I mean that are visual. Will that allow us to get those things purchased for us in a medium that we can use them?
Thank you for that question. I think this is dealing with low vision aids, but Gabe, would you want to clarify?
You are correct, sir. This one is aimed at low vision aids, basically things with like video magnifiers, things that have a lens on them that Medicare, Medicaid does not currently cover. The stuff I think you're talking about is more the durable medical equipment that has been covered in previous resolutions and elsewhere in ACB.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of clarification or information from the ballroom? Hearing none, we'll now move over to Zoom. So are all hands lowered in Zoom, Nancy?
Oh,
All right, lower all hands.
just a minute. So in Zoom, when Dan is doing the point of clarification, if you cannot raise your hand in Zoom until he announces it, that would make it go faster. Okay, Dan.
All right, now please raise your hand in Zoom if you have a point of information, clarification, or a point of order.
Sharon Strzelski.
Sharon, you're recognized.
Hi, thank you. I'm a little confused about how this differs from the legislative imperative that we had at the mid-year and that we've been pursuing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. I'll try to answer that. We have, of course, tried legislatively and many for what, Clark, maybe three or four congressional sessions since 2014. Since 2013, we have introduced a low vision demonstration bill to ask for Medicare and Medicaid to provide funding in this area. It has never gained enough support to pass the House, much less go to the Senate. So at this point in time, I believe this resolution says, are there alternative approaches, which our advocacy team does look at on a regular basis, related to insurance providers and other legal avenues to maybe get to the same means if we cannot get there through the legislative track. Does that answer your question, Sharon? I'm assuming it does. So we'll move on to the next point of information or clarification.
Diane Scalzi.
Diane.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharon.
Okay.
And now Diane.
Okay, yes, in the second be it resolved, there's some words that I would like to have maybe a English translation of. First of all, I'm wondering what CMS is and what do we mean by unconscionable intransigence?
Gabe?
CMS is Center for Medicare, Medicaid, I believe. And as far as your second question, I'm trying to find the spot so that I can remind myself because I'm not sure I speak that level of non-English either. So bear with me a moment. Mr. President, if you want to go ahead and move on to the next one, and I will find that spot and see if I can interpret.
Clark will be happy to try to provide those definitions if you're okay with it, Gabe.
Yes, that I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
I
our,
take all
Director of Policy and Governmental Affairs, Clark.
assistance.
Go ahead, Clark.
I take all assistance, especially from Clark.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks, Gabe. So CMS is Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And let's see if I can even pronounce it. Inconscionable intransigence. Basically, we do not understand why CMS has not changed their policy to limit coverage for low vision devices as interpreted in 2008.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Next point of information, clarification, or point of order?
Ted Chittenden?
Oh, that's me. Thank you. Just very quickly, very similar to the first question. Will this
Oh,
Go ahead.
I think he was muted.
No, something happened to him. Okay, there he goes.
am I muted? Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted. Yes,
Now
go
I'm
ahead.
unmuted. Okay. My question is very similar to the first one in that my question is, would passage of this resolution have any effect whatsoever upon our legislative efforts in this area?
I don't believe so. I mean, obviously, if we get a solution that way, then we won't maybe need to pursue the legislative efforts. But I don't think pursuing these efforts will limit us to continue to pursue the legislative approach as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next point of information or clarification.
Alice Reichert?
Say again, Nancy.
Alice Richard?
Can you hear
Alice
me?
Richards. Hello, Alice. Go ahead. Yes.
Hi, just a point of information that may help too. What this allows us to do is to go to places like your Advantage plans are now covering eyeglasses, lenses, and even some of your private insurance will cover it. And so if we go, this approach is kind of what this resolution says, we may be able to finally get in the door with our low vision things by going through them instead of waiting on CMMS to make a decision and do something. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Alice. Our next person on Zoom.
Peggy Ann Clark. Peggy Ann Clark.
Peggy Ann Clark. Thank you, Peggy.
Hi, my question is it's twofold. It's real quick though. It's for Medicare and Medicaid. And the other thing is does it cover CCTVs as well as like the wearable magnifiers that like have like the lenses in them? Like,
Yeah, that's exactly what it covers, is
Okay.
low vision electronic low vision magnifying aids.
okay. And what about Medicare and Medicaid? Is it for both of them or is it for all insurances?
Right now, they do not cover them. There
Right.
is a total exemption on them by Medicare and Medicaid. Okay,
Okay.
next
thank
point
you.
of information or clarification.
Jewel?
Go ahead,
Yes,
Jewel.
hi, a question.
Go ahead, Jewel.
Jewel, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yes, is there a reason that this would cover only low vision as opposed to all blindness related aids? And the reason would not be necessary, but appreciated.
Joel,
Thank
whoa,
you.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't start opining. Yes, this resolution only covers low vision magnification electronic aids. It's not
Yes, my question is there a reason for that or is it?
because that's the resolution.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I don't mean to be glib, but that's the focus of it.
I apologize. I wasn't trying to put my opinion forth, just looking
I
for if there's a
apologize.
reason.
Yes, I didn't
Yeah.
mean to be, yeah.
It's
thank you.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Okay, last 597. phone number ending in 597.
Yeah, this is Calandra. What my question is, I've been hearing a lot about electronic magnifiers. Would they make magnifiers that will actually speak?
Gabe, I'll let you take that. Maybe you heard it better than I did.
It was a little crackly for me as well, but I believe you were asking if there's any magnification devices that will actually speak as well.
Yes.
Hold on.
you.
Hold on. I think we heard you magnifiers that speak. And so,
Yes.
Gabe, if you could clarify that, please.
Yes, I believe there are some out there, but regardless of whether they speak or not, I don't think that changes the thrust of this resolution or what CMS would cover. If it's classified as a low vision device and it has a lens on it, then they are not covering it.
Thank you. All right, we'll now move over to debate. So in the ballroom, who would like to speak in favor or against the resolution? Do we have anybody seeking a microphone in the ballroom to speak for or against resolution 18?
Yes, in section C.
Okay, Michael Byington?
I'm wishing to speak again.
Okay, I said for or against, so you wish to speak against? Okay, so noted. Do we have anybody in the ballroom that would like to speak for resolution 18? Paul Edwards would like to speak in favor. This reminds me of old times here. All right, do we have anybody else in the ballroom that would like to speak for or against this resolution?
Charlie Glazer in favor.
Charlie Glazer in favor. So we have 2 fours and 1 against. Do we have anybody else in the ballroom that would like to speak against the resolution? Anyone else in the ballroom who would like to speak against?
I see no one else at the microphone.
Okay, now we'll go, but are all hands lowered in the Zoom room?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay, Dan.
all hands are lowered?
Yep.
All right, do we have anyone in the Zoom room that would like to speak against the resolution? Against the resolution?
No.
No hands wish to speak against? Okay, in that case, we have 2 fours and 1 against. So I'm
Correct.
going to begin debate. First, we will hear from Paul Edwards speaking for the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really 2 points to make, and it shouldn't take me more than 45 seconds. The first point is to say that this resolution is seeking to use some of the new hybrid Medicare plans to see if we can get them to provide some of the medical services that Medicare itself won't provide. These plans have a little bit more latitude than some other places do. But the second thing we're trying to do with this resolution is to essentially say to CMS, you guys have essentially ignored us for long enough, and we're not prepared to wait any longer and try a gentle legislative approach that asks for a pilot project and says, please, sir, may I have some more? Instead, we're going to seek to find some remedies that will seriously deal with the question of whether it's appropriate for blind people to be denied medical equipment that virtually every other disability group has access to.
Thank you, Paul. And now we'll hear from Michael Byington to speak against the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, as a low vision person who uses this technology and who has spent many, many dollars on it over the years and has represented people who were appealing Medicare and Medicaid denials in administrative law judge situations, I am avidly for the coverage of low vision aids, electronic, as described in the resolution, under Medicare and Medicaid. My reason for being opposed to this particular approach and resolution is that there is a certain hierarchy which is absolutely solid and isn't going to change. When I was appealing decisions for clients on this issue, I won some of them because the definitions of DME provided by CMS clearly should cover the low vision aids. However, what CMS did was that then promulgated a regulation that says, even if it says something that makes it seem like we ought to be covering these devices, we will not do it. Now, there is a hierarchy of the way coverage gets expanded. In almost all cases, when you're talking about major items that cost several $100s, or in some cases several thousand, Medicare and Medicaid take the first step for coverage. And then some of the private insurance plans and so on begin to slowly creep forward in addition. I think that we need to continue to be laser focused on getting legislation passed to say to CMS, you scum, you should not have defined us out of the regulations, and we want this changed. And my fear is that if we start negotiating with private insurance companies and asking our staff to work in that area as well, we're going to take efforts away from really pushing that legislation for Medicare and Medicaid coverage, which is in fact what we need to start the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now we'll hear from Charlie Glazer. Charlie?
Thank you. I'm going to paraphrase to some degree what Paul and both Alice said. We've been advocating for this legislation for quite a number of years. And what the basic legislation is advocating for a demonstration project. And the most important factor is that there's a dollar amount attached to that. And I believe it was $5 million. And we can't get that through Congress. I think what we need to do is continue our efforts through legislation. But if we also make an effort toward the private insurance companies, their lobbying effects may help us in getting our legislation passed, whether they choose to honor us or not. If they will inadvertently help us with Congress, I think it would be beneficial. That's all.
Thank you, Charlie. Just a minor point of clarification. The bill called for 2.5 million a year for 5 years for a total of 12.5 million. But thank you. What's a few million in rounding with the federal government? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. All right. At this point in time, our debate period is ended, and we will now move forward with the calling of the question. So this is resolution 18 related to low vision devices. All right, Nancy, are all hands lowered in the Zoom room?
Yes, they are.
All right, all hands being lowered. All those in favor of resolution 18 related to expanded approaches for low vision electronic devices signify by raising your hand in the Zoom room. Waiting for that famous settling to take place.
We are settled.
All right, thank you, Nancy. At this point in time, we'll turn our focus towards the ballroom. Again, this is resolution 18 related to low vision medical electronic device expansion approach. So, paraphrasing, I apologize, but trying to get to the essence of the resolution. So at this point in time, all those in favor of Resolution 18 signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. All right, the ayes overwhelmingly have it in the ballroom. Now we'll go back to Nancy. Are all hands lowered in Zoom, Nancy?
All hands are lowered.
Hearing that all hands are lowered in Zoom, all those who wish to vote against Resolution 18, please raise your hands. All right, the results of the Zoom room were 128 for and 14 against. In the ballroom, the overwhelming response, almost everyone was yay or yes. So the chair declares that the resolution has passed. Hearing only 14 in the Zoom room that voted against and only 2 or 3 in the ballroom, there is no need for a standing, a rule for a standing vote on whether we have a record vote or not. So having heard that, Resolution 18 is now adopted. All right, at this point in time, we have a silver lining here, folks. At this point in time, we have no resolutions that have been amended and required a record vote to vote on the amendment. That's what we were going to vote on the 11th, the evening of the 11th. We're going to do 2 things on July 11th. We were going to do a vote on any amendments to resolutions, and we were going to discuss any amendments and debate on our 3 constitution and 1 bylaw amendments that have been proposed. So right now, I believe the approach for us is we will hear the standing rules read for the first time. Then we will reconvene at 11 Central on the 11th, where we will continue to debate our final 7 resolutions. There will be no need for a democracy, keep saying democracy, for a vote now, individual vote or a roll call vote on the 11th. If in our final 7 resolutions, we end up with a need for a vote on an amendment to a resolution, we will do that vote on the 12th, where we also have a placeholder for any amendments to the presented amendments to the Constitution and resolutions. We have no amendments that require a record vote. Once we get through the 11th, then the final vote on both the resolutions and the Constitution and bylaw amendments will be on the 13th. So I think we still have plenty of time to get this done. So at this point in time, we will hear the reading of the first reading of the proposed amendments to the Constitution and bylaws. I'll now turn it over to John McCann, our Constitution and bylaws chair.
Report of the ACB Constitution and Bylaws Committee, July 4, 2022. The Constitution and Bylaws Committee is pleased to submit the following proposed amendments to ACB's Constitution and bylaws to the membership and recommends a due pass on all amendments set forth herein. Respectfully submitted, John A. McCann, Chair, ACB Constitution and Bylaws Committee. 2022-01, proposed amendment to ACB Constitution, Article Roman numeral 6, Paragraph C, to expressly specify that written electronic communications are acceptable when ACB board members request that a meeting of the board's executive committee be held. Article Roman numeral 6, powers and duties of the conference and convention, the officers, the board of directors, and committees. Current language, C, the board of directors shall be the governing body of this organization between conferences and conventions, provided that it shall make no policy decisions and take no official action in conflict with existing decisions or actions of the conference and convention. 2, the board of directors is hereby authorized to establish an executive committee consisting of 5 members selected and constituted in the following manner. 2 members shall be elected by and from among the 10 directors. 2 members shall be elected by and from among the 5 officers and the immediate past president. The president shall serve as chairperson. Except for the president, no executive committee member shall serve for more than 2 consecutive one-year terms. The executive committee shall meet at the call of the president or upon the written request of 3 of its members. Such request shall be sent by any method which provides for written proof of receipt at least 5 calendar days prior to the proposed meeting day. In order to expedite the conduct of business, which cannot wait until a regularly scheduled meeting of the board of directors, the executive committee shall be authorized to act on behalf of the board of directors between regular meetings of that board, provided it shall make no policy decisions and take no official action in conflict with existing decisions or actions of the board of directors or the conference and convention. Minutes of each executive committee meeting shall be sent to each member of the board of directors within 15 days after the executive committee meeting, or at least 7 days prior to the next meeting of the board of directors, whichever occurs first. Proposed, strike the 5th sentence and replace with the following. Such request shall be sent via any means of written electronic communication at least 5 calendar days prior to the proposed meeting date. If adopted, Article 6, paragraph C would then read, the board of directors shall be the governing body of this organization between conferences and conventions, provided that it shall make no policy decisions and take no official action in conflict with existing decisions or actions of the conference and convention. The board of directors is hereby authorized to establish an executive committee consisting of 5 members selected and constituted in the following manner. 2 members shall be elected by and from among the 10 directors. 2 members shall be elected by and from among the 5 officers and the immediate past president. The president shall serve as chairperson. Except for the president, no executive committee member shall serve for more than 2 consecutive one-year terms. The executive committee shall meet at the call of the president or upon the written request of 3 of its members. Such request shall be sent via any means of written electronic communication at least 5 calendar days prior to the proposed meeting date. In order to expedite the conduct of business which cannot wait until a regularly scheduled meeting of the board of directors, the executive committee shall be authorized to act on behalf of the board of directors between regular meetings of that board, provided it shall make no policy decisions and take no official action in conflict with existing decisions or actions of the board of directors or the conference and convention. Minutes of each executive committee meeting shall be sent to each member of the board of directors within 15 days after the executive committee meeting, or at least 7 days prior to the next meeting of the board of directors, whichever occurs first. The committee recommends to pass 2022-02, proposed amendment to ACB Constitution, Article Roman numeral 4, paragraph H, to specify that notice of special ACB board meetings be sent by written electronic communication rather than postal communication, and shortening the time for such notice from 14 to 7 days. Article 4, officers. Current language, H, the president may call a special meeting of the board of directors at any time and shall call a special meeting of the board upon the request of at least 5 members of the board. Written notice of the meeting shall be forwarded to each member of the board, postmarked at least 14 days prior to the meeting date. The time, the location, and the specific purpose of the meeting shall be included in the notice. Proposed, strike the second sentence and replace with the following. Notice of the special meeting shall be sent to each member of the board via written electronic communication at least 7 days prior to the meeting date. If adopted, Article 4, paragraph H would then read, H, the president may call a special meeting of the board of directors at any time and shall call a special meeting of the board upon the request of at least 5 members of the board. Notice of the special meeting shall be sent to each member of the board via written electronic communication at least 7 days prior to the meeting date. The time, the location, and the specific purpose of the meeting shall be included in the notice. The committee recommends do pass. 2022-03, proposed amendments to ACB Constitution, Article Roman numeral 4, paragraphs A and B, to raise the current limitation on the number of persons who may be elected as directors to the ACB board from any one state from 1 person to 2 persons, and addition of new subsection C1 to clarify that no more than 3 persons from the aggregate of officers and directors may be elected from any one state, nor more than 2 officers, nor more than 2 directors be elected from any one state. Article 4, officers, current language. A, the officers of this organization shall consist of a president, a first vice president, a second vice president, a secretary, and a treasurer, and their terms of office shall be 2 years or until a successor has assumed the duties of the position. The officers shall be elected in each odd-numbered year at the annual conference and convention. No more than 2 officers shall be elected from any one state. B, in addition to the officers, this organization shall have 10 directors to be elected by the conference and convention for terms of 4 years or until a successor has assumed the duties of the position. 5 directors shall be elected in each even-numbered year. No more than 1 director shall be elected from any one state. C, 1, a candidate for the position of officer or director shall be considered from the state in which the candidate maintains legal residence at the time the election is conducted, and if elected, shall be considered to be a resident of that state until the end of that particular term. 2, for purposes of section A and B, state shall be defined as the 50 United States and other political subdivisions of the United States, including but not limited to the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and other United States territories. 3, officers and directors elected under sections A and B respectively shall assume their duties at the close of the conference and convention at which they are elected. Proposed, strike the last sentences of Article 4, paragraphs A and B, add an Oxford comma after the word secretary in the enumeration of officers in paragraph A, add new paragraph subsection C1 below, and renumber existing paragraph C subsections accordingly. C, 1, no more than 3 persons from the aggregate of officers and directors shall be elected from any one state, nor shall more than 2 officers, nor more than 2 directors be elected from any one state. If adopted, Article 4, paragraphs A, B, and C would then read, Article 4, officers. A, the officers of this organization shall consist of a president, a first vice president, a second vice president, a secretary, and a treasurer, and their terms of office shall be 2 years or until a successor has assumed the duties of the position. The officers shall be elected in each odd-numbered year at the annual conference and convention. B, in addition to the officers, this organization shall have 10 directors to be elected by the conference and convention for terms of 4 years or until a successor has assumed the duties of the position. 5 directors shall be elected in each even-numbered year. C, 1, no more than 3 persons from the aggregate of officers and directors shall be elected from any one state, nor shall more than 2 officers nor more than 2 directors be elected from any one state. 2, unchanged language of previous paragraph C1. 3, unchanged language of previous paragraph C2. 4, unchanged language of previous paragraph C3. The committee recommends do pass. 2022-04, proposed amendment to bylaw 6B to impose a deadline for the submission of resolutions. Bylaw 6, committees. Current language. B, resolutions committee. The president, within 60 days after the close of each national conference and convention, shall appoint a chairperson and not less than 4 additional members as a resolutions committee. This committee shall receive and prepare resolutions to be considered at its opening meeting in conjunction with the ensuing national conference and convention. All resolutions submitted to the committee shall be reported upon with or without committee recommendation unless the resolution is withdrawn by its author or an individual representative of the author designated in writing. If a resolution is adopted by the conference and convention, and during this process any conflicting previously adopted resolutions are not rescinded, the most recently adopted resolution on the subject shall take precedence. Proposed. Strike the second sentence and add the following sentences. Any resolutions to be considered shall be submitted not less than 60 days prior to the record date of each conference and convention. Resolutions submitted after this deadline shall only be accepted if it can be demonstrated that circumstances effectively precluded their consideration prior to the deadline. The committee shall communicate this deadline using the ACB Braille Forum and other ACB communication channels not less than 120 days prior to the day of the opening session of each conference and convention. Proposed. Strike the current third sentence and replace with the following. All resolutions submitted to the committee within the aforementioned deadline or that have been accepted after that deadline shall be reported upon with or without committee recommendation unless the resolution is withdrawn by its author or an individual representative of the author designated in writing. If adopted, bylaw 6, paragraph B would then read, B, resolutions committee. The president, within 60 days after the close of each national conference and convention, shall appoint a chairperson and not less than 4 additional members as a resolutions committee. Any resolutions to be considered shall be submitted not less than 60 days prior to the record date of each conference and convention. Resolutions submitted after this deadline shall only be accepted if it can be demonstrated that circumstances effectively precluded their consideration prior to the deadline. The committee shall communicate this deadline using the ACB Braille Forum and other ACB communication channels not less than 120 days prior to the day of the opening session of each conference and convention. All resolutions submitted to the committee within the aforementioned deadline or that have been accepted after that deadline shall be reported upon with or without committee recommendation unless the resolution is withdrawn by its author or an individual representative of the author designated in writing. If a resolution is adopted by the conference and convention, and during this process, any conflicting previously adopted resolutions are not rescinded, the most recently adopted resolution on the subject shall take precedence. The committee recommends do pass. That concludes the reading of this report.
All right, we have heard the first reading of the proposed amendments to the Constitution and bylaws. We will have a second reading on the evening of July 11th, and then we will begin debate and discussion on each of these 4 amendments. At this point in time, our ACB 2022 annual business meeting stands adjourned until Monday, July 11th at 11 a.m. Central. Everyone, enjoy the banquet, and I want to hear a huge hip, hip. Great job, everybody. We appreciate your patience, and we'll talk to you on Monday morning. Enjoy the banquet.